4:53. Chun Pingan's trip to the Verdant Gorge Island was hurried, and he left in a hurry. In fact, whether Guken stayed or left did not affect the overall situation. In fact, Chun Pingan could not change much. There were some things behind the scenes, whether it was the actions of Dolly Su Gaoshan, the changes in the Book Lake, or the plan of the cultivators of Willow Island. As long as Chun Pingan was unwilling to leave the central part of the Aquarius continent, it did not matter where Guken was. However, if Guken was willing to stay on the Verdant Gorge Island and guard the Spring Court Mansion, it was the best. Chun Pingan rowed the boat and left, disembarking at the Green Tong City. The ferry passed by the Furong Mountain that had been demolished by the ancestral hall. When the fire dragon appeared, its arrogance soared to the sky, and it was not inferior to the Loach's ability to overturn the river and pour the water. Those who were at a high enough level in the Book Lake mistakenly thought that it was Guken's great Tao enemy. Once it appeared, a battle between water and fire would break out. However, they did not expect that the group of foreigners who were rumored to be Dolly's clingy men would choose to withdraw and leave. However, there was no lack of excitement after that. The suspicious green-clothed woman who was shrouded in clouds and mist, and a strange young man with a mole between his eyebrows joined forces to kill the 9th-level sword cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty. It was said that not only did the cultivator's physical body become food, even his nascent soul was detained. This meant that the two old cultivators, who looked like a young man and a young woman, held back a lot of their strength during the pursuit, which made people even more afraid. There was a world of difference between defeating an earthly immortal and killing an earthly immortal. After Chun Pingan went ashore, he took back the horse from the inn and went to the shabby alley to buy a few meat buns with thin skin and stuffing. After a full meal, he then hurried to the southeast border of the Stonehair Kingdom that bordered the Malay Kingdom. The mountain pass was called Stay, and it was a little famous in history. There were many different opinions. Some said that the founding emperor of the Zhuang dynasty had once been here and succeeded in persuading the advisor of the Han tribe, who was praised as having half an achievement to stay. Others said that the most powerful Yuaning sword cultivator in the history of the Zhuang dynasty was disheartened and could not comprehend Tao there. In the end, he was still unable to become a sword, celestial of the upper 5 states. He used a sharp sword chi to write the words, "Stay on the cliff." This made the sword cultivators in the central part of the Aquarius continent, as well as many Jianghu swordsmen, regard the small mountain pass of the vassal state as a sacred place in their hearts. They would all go there to admire the 2 words, "Stay on the cliff." Before autumn, Chun Pingan rushed to Liuxia Pass and met up with Tseng Yi and Ma Dui, who had been waiting for a long time. Seeing the familiar figure of Mr. Chun and his horse, Ma Dui and Tseng Yi were obviously relieved. At first, the two of them felt quite comfortable without Chun Pingan beside them. Tseng Yi was carrying the Yama Palace in the bamboo box. In times of danger, he could reluctantly invite a few Immortals Cave realm ghosts who were personally appointed by Chun Pingan to walk in the Stonehair Kingdom's Jianghu. As long as they did not show off, it was enough. Therefore, Tseng Yi and Ma Dui were unrestrained at first, but as they walked, they felt a little jittery. Even if they only saw the Dolly scouts wandering in the wilderness, they would still be afraid. At that time, they realized that it was very different without Mr. Chun by their side. With Mr. Chun there were rules, but the man and the ghost were at ease. Tseng Yi and Ma Dui had talked about this feeling in private, but they could not come to a conclusion. They only felt that Mr. Chen's cultivation was not only high. At the historical site of Liuxia Pass, they raised their heads and looked at the huge characters carved on the cliff. They also noticed that Mr. Chen had gone to Book Slip Lake alone. After he returned, he became more and more worried. Chun Pingan also noticed this. After thinking about it, he looked away and said frankly to them, "Before coming here, I took 2 jade tokens and wanted to see Dolly Su Gaoshan, but I didn't get to see him." Sung-yi did not think too much about it. He just felt a little disappointed for Mr. Chen. But Ma Dui knew that the clouds were treacherous and there must be hidden dangers. Chun Pingon tried to use a casual tone and said with a smile, "There are many things that you will never know the answer to if you don't touch it. As long as you make a choice, there will be good and bad. This is the result of the bad. Not only did we not get to see Su Gaoshan, we may not have alerted the enemy, but this Dolly General will definitely worry about us. So we must be more careful from now on. If any of you accidentally see Dolly's cultivators on the way to Meili, just pretend you didn't see them. Don't worry, we won't have to worry about our lives." Although Sung-yi nodded, he could not help but feel worried. Ma Dui, on the other hand, was as open-minded as the world. He laughed and said, "As long as we don't get chased by Dolly's cavalry, I don't care. If you want to look, then look. We won't get away with a single copper coin." Chun Pingon said helplessly, "You two just need to compliment each other." Ma Dui glared. "Mr. Chun, don't play matchmaker. I don't like Sung-yi." Sung-yi smiled innocently. He did not dare to say that he did not like Ma Dui either. At the foot of the cliff, there were only a few people. Most of them were traveling merchants from the Shurhao Kingdom and the Meili Kingdom who needed to pass the test. Most of them were young and hoped that they could show off their wealth when they returned home. As for the older merchants and Jianghu veterans, they had already seen the 2 words "stay" on the cliff countless times. Just as Chun Pingon and the other 2 turned their horses around, a group of Jianghu swordsmen rushed over. They dismounted and took down their swords. Facing the 2 words on the cliff, they bowed respectfully. Among them, the elder loudly told the rest of the young disciples about the history of this ancient site. Of course, he also said a few words of praise for the people who use swords. The young men and women listened in high spirits, their emotions surging. Most of them had left their masters and came to Jianghu to gain experience. Chun Pingon could naturally see the depth of the elder. He was a level 5 martial artist with a good foundation. In a vassal state like Meili Nation, he should be a famous Jianghu veteran. However, unless the old swordsman encountered a great opportunity, he would have no hope of reaching level 6. Because of the exhaustion of his qi and blood, he seemed to have fallen ill. His soul was unstable, making the bottleneck of level 5 even more indestructible. If he met a younger martial artist of the same level, he would naturally be afraid of the strong. When they met in Jianghu, most of them just brushed past each other. The 3 rode far away. The old man turned his head and looked at the backs of the 3 riders. One of them was a slender young girl whose eyebrows had slightly grown. She asked, "Master," the one wearing a green robe with a sword and a saber hanging on his waist, is obviously someone from Jianghu. Is he a hidden master? The elder smiled. Just because he's in green with a sword doesn't mean that he's a sword immortal. They all mounted their horses and continued on their way. The Meili Kingdom was relatively peaceful, but the neighboring Stonehair Kingdom was in chaos. Previously, an honest and upright official from the Stonehair Kingdom, who had a good relationship with his sect, sent a secret letter saying that there was a powerful eunuch from the Stonehair Kingdom who wanted to kill him and implicate the innocent. The loyal official, who was as famous as the courageous imperial censor in the Shurhao Nation's imperial court, said in the letter that he was willing to stay in the capital and be buried with the nation. He wanted the Dali barbarians to know that there were still a few scholars in Shurhao Nation who were not afraid of death. However, he hoped that his Jianghu friends could escort the local family members to Meili Nation to seek refuge. Then he could go on with peace of mind. After Liuxia Pass, the place where the horses stepped on was the territory of Shurhao Nation. There was a sentence in the official's letter that was written in heavy handwriting. When the old Jianghu martial artist and his fellow disciples read it, they all sighed with emotion. That was why he brought his disciples to take the risk and rode the horses in Jianghu without hesitation. The Han family is mellow and honest. Generations of emperors valued literary heroes and raised scholars for 200 years. They never mistreated scholars. We scholars should not let the Han family down. The elder sat on the horse and sighed in his heart. The Dali Iron Cavalry was now pressuring the Malay nation's army. The world was vast. Was it so difficult to find a place for the common people to settle down and a place for the scholars to be at ease? This experienced Jianghu man, who was used to bloody storms and ups and downs, had an unspeakable thought deep in his heart. If only the barbarians of the Great Li dynasty could take down the Zhuang dynasty as soon as possible. After the chaos, there might be an opportunity for the Great Era. No matter what, it would be better than the few cavalry troops of the Great Li dynasty, who were like a few knives that made a hole in the vassal states of the Zhuang dynasty. They had been cutting flesh with blunt knives. Wouldn't it be the common people who suffered? Without mentioning anything else, the barbarians of Great Li were merciless on the battlefield when they attacked the territories of various countries. Their speed of killing was fast. However, if one were to shift their gaze to the north, in the past few years, the smoke of war had gradually dissipated in the north of the Aquarius continent. Countless fleeing commoners had returned to their homeland, one after another. The civil officials of Great Li, who were stationed in various places, had done many personal things. But this kind of nonsense that was destined to be wrong once it was said, the old man could only use mouthful after mouthful of old wine to water it. On the other side, 3 horses galloped. As usual, they helped the otherworldly item ghosts to fulfill their wishes. Then, Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi were in charge of the porridge and medicine shop, but Malay Nation was considered stable and did not do much. The world was in chaos and the world was not good. The common people were ignorant and fearful, but there was nothing they could do. Chun Pingan and the others came across a strange incident by a stream in the wilderness. A group of bandits were actually looking at a middle-aged Taoist who was lying on a huge rock in the water with a worried frown on his face. The skinny middle-aged Taoist was born in the Zhuang dynasty. He was now in the Immortals' cave state. He originally thought that the world was in chaos, and as a Taoist, he should go down the mountain to help the common people. He did not expect to meet a hemp-clothed sorcerer who was proficient in physiognomy. In the end, the sorcerer was told that he was a pitiful person who was destined to die young and starve for a lifetime. The middle-aged Taoist was very sad and began to wait for death. The group of horse bandits who had just entered the country from Shirhao Nation had just made a deal and received a lot of money. They stopped their horses by the stream and saw this strange person who was about to die. They almost killed the middle-aged Taoist with a knife. Unexpectedly, the Taoist was very happy and begged them to be faster. The young horse bandit muttered in his heart and did not dare to use his knife. The Taoist was determined to die. He lectured the bandits who were used to robbing and robbing. He talked about blessings and misfortunes. After all, he was an immortal of the middle 5 states in the eyes of the people at the foot of the mountain. He was also an immortal master of the archives. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Surprisingly, he did not make the bandits angry. Instead, he scared the bandits. They looked at each other and persuaded the middle-aged Taoist not to commit suicide. Therefore, Chun Pingan saw this scene. The horse bandits had no intention of killing and robbing at this moment. Moreover, they did not think that the 3 riders were easy to bully, so they deliberately turned a blind eye. Chun Pingan did not care. He stopped the horse to wash the horse's nose and started a fire to cook. He did whatever he needed to do. The middle-aged Taoist saw that the horse bandits did not kill him. With the body of the Immortals' cave state, he would not die in a short time. Therefore, he just lay on the rock and waited for death. If the horse bandits coveted the 3 people's wealth, the middle-aged Taoist would certainly stop them. Before he died, he would accumulate a small amount of good karma. In his next life, he would be reincarnated into a good body. At least, he would live longer and continue to cultivate. Chun Pingon squatted by the river with a bowl of rice. It was almost time for the other side to eat. A hot-tempered young horse bandit caught sight of Chun Pingon's line of sight. He stared at Chun Pingon and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen heroes eat?" A horse bandit leader kindly went to the rock and handed a bowl of rice to the middle-aged Taoist. He said that it was not a good idea to wait for death. It was better to eat. If there was thunder one day, they could go to the top of the mountain or under the tree and try to see if there was a possibility of being struck by thunder. Only then would it be a clean end. Hearing this, the middle-aged Taoist thought that it made sense. He wondered if he should go to the market to buy a big iron chain. However, he still did not take the bowl of rice. He said that he was not hungry and began to nag. He persuaded the horse bandit that since they were so kind, why not be a good person instead of a horse bandit? Now that the mountain was in chaos, it was better for them to be armed escorts. The horse bandit leader was a little tempted. He took the bowl of rice and left the giant rock in the river. He went back to discuss with his brothers. Chun Pingon felt that it was interesting. After finishing the rice in the bowl, Chun Pingon tiptoed and floated to the giant rock. Wearing a green robe, his sleeves fluttered and he landed beside the middle-aged Taoist. The young horse bandit almost spat out the rice in his mouth. However, he was slapped on the head by the horse bandit leader. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen heroes in Jianghu?" Chun Pingon sat cross-legged on the giant rock and smiled. "Why do you want to die?" The middle-aged Taoist was actually a kind person. He closed his eyes and said softly, "If one is destined to die, there is no hope for the Tao. Why not die?" Chun Pingon smiled. "Do you know that there is a serious scripture that is highly respected by Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism? Well, it is the ancient book that is called the head of all scriptures. There is a saying that the Tao is 50, the heaven gives 49, and man escapes from one?" The middle-aged Taoist nodded. "The number of Dayan is 50, but 49 are used. We say that one is born too, and all things are born." Chun Pingon said, "Once the devil barrier comes, the cultivators will have a hard time. Even if you have millions of soldiers, it is difficult to defeat the enemy in your heart." The middle-aged Taoist sat up and sighed. "I know the truth, but I am just an ordinary cave-dwelling realm cultivator. How can I dare to hope that the Tao is in me? I am really scared. After thinking for a long time, I still can't break through the barrier in my heart. I can only hope for the next life." Chun Pingon glanced at the horse bandit in the mountain and nodded. Indeed, it is easy to break the bandits in the mountain, but difficult to break the bandits in the heart. It is all the same. The middle-aged Taoist forced a smile. "I appreciate your kindness." A skinny middle-aged Taoist and a haggard young man. They were strangers who met by chance. Both sides stopped talking and said their goodbyes. There was no more exchange of words. The group of horse bandits felt relieved, especially the young horse bandit. He felt that he had just taken a trip around the gates of hell. Zheng Yi could not understand the middle-aged Taoist's thoughts. When they were far away, he asked softly, "Mr. Chun, is there really someone in the world who is willing to wait for death?" Chun Pingon nodded. "On the path of cultivation, there are all kinds of strange things. That Taoist, according to Buddhism, only by killing yourself will you have the chance to use the rod. Otherwise, even if you are an eminent monk, once you use the rod, you will not be able to achieve Buddhahood. You will only make your head hurt and cry out in pain." The two of you, have you heard of a Buddhist case? An eminent monk said, "The heart is like a mirror. Constantly wiping it clean, don't let dust fall." Another monk said, "Originally, there is nothing. Where does dust fall?" These two gathas, do you think there is a difference between the two? Zheng Yi shook his head. "I don't understand these." Ma Dui smiled. "Of course the latter is better." Chun Pingon sighed softly. "Perhaps the latter is higher in Buddhism, but the former is a ferry that everyone in the world can sit on. only when the person who is ferrying puts down the bamboo wormwood in his hand, stands up and goes ashore, and finally takes the step of getting off the boat, can it be said that he has comprehended the latter. Gradual comprehension is the foundation of epiphany. There is actually a sequence in this. In life, the mirror of the heart is covered with dust. If it is not wiped, it will accumulate and become dull. How can there be a Buddha who is born to reach the other shore? Chun Pingon smiled and added, both gathas are good and correct. The reason why I am chatting with you is because when I was traveling to Qingwan, I heard scholars talking about Buddhism. They were very disdainful of the former and only praised the latter. In addition, in some books that are similar to the writings of scholars, they like to treat the former with derogatory words. I don't think it is very good. Ma Dui smiled. I rarely heard Mr. Chen talk about Buddhism, so you have already dabbled in it. Mr. Chen, you are really well read. I am very impressed. Ma Dui made a face. I can't even continue. Ooh. Chun Pingon smiled. This shows that your flattery skills are not good enough. After that, the three of them saw a place of historical interest. It was an ownerless deep pool. It was autumn and the air was bitterly cold. On the stone wall, there was a vermilion cliff carving that could not be found in the county records. The ancient wall is painted with dragon gold. Rain workers ride into the autumn pool. The three of them looked up. There were indeed traces of painting on the wall. They could vaguely see the shape of a dragon. Beside their feet, the pool was green, and there were no fish or prawns. Chun Pingon retracted his gaze and reached his hand into the pool. The cold air made him think of the shop of the Wan family built by the river in his hometown. He was attracted to the gloomy water in the Dragon Whisker River. This deep pool was actually suitable for refining swords. It was just that he did not know why there were no sword cultivators here. Chun Pingon quickly withdrew his hand. It turned out that the cold energy in the water wasn't pure at all. It was mixed with a lot of evil and foul energy, making it seem like a mess. Although it wasn't enough to immediately harm one's body, it was still far from the word pure. No wonder this was a great taboo for cultivators when refining swords. There must have been a story here in the early years. It was probably like the Eagle Fortress and Upper Balcony in Tongya Continent. After that, Chun Pingon traveled to Malay country. He passed through the countryside in the county town. There were children who were not used to seeing horses and hid in the depths of the reed flowers. From time to time, he would also encounter seemingly ordinary traveling cultivators. There were also lively wedding processions on the streets of the county town with gongs and drums. Thousands of miles away, they crossed mountains and rivers. Chun Pingon and the others accidentally came across the ruins of a deserted tomb. They found an ancient sword that was buried in the tombstone and only had the sword hilt. After thousands of years, the sword was still full of sword aura. At first glance, they knew that it was not an ordinary spiritual weapon. It was just that it had not been nourished for a long time and was on the verge of collapse. Ma Dui wanted to take it with him. After all, it was an ownerless object. After some refinement, it might be sold for a good price. However, Chun Pingon did not agree. He said that this was a spiritual weapon used by a Taoist to suppress the feng shui of this place. It could suppress the evil and evil air so that it would not spread everywhere and become a disaster. As an otherworldly item, how could Ma Dui not see it? He just did not care. He smiled and said, "Then let's pull out the ancient sword. If the deserted tomb is really haunted by demons, we might as well subdue them and get the spiritual weapon. Won't it be the best of both worlds?" Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "It's too old to be clear. How do you know that there are no difficulties and twists in this?" Ma Dui complained, "Mr. Chen is good at everything. It's just that you don't do things in a straightforward manner." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Even a child with weak strength can break a bowl of porcelain. That's also a straightforward manner. Zheng Yi can do it. that group of horse thieves. Sung Yi can do it. You can do it too. Of course, it's easier for me. Chun Pingan sighed and said, the convergence of people's hearts is a very scary thing. Ancient temples are lonely. If one enters alone and burns incense and worships Buddha, one will feel reverence. However, if it is noisy and crowded with people, one might not necessarily be afraid. To put it in a more extreme way, one might say that cutting gold leaf from Buddha's body will be done if someone takes the lead. Chun Pingan rode through the mass graves. Suddenly, he looked back, and there was no one around. Once, they stopped by a lake in the mountains to rest. Sung Yi picked up stones to play with the water. Ma Dui chose a secluded place alone. He took off his boots and stretched his hands into the cold water. His face was full of smiles. Just then, a dragonfly circled around and flew up to scratch his head. Ma Dui stopped and wanted the dragonfly to stay for a while. In the distance, a young woodcutter with a bundle of firewood on his shoulder happened to pass by. He stopped and looked at him in a daze. He mistook him for a fairy. The young man admired him, but felt ashamed. Ma Dui reached out to chase away the dragonfly. He turned his head and reached out to twist the fox fur at his temples. He wanted to suddenly pull it off to scare the dumbfounded country boy. In the end, Chun Pingan threw a pebble at her, which broke her finger. Ma Dui turned around in a fit of anger. His legs swayed and splashed countless water. The young man ran away quickly. He did not want to tell his peers in the village that he saw such a beautiful fairy sister by the lake. He just wanted to keep it in his heart. In a bustling county, even Chun Pingan, who was used to seeing things, felt that it was an eye-opener. There was a drunken scholar who ran wildly. His clothes did not cover his body. His chest was bare, and his steps were swaying. He was very heroic. He asked his servant to carry a bucket filled with ink. The scholar used his head as a pen to write on the street. There were also servants at the end of the street. Beside them were buckets filled with well water. They were just waiting for their master to go crazy so that they could clean up the mess and clean up. It was not tiring work. It was just that they were always looked down on. They were angry with the bookish master, but did not dare to say anything. When he asked the people, he found out that he was a county magistrate with a scholarly title. Chun Pingan stopped the horse by the street. He saw the county magistrate sitting on the road, exhausted. He turned his head and saw the young man who reeked of alcohol. He was covered in wine and ink stains. The smell was very strange. He slapped the street with his palm and laughed loudly. I respect the gods with calligraphy. May I ask if the gods have the courage to give me a few pointers? Where are the ancient sages? Come, come, come. Drink with me. The young man suddenly wailed. I once saw the princess fighting with the bearers in the capital and accidentally learned the true meaning of calligraphy. I saw the princess picking flowers in the temple and learned the meaning of calligraphy. Your Highness, please take a look at the words I wrote for you. Sung Yi was stunned. Mr. Chun, what did this guy write? I don't recognize a single word. Chun Pingan held back his laughter and pointed at the street. He said softly, it's a wild cursive, a poem of resentment. As for the content of the cursive, the sentence he just wrote was the moon shines through the window. The autumn ripples are about to slip away, drinking wine with the gentleman. He probably imagined writing a love poem for himself in the tone of the woman he admires. However, these words are really well written. They can't be any better. I've never seen such good cursive writing. I've seen experts in regular script and running script, but this is the first time I've seen such a level of cursive writing. In the end, Chun Pingan said, don't think that the county magistrate is talking nonsense. His words really have the meaning of the gods. It's only because the spiritual energy here is thin that the door gods and ghosts can't exist. Otherwise, they would really show themselves and bow down to him. Chun Pingan suddenly laughed. He led the horse and strode forward towards the bookworm, who was drunk on the street and had tears in his eyes. Let's go and buy as many copybooks as we can from him. This business is definitely profitable. It's much better than you guys picking up scraps, but the premise is that we can live for hundreds of years. Zheng Yi and Ma Dui looked at each other, thinking that Mr. Chen must have also lost his mind. Chun Pingon came to the scholar, who was lying on his back, and asked with a smile, "I have wine that doesn't lose to the wine brewed by immortals. Can I buy some words from you?" The man's eyes were hazy, and he shook his head. "Beg me?" Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. "I beg you." That person suddenly burst into tears. "You're not the princess, so why are you begging me? Why do I need you to beg me?" "Let's go. I won't sell you my words. Not a single word." Chun Pingon turned to look at Ma Dui. When everyone's eyes followed, he shook his wrist and took out a bottle of immortal wine from Betail Ferry. He loosened the reins and opened the mud seal. He squatted down and handed the bottle to the scholar. "You can decide whether you want to sell it or not after you drink my wine. If you still don't want to sell it after you drink it, take it as a tribute to your calligraphy on the street." That person sat up and took the wine jug. He tilted his head back and gulped down the wine in one gulp. He threw the empty jug aside and stood up shakily. He grabbed Chun Pingon's arm and asked, "Is there any more wine?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Yes, but not much is left." The man said happily, "Let's go to that broken government office. I'll write for you. You can have as much as you want, as long as there's enough wine." Ma Dui rolled his eyes. Where's the backbone of a scholar? Zheng Yi was a little happy. It was rare to see Mr. Chen in such a good mood. When they arrived at the government office, the scholar pushed away the messy books on the desk and asked his servant to bring him rice paper. He spread it out and grinded the ink. Chun Pingon put down a bottle of wine beside the scholar's hand. The walls were full of crazy cursive calligraphy that even the scholar himself could not recognize after he woke up. After drinking the wine, the scholar hiccuped and asked, "Tell me, what do you want me to write? Give it to some knowledgeable general or minister." "Forget it, I don't want to know. Whatever you want to write, it doesn't count. I'll write whatever I want." The falling paper created clouds and smoke, and the whole hall was full of wind and rain. The scholar really wrote whatever he thought of. He often wrote countless words in one stroke. Zheng Yi always felt that this deal was a loss. In the end, the scholar, who had a good alcohol tolerance but not good alcohol tolerance, wrote more than 10 copybooks of different sizes. He was completely drunk and fell to the ground. Chun Pingon spent a total of 5 bottles of immortal wine, Old Dragon City Osmanthus wine, and Book Lake Woody wine. The reason why he could drink so much was not because the scholar was really good at drinking, but because he drank less than half a bottle and spilled more than half a bottle. In Ma Duyi's eyes, it was a waste of resources. Chun Pingon put away the copybooks and left the government office. The 3 of them led their horses and left. Ma Duyi could not help but ask, "I can see that the calligraphy is good, but is it really that good? These immortal wines are worth a lot of money. If converted to silver, is a copy of cursive calligraphy really worth tens of thousands of silver?" Chun Pingon received the copybooks and was very happy. It was as if he had drunk too much wine. He said with certainty, "You don't believe me? Then just wait. When you come here again in the future, this street will definitely be famous everywhere." Thousands of years later, even if that scholar passes away, the entire county will bask in his glory and be remembered by future generations. The 3 of them slowly left the small county. At this time, the people of the county only saw the bookish county captain as a joke. They did not know that the calligraphy masters and countless literati of the future would envy them for being able to see that person's style. This year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Malay Country's families were still reunited, but it was hard to say for Stonehair Country. Next year's Mid-Autumn Festival, Malay Country might end up like Stonehair Country today. There were many monsters in the mountains. Another year's autumn passed, and winter came. Just as Chinpingan was about to finish his tour of the Malay Kingdom and return to Book Slip Lake, one day in a remote mountain range, he saw an old ape in rags hanging from a high cliff. Its entire body was wrapped in chains, and when it sensed Chinpingan's gaze, the old ape grimaced. Although it didn't roar, its ruthless aura was shocking to the core. Near the old ape, there was a man-made cave. When Chinpingan looked over, someone stood up and looked at Chinpingan. It was a young monk with a withered face. The monk put his palms together and bowed silently to Chinpingan. Chinpingan also followed the monk's example and bowed his head and put his palms together. "Ma," Dui asked curiously, "what's wrong?" Chinpingan shook his head and did not speak. When they walked out of the mountain, Chinpingan said, "An eminent monk used his great perseverance to subdue a rebellious inner ape that was manifested by his inner demon." Ma Dui was amazed. "He can manifest his inner demon. Isn't this monk in earth immortal?" Chinpingan nodded. "He's an otherworldly expert." On the other side of the grotto, the young monk sat cross-legged on the cushion. He stood up again and strode out of the grotto. Riding the wind, he leaped into the air and stared at the old ape that had gradually calmed down. The old ape's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. There was anger, hatred, pleading, pity, mockery, and so on. The monk turned his head and looked puzzled. Why was his inner ape so strange today? Previously, when it encountered earthly, immortal cultivators who rode on swords or the wind, it never took a second look at them. The young monk seemed to understand something and smiled. He lowered his head and put his palms together again. He chanted a Buddhist chant and returned to the cave to continue sitting. An old cultivator with an indifferent expression and dark eyes appeared in the mass grave where the ancient sword was nailed into the tombstone. Underground, Yin Chi was seething. Even though they sensed that he was most likely an earth immortal of the Yang realm, the malicious ghosts and otherworldly items hiding in the roots of the mountain could not change their natures. They gathered their baleful aura and tried to rush out of the ground. However, every time a malicious ghost surfaced, sword chi would immediately fall like rain. Wails could be heard from underground. Of course, the old cultivator was not afraid of these otherworldly items. He only frowned and muttered to himself, "This is strange. You're not afraid of the aura of a golden core that I purposely let out, but you're afraid of a young man who doesn't look like one?" It was rare to find a place to stay in an immortal inn. Ma Dui leaned back on the soft bedding with an intoxicated expression. He could endure hardships, but he also had to enjoy blessings. Sun Yi did not feel anything. He cultivated alone in the room. Chinpingan asked for an immortal bulletin from the immortal inn. The Malay Kingdom's imperial court also began to quarrel. However, the quarrel was not about whether they should stop the Dali barbarians, but about how to defend their territory. One had to know that this was the decision made by the Malay Kingdom's emperor and ministers when the capital of the Stonehair Kingdom was already in a dangerous situation. The chaotic imperial court of the Stonehair Kingdom finally welcomed a new emperor. It was the vassal King Han Jingling, who had the reputation of virtuous king. He was Huang He's father, a general at the border, who did not lose a single soldier on the battlefield. He became the leader of the generals of the Stonehair Kingdom in one fell swoop. Huang He was a friend of the new emperor, Han Jingling. He was also appointed as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights. The father and son were in the imperial court together. A large number of Huang family members rose to the sky and controlled the imperial court together. From the capital of the Stonehair Kingdom to other places, there was an endless stream of civil officials and generals who were willing to die. Even if it was just a small matter like pasting the door gods of other countries on their doorsteps, they were still unwilling to do it. Some of the descendants of the family, who were unwilling to be killed by their masters, secretly pasted the door gods of the Dali, Yuan, and Chao clans. Some ruthless ones simply tied up the masters of the family so that they would not run over to Tyr the door gods and scold them for being unfilial descendants who had let down their ancestors. There were all kinds of people, and only they knew the joys and sorrows. In this wonderfully written immortal court bulletin, the trivial matters that were written as entertainment material after a meal, when they truly landed on the heads of those influential families, were matters of life and death, and tragedies of broken families and forced families to migrate. Compared to the inconspicuous Stonehair Kingdom, Book Lake was even more earth-shattering and soul-stirring. At the beginning of autumn this year, Su Gaoshan began to settle accounts after autumn. The mountains of Book Lake, led by Grain Island, Huangya Island, Qingzhong Tianlao, and other islands, surrendered to the Song clan one after another. They were willing to hand over half of their properties and the significant ancestral hall pedigree. Su Gaoshan set up a banquet in Pond Water City's Fan Clan Manor. However, it was only in his name. He sent a general under his command, who was only a lower third rank, as well as a few cultivators from the various armies to be in charge of entertaining the heroes. Su Gaoshan was not even willing to give face to those local bullies of Book Lake who obediently submitted to him. Chun Pingon was not surprised at all about this. Previously, he submitted a name card to the cavalry of Dali with the offering card and the peace card of the Verdant Gorge Island, saying that he wanted to see the general. In the end, Su Gaoshan's reply was very straightforward. It sounded like the general's own words, which were only 2 words, "Get lost." Chun Pingon was not angry or aggrieved. He was just a little helpless. As for the Verdant Gorge Island, which had lost Lu Jimao, they were not willing to fall behind. The forces led by Lord Tian Hu of the White Scale Island and Yu Hui of the Jindan Stage, as well as several Jindan Stage cultivators who were powerful enough in Book Lake, also sat in the mansion of the Fan family in Pond Water City during the banquet. However, their seats were not at the front. They were not even as good as the Tianlao Island. These were the wild cultivators of the Book Lake. They dared to risk their lives and could admit defeat. When the situation was good, they could be the ancestor. When the situation was bad, they could be the grandson. Chun Pingon guessed that there were also some island cultivators who were unwilling to hand over half of their properties. However, there was no need for the cavalry of Dali and the accompanying cultivators to do anything. The forces, including Tan Yuani of the Grain Island and the pair of Jindan Stage cultivators of the Huangyong Island, would help Su Gaoshan settle all the small troubles. There was no need for General Su to work hard. They would be happy to give the heads and properties of the islands to Su Gaoshan as congratulatory gifts. However, the key reason why Su Gaoshan could cut tofu with a knife at Book Lake was that in addition to the outstanding military achievements of his cavalry and the wild cultivators of Book Lake who were good at taking advantage of the situation. In fact, another Dali general, Chao Gui's irresistible force, was also very important. Of course, the most important of all was the rumor that the vassal of Dali, Song Zhangqiang, would personally accompany a prince of Dali to patrol the border, where the cavalry under Chao Gui's command confronted the Zhuang dynasty. Chun Pingon put down the court bulletin. He folded his hands in his sleeves and fell into deep thought. There was still no definite news about Lu Jimao's life or death. Generally speaking, Su Gaoshan would still try to rope in a great cultivator like Lu Jimao, who knew how to judge the situation. Moreover, Lu Jimao was the first to join Dali's side. The problem was that the identity of the foreign cultivators on Gong Willow Island, who Lu Laocheng said were unlikable, was still not clear. It seemed that this group of people decided Lu Jimao's life or death. Even Lu Laocheng could only pinch his nose and accept it, so that Su Gaoshan could not add flowers to his book of merits and win another nascent soul stage cultivator for Dali at his fingertips. What a great background. Chun Pingon rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Could it be the Tong Yi sect that had suffered a great loss? He gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Move to Book Lake, but the price to pay was too great. Cultivators could move to other continents, but they could not take away the mountains and rivers that had been cultivated for thousands of years in the territory of the Tong Yi sect. When it came to the great migration of 2 continents, other than the spiritual energy of the blessed enclave, nothing else could be said. Moreover, with such a big movement, the people of the Tong Yi sect were already scattered. During the migration process, tigers and wolves would definitely bite the fat meat. When it came to the Great Tao, even if it was a sect that did not lack righteousness, as long as they decided to take action, they would not be lenient. Moreover, the cultivators of the Tong Yi sect were arrogant. They were used to being the leaders of the continent's immortals. Would they really be willing to run to the small Aquarius continent to take root and live under the charity of a secular dynasty's Song clan? If it was the Fuswan sect, it would seem more reasonable. However, that group of cultivators acted against Lu Jimao, especially the little scheme against him, which was also unreasonable. Chun Pingan stood up and came to the window. This immortal inn was built on the banks of a large river. The view outside the window was wide. The river water was surging, and the boats came and went. In his field of vision, it was as small as a grain of rice. The Mayu country's water network was intertwined, and the rivers were widespread. This was probably one of the reasons why they dared to fight to the death in the imperial court. On the river surface, there were continuous stretches of warships slowly going against the current. However, the water surface was vast. Even if there were tens of thousands of people with banners, they were still light as a feather. Chun Pingan lay on the windowsill. Sung Yi and Ma Dui came together, saying that they wanted to take a look at the water deity temple of the Spring Flower River. It was said that their wishes were especially effective. The water deity also liked to tease mortal teachers. Chun Pingan was not in the mood. He let them tour the temple by themselves. However, he reminded Ma Dui that after entering the temple's boundary, he still had to first apologize and take the initiative to express his intention to the water deity temple. Otherwise, according to the rules, he would offend the mountain deity temple. If there was a conflict, they would not be in the right. At that time, he could only apologize and pay for it. In any case, Ma Dui and Sung Yi would pay for the deity's money. It could not be counted as Chun Pingan's. Ma Dui smiled and said that he knew. After walking so far in the Jianghu, he did not need Mr. Chun to nag about such rules. Chun Pingan did not know whether to laugh or cry. So far in the Jianghu, you and Sung Yi have only walked through the territory of 2 vassal states. However, Chun Pingan did not say this. He waved his hand, indicating that they should just go out and play. Otherwise, he would definitely give Ma Dui a few more words. However, when Sung Yi closed the door, Chun Pingan took off the blade, strengthening gourd, and tossed it to Sung Yi, saying that it was just in case. Sung Yi was naturally overjoyed. However, as soon as the door closed, Ma Dui snatched it away and hung it on her waist. Sung Yi was at her wit's end. Chun Pingan smiled knowingly at this. Men giving way to women, and the strong giving way to the weak. At the same time, it was not a condescending attitude of charity. Was this not a matter of heaven and earth? Only such a way of the world would slowly become correct and better. All principles and knowledge had to fall back to order. If one walked a little more, they would have walked so far. If one thought more, they would have thought so much. Chun Pingan, who was a little tired and a little relaxed, just lay on the windowsill, closing his eyes and taking a nap. Where my heart is at ease is my home. Where my home is, I cannot sleep. Dozens of miles away, in the Spring Flower River God Temple, an old man was lying on the beam of the main hall of the temple eating a chicken leg. His hair was decorated with apricot flowers, and he wore embroidered clothes. He looked very funny. Suddenly, he shivered, and almost threw the greasy chicken leg at the head of the pilgrims in the temple. This old man was born as a monster of the water tribe. He was chosen by a gentleman from the Lakeview Academy to build a golden body and become a river god who enjoyed the incense of the mortal world. He soared into the sky and passed through the roof of the main hall. The old water god looked around and was very nervous. He bowed in all directions and said in a trembling voice, "Which saint has graced us with his presence? I am so scared, so scared." As for the culprit, he was taking a nap in the midst of his busy work. With morals, all evil would be repelled, and gods would make way. 454. Outside the window, the river flowed slowly. Chun Pingan, who was lying on the windowsill, only closed his eyes for a while, and his spirit relaxed a little. This was a rare thing. Chun Pingan had not slept soundly for too long. Tsing Yi and Ma Dui had not returned yet. Chun Pingan was still a little worried. As he expected, after meeting with Zhang Yi, they returned to the Book Lake and left the verdant canyon island. This time, from the Liuxia Pass to the Malay country, there were indeed many shadows along the way. Someone was following them from afar. The person's cultivation was very high, and he hid very well. Chun Pingan only felt a little in his heart occasionally. Tsing Yi and Ma Dui were kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. Chun Pingan did not point it out, so that they would be on tenterhooks and easily expose themselves and cause unnecessary trouble. Even if the other party did not show any kindness or hostility, Chun Pingan still felt uneasy. Before the Book Lake, there were only a few cultivators who could do this. Lu Laocheng, who was in the pure jade realm, disdained to do so, and Lu Jimao, who was in the nascent soul realm, would not do so. The Song clan did not want to complicate matters. Moreover, Chun Pingan was from Dali after all, and Lu Baixiang and the others had all become members of Dali. Even if the higher-ups of Dali other than Chui Dong were ready to make trouble, such as the confidant spy of the Empress in the palace, they would definitely not have the courage to do anything to the Book Lake. This was because this was under the nose of Chui Dong, and Chui Dong was most concerned about the rules. Of course, the rules of Dali, from the palace to the military and to the mountain, were almost all set by Chui Dong. Chun Pingan was almost certain that that person was one of the foreign cultivators on Gong Willow Island, the head of the group. That was not very likely. The matter of Calligraphy Lake was of great importance. Otherwise, he would not have acted to suppress Lu Jimao. This required him to personally oversee the Gonglu Island. Therefore, it should be the second or third leaders of the group who crossed the river to spy on him and wait for an opportunity to make a move. Fortunately, the other party didn't want to kill him directly. It seemed like he hadn't thought of a foolproof plan that didn't leave any hidden dangers behind. However, once he made his move, it would definitely be thunderous. Regarding this, Chun Pingan still felt some gratitude towards Lu Laocheng in his heart. Not only did Lu Laocheng not come up with a plan for him, he did not even watch from the sidelines. Instead, Lu Laocheng had secretly warned him and revealed the heavenly secret. Of course, there was another possibility. Lu Laocheng had already told them about the jade tablet in the Confucian temple. The foreign cultivators were also worried that the jade tablet would be destroyed together with the common stone, which would fundamentally ruin their overall plan at the Book Slip Lake. However, Chun Pingan vaguely felt that Lu Laocheng was an interesting person. The former was more likely. It was a pity that Lu Laocheng was not the person who would ultimately decide the direction of the Book Slip Lake. As a result, the chessboard that he had painstakingly built, together with Lu Jimao, Tan Yuanyi, and Lu Laocheng, were all destroyed. Chun Pingan had to admit that this chessboard was almost overturned. Now, Dali's chief general, Su Gaoshan, and the foreign cultivators were playing chess at the Book Slip Lake. Everyone else, including Chun Pingan, had to stand aside. However, Chun Pingan did not think that their painstaking efforts were all in vain in the end. Whether to accept one's fate or not, one had to know one's fate. For example, when Chun Pingan wanted to see Su Gaoshan, he received a rather domineering reply of "Get lost." However, Chun Pingan could accept it calmly. Because of his trip to the Shirhao country, he had seen and heard with his own eyes and ears. In addition to the previous summary of the Katkin Islands court bulletin, Chun Pingan dared to say that he understood Su Gaoshan's temperament relatively well. He was born in the Cold Clan, experienced hardships, and used his glorious military exploits as his foundation. This kind of person held a high position, so he was extremely tenacious. His heart was like a rock, and his state of mind was already similar to the heart of a grand cultivator. Perhaps when Chui Dong and Song Jianqiang gave him orders, even if they did not lack reprimand, they would still respect Su Gaoshan. However, accepting one's fate was after all a hard work, but there was no reward. Of course, there would still be disappointment. This point was actually no different from Zhang Yi, who appeared in the Ula Mountain. Chun Pingan wanted to touch the blade's strengthening gourd and drink a mouthful of wine, but then he remembered that he had already given it to Ma Duyi to hang on his waist. He sat back at the table, thought for a while, and simply took out the calligraphy of the bookish county magistrate. He spread out the calligraphy one by one and admired it. No matter how he looked at it, he liked it. He read it in one breath to his heart's content without restraint. What was the difference between this and a martial artist's fist? His expression was moving. He moved back and forth. All was in harmony with the Tao. What was the difference between this and a sword, immortal sword? There were always some similarities in the principles of the world. On each calligraphy, there was a different private seal of the young county magistrate. Most of the time, there was only one seal, and very rarely there were two seals. One of the calligraphy had a very strong tone. If you hold my waterside portrait, don't be afraid that every word will turn into a flood dragon. If you hold my waterside portrait and travel at night, ghosts and gods will not be able to hide. Next to each other, there were two seals, young flood dragon vigor and thin dragon divine fat. There was another calligraphy, and there were three seals in succession. At that time, the young county magistrate's actions left a deep impression on Chun Pingan. His face was in high spirits, like a scholar exiled from the school of calligraphy. He laughed and said, "I met a fool who used immortal wine to brew my immortal calligraphy. How delightful!" The seals were respectively Kaiyuan, Changshu, and Immortal Ink Pool. Chun Pingan put them away one by one. In the future, he must store them in Luopa Mountain. In the future, no matter who asked, no matter how high the price, he must not sell them. He must pass them down as family heirlooms. When he thought of this, Chun Pingan could not help but smile. Chun Pingan stretched his body, both hands in his sleeves, and kept turning his head to look at the river. There was once a beautiful poem extracted from a book and engraved on a bamboo slip. A small bamboo slip, but it carried such a great artistic conception. Falling trees and thousands of mountains. The sky is far and wide. Chung River is a clear moon. The magnificent river scenery outside the window unknowingly broadened his mind. Mr. Chi, there is a saying that I may have achieved the things that I could not do at Inverted Hanging Mountain after working hard. After Tsung Yi and Ma Duyi returned, Tsung Yi was in high spirits. He really met the water god of the spring flower river. He had a flower hairpin and embroidered clothes and was especially kind. When he saw them, he even showed up and personally brought them around the water god temple. However, Ma Duyi rolled her eyes, saying that the old man's gaze was uncomfortable. When he looked at the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist, he also looked at her waist. Chun Pingan could not say much about this. The Springflower River was the largest river in Meiyu country, and Meiyu country had always respected the water god as the #1 river god. The Springflower River water god was definitely not simple. In fact, Chun Pingan had already seen many water gods. The first was Wei Pai of Chiduan Mountain, who was considered half a water god's wedding dress ghost. Later on, the water god of the embroidered river appeared beside Gu Ken's father, the water god of the buried river in Tong Yi continent, and on the way to the north of the Great Spring dynasty, he met a pair of opposing water gods who fought until the mountains and the waters shook. Of course, there was also the water god of the White Swan River that he met in Xiang Prefecture of Huangting Country, who gave Chen Ping'an a headache. He just did not know how the relationship between the blue-clothed child and his Jianghu friend, the water god of the Imperial River, was now. Wei Pai and Zhu Lian sent a flying sword message to Qingxia Island. The letter more or less mentioned this matter, but it did not say much. It only said that the water god of the Imperial River of Huangting Country had obtained a peace tablet and had personally paid a visit to Longquan County. The blue-clothed child held a welcoming banquet for him at Luapa Mountain and finally invited the water god to a farewell drink in the small town. After that, the blue-clothed child did not mention much about this good brother who valued friendship and righteousness. Chen Ping'an was somewhat worried, but based on the few words in the letter, it was not good for him to casually warn the blue-clothed child. In the eyes of outsiders, the blue-clothed child's almost childish Jianghu loyalty was actually not something that Chen Ping'an disliked. In his eyes, it was precisely the most valuable aspect of the blue-clothed child. It was much better to be a little foolish than to be shrewd, and not at all clever. At least in Chen Ping'an's Luapa Mountain, this point was very important, of the utmost importance. Because this was Chen Ping'an's little world, the rules were set by him. Chen Ping'an's own personal likes and dislikes were like the old Taoist in a Taoist temple, in a blessed land of lotus flowers. He was the god. Outside of this area, there were many people who were shrewd in conducting themselves and different from the great Tao, that everyone strived to be first. Chen Ping'an also recognized them and did not even dislike them. On the contrary, he felt that there were many things that could be learned from them. For example, Sun Jiashu, who owned an entire 100-li-long street outside Old Dragon City. This young head of the Sun family was not only shrewd, but also possessed a unique wisdom in conducting himself. But in the end, Chen Ping'an and Sun Jiashu could only part ways at the Sun family's ancestral home. But in the end, when they boarded the ferry and left Old Dragon City, Chen Ping'an's impression of Sun Jiashu had already deepened. The same rice could not only raise 100 different kinds of people. If one was willing to see the good in others, one would not go to a dead end. One also needed to know more about the differences between others and oneself. Only then would one know why others were living well, and why they were not living well. Thinking and measuring hundreds and thousands of twists and turns, just like the young county magistrate's cursive handwriting, which was so messy and crazy that Sung Yi could not recognize a single word at first glance. But in fact, when it came down to the root, wasn't it still a single word? But looking at the characters and admiring the miracle of calligraphy, one could not recognize the characters, and the characters did not recognize one. One could roughly see the momentum, and it did not matter if one did not look at it. But when one was in this complicated world, one could not recognize the various rules and restrictions of this world, especially the rules at the lowest level that were the most easily ignored. Life was about teaching people how to conduct themselves. This had nothing to do with good or evil. The great Tao was selfless, for seasons flowed, and time passed. After suffering, one could not help but say, "I should have known." Chen Ping'an was a little worried. The little Taoist boy who carried the golden blade strengthening gourd on his back said that he was going to move to another world. Did that mean that the blessed land of lotus flowers would also be brought to the Qingming world? What about the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhongqiu and Chao Qinglang? Would there be a chance to meet them again? The flow of time in the blessed land was under the control of the old Taoist. Would the next time Chen Ping'an returned to the blessed land, Zhongqiu would already be an ancient person who had obtained a great posthumous title in the history of Nanyuan Kingdom? Then what about Chao Qinglang? Chun Pingan had always been thinking about Chao Qinglang, the kind-hearted child, and could not forget her. Zheng Yi and Ma Duyi sat at the table chatting and eating melon seeds. Unknowingly, they found that Mr. Chen seemed to be a little worried again. Fortunately, this worry was not the same as before. It was not heavy. It was just the melancholy of thinking about someone or something. It was like a green ant floating on the surface of wine and did not become sad like aged wine. But this accountant never said anything about his own happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. He always enjoyed it alone. This made Ma Duyi and Zheng Yi feel a little disappointed. There was a knock on the door. This immortal inn built near the river sent over a copy of the Immortal Court Bulletin compiled by Mayu Kingdom. It was fresh out of the oven and had the unique smell of immortal ink. After Chen Pingan expressed his thanks, he flipped through it and skimmed through it. He passed it to Ma Duyi and said helplessly, Su Gaoshan has begun a large-scale attack on Mayu Kingdom. The border near the lower pass has all been lost. There was a detailed record of this matter in the court bulletin. Zhou Mi, one of the 3 navy commanders of Mayu Kingdom, was in charge of guarding the upper reaches of the Spring Flower River. Su Gaoshan, who had already defected to the Great Li's side, intended to lead the army in rebellion and secretly contacted the Great Li. As a result, the Mei Emperor, who had long been aware of this, dispatched several imperial consecrated cultivators to kill him. At that time, 3 cultivators from the Great Li's army who accompanied Zhou Mi died in battle, including a local earth immortal of the Great Li. Su Gaoshan was furious. He ordered the 3 generals under his command to make a military pledge that within a month they must each attack 3 different places in the Mei Kingdom and form an encirclement around the stubborn capital city of the Mei Kingdom. He also threatened to cut off the Mei Emperor's head and use it as a wine pot. Zheng Yi was just watching the show. He did not understand anyway. He was just impressed by the strength of Dali's iron cavalry. The cultivators on the mountain often did not have deep feelings for their country. The longer they cultivated, and the longer they left the mortal world, the more indifferent they became. They just stood by and watched coldly. Otherwise, if their cultivation was not enough and they did not truly stand on the mountain peak, they would still be wrapped in the momentum and have no choice but to go down the mountain. That was why the middle-aged Taoist he met at the stream took the initiative to go down the mountain and help the people at the foot of the mountain. This made Chen Pingan respect him. However, the cultivation of the great Tao had a demonic barrier in one's heart. The difficulties and perplexities involved could not be said to outsiders. Chen Pingan did not think that the middle-aged Taoist had to be firm in his heart. Doing good in the mortal world was the right way. Otherwise, he would be at a disadvantage. Ma Duyi saw further than Zheng Yi. He asked doubtfully, why is Su Gaoshan in such a hurry to take down Mayu Kingdom? Although I am not familiar with military affairs, I have been through Mayu Kingdom's roads. I know that Mayu Kingdom's waterways are crisscrossed and not suitable for Dali's cavalry. Chen Pingan smiled and said, we are talking about Great Li's iron cavalry, not just cavalry. It's just that Great Li is famous for its iron cavalry, so it's easy for people to mistake it for Great Li's infantry. On the way down south, what kind of dynasties and vassals have we not experienced? Dali taking down Mayu Kingdom is the general trend. However, you are not wrong. If they are in such a hurry to take down Mayu Kingdom, they will have to pay a higher price than taking down the capital of Shihao Kingdom. Dali and Mayu Kingdom will both lose more soldiers and horses. Only Su Gaoshan himself knows the reason behind this. I believe that there is someone urging Su Gaoshan and Chao Gui, for example, the true backbone of Dali's iron cavalry, vassal King Song Zhengqiang. Ma Duyi hesitated. Why does Sir not seem to care much about the battlefields? The lives of those warriors on the battlefield are not as important as the lives of the common people? Chun Pingon thought for a while and drew a circle on the table with his finger. There is a saying in my hometown that the jar will not break away from the well. A general will inevitably die on the battlefield. Joining the army and fighting on the battlefield is like tying your head to your belt, just like the otherworldly item of the general in Lingguan Temple. Do you think that after he died, he would regret sacrificing his life for the country? Also, the scattered soldiers of Shihao Kingdom who fought with the common people for food in the small county. Even if so many of his fellow soldiers died, how could that young warrior be willing to draw his sword against the common people? Chun Pingon drew an even bigger circle. You may not know this, but previously in the Stonehair Kingdom, I stopped a young mountain spirit who wanted to kill people in a dog meat shop in a county city. I even gave him an immortal coin. But if the demon race invades the world on a large scale one day, even if I know that among the demons there will be the fox spirit from the ancient temple in the early years, and there will be this young spirit who finally gave up on killing people when I faced the mighty army in front of me, and I am the only one standing in front of them with the city and the common people behind me, what do you think I should do? Go to the battle formation and ask the demons one by one why they want to kill people, and if they are willing to not kill people? Chun Pingon said indifferently, since I chose to stand there and block the way, it means that I am prepared to die. Since the other party has killed their way there, they should do the same. The military saints guarding the ancient battlefield ruins are guarding the world. For example, the scholarly sage guarding the academy and the Taoist perfected lord guarding the Taoist temple. Why is there such a good time, place, and people? Probably this is part of the reason. When they are in it, outsiders have to do as the Romans do. Chun Pingon asked, "You understand what I mean?" Sung Yi shook his head honestly. Ma Dui asked, "I understand the general principle, but there is another problem. What if outsiders can forcefully break the world of the saints? Does it mean that the original principle is wrong?" Oh, Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "This means that you have not thought clearly about why the saints can guard the world. This is the root, the thread of the network, the beginning of the order. After that, you will wonder why it is still destroyed by external forces, and why the seemingly unreasonable outsiders beat the reasonable ones with their fists. As for why I said seemingly, it is even more complicated. If there is a chance in the future, I will tell you in detail. Otherwise, you will only feel more and more confused, as if there is reason everywhere, but in the end, everyone is unreasonable." Ma Dui nodded. "Okay, I will wait and see." Chun Pingon smiled. "But I hope that there will not be such a chance." Ma Dui was even more confused. Chun Pingon said slowly, "We have seen the misfortune of the Stonehair Kingdom with our own eyes. Only the poets and heroes are lucky. The voices of the fallen kingdom, the words of grief and indignation, and the civil and military officials who died for the kingdom are the easiest to remember in the history books. We have also walked through the Malay Kingdom. Most of the people are diligent and earnest, the scholars and literati, living a stable life. Tell me, which one is luckier, the Stonehair Kingdom or the Malay Kingdom?" The answer was obvious. Dying generously was a last resort. Having no regrets did not mean that there were no regrets. Living well, even if it was not a pleasant life, was still the most simple wish of the people. Chun Pingon smiled. "We do not know many simple principles, and it is difficult for us to empathize with the suffering of others. But is this not our fortune? No matter how good a person was, they would not be able to empathize with the suffering of others. Years ago in the Yenji County of the Tsai Kingdom, the young man with a hatchet, Zhao Shuxia, protected the little girl. Why was he willing to trust Chun Pingon? It was because children were often more sincere, more sensitive to suffering, and harder to resist. The little girl, nicknamed Wan felt the same joys and sorrows from Chun Pingon, who was in a more similar situation. It was not because, in the eyes of the child, Chin Pingon was better than the girl beside her, who was also a good person. At this moment, Ma Dui and Sun Yi looked at each other. In the end, Chun Pingon's expression was calm as he said, "But where did this luck come from? Shouldn't we know and cherish it? When no one is willing to delve into this matter, there is no need to complain when disaster strikes. The heavens will not listen, right? Is that why there is a bodhisattva sitting upside down on the altar? But I still feel that at this juncture, scholars should still take on some responsibility. They have read more books than the common people, obtained scholarly honors, brought glory to their families, and enjoyed greater fortune than the common people. They should take on some more burdens." Ooh. Chun Pingon gently placed his hands on the armrests of the chair. When everyone sat in an improper posture, sitting as comfortably as possible, loosening the tenons and rocking the chair, the world would not be peaceful. This was why the Confucians paid particular attention to studying and cultivating the body. They had to sit upright and still, and the gentleman was cautious. After seeing the book slip lake, he was so disappointed. But when Chun Pingon left the book slip lake, he walked more roads and thought of more things. On the contrary, he was not so disappointed. After a short 2 days of rest, they left the Immoral Inn and headed for the southernmost territory of the Malay Kingdom. On the way down south, Chun Pingon met a down-and-out scholar. His speech and clothing showed that he had an impressive family background. At that time, the scholar of Malay Kingdom was disheartened about his official career and did not lack money, so he hired a carriage and servants to accompany him on his travels. In the end, one of them was tempted by money and collaborated with the other two to murder him. They almost pushed the scholar, who liked to recite poetry, off the cliff, if it was not for a kind porter who desperately tried to stop them. The scholar would have died before Chun Pingon could do anything. After that, the family might not even be able to find his bones. After Chun Pingon stopped them, he asked the scholar how to deal with the carriages and servants. The scholar was also a strange person. Not only did he give them the salary they deserved and let them take the money and leave, he also said that he remembered their household registration if they dared to do evil again, and he found out he would settle the old and new debts together. A death sentence with their heads cut off was not a problem. The scholar only left behind the porter, who carried the load. Then he insisted on traveling with Chun Pingon. They changed their route and went down south together. The scholar fell in love with Ma Dui at first sight. Chun Pingon was not blind. Even Sun Yi could see that. Furthermore, the way the scholar expressed his goodwill was a bit too clumsy. He had nothing to say, so he deliberately talked loudly with Chun Pingon and criticized the current affairs. Otherwise, he would recite poems and prose in front of the marvelous mountains and rivers. Ma Dui was very annoyed. For the first time, he wanted Mr. Chin to put away the fox skin talisman and put him in his sleeve. What the eye does not see, the heart does not grieve. If it wasn't for the fact that the scholar didn't lose his elegance and didn't have the nerve to introduce himself and show off his family background, Ma Dui would have scolded him and told him to put away his belly full of complaints as soon as possible. The scholar was obviously a descendant of the Malay Kingdom's aristocratic family. Otherwise, the arrogance revealed in his speech was not because he was the top scholar at the age of 20. It was because after 3 years of experience in the capital's Hanlin Academy and the Ministry of Revenue Yamen, he was sent out to be an official. He really wanted to be a good official and have the reputation of being a righteous lord. Unfortunately, after he left office, not to mention the umbrella of the people, there was only a lot of curses. The subordinates of the county Yamen scolded him behind his back for being pedantic and not knowing how to fight for benefits for the Yamen. He only cared about making them suffer. The local tyrants also scolded him for not knowing how to handle affairs. The people also scolded him for fishing for compliments and wasting people's money. One day, when he spoke of his sadness and drank too much wine, the scholar's eyes were filled with tears. He did not care about pretending to be a famous scholar in front of Ma Dui. Chun Pingan did not say much. He only talked about his rough views on honest and good officials. He talked about the benefits of the former and the difficulties of the latter. When the scholar heard this, he was drunk and angry. He said that it was already unacceptable for the officials to live with the light and dust. If they still had to wallow in the mire, then what kind of scholar was he? What kind of official was he? A real scholar should rely on real talent and real knowledge to occupy the center of power step by step. Then he could cleanse the impurities. Only then could he be considered as cultivating the body and governing the country. Otherwise, he should not be an official and let down the sage's principles in the book. Chun Pingan smiled and said that it was reasonable. He did not persuade him. It was not that Chun Pingan felt that the reason was unreasonable or that the scholar's thinking was too naive. It was the troublesome thing of this kind of scholar. Chun Pingan had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Yuan, who had the title of the imperial tutor's disciple, ran into a wall when she first became the county magistrate in Longquan. Speaking of those big surnames, were they not afraid of Cui Dong? However, it was precisely these amiable soft nails that were secretly buried inside and outside of the yamen, causing Wu Yuan to be badly battered. His official career was not smooth, and in the end, he had no choice but to move out of the small town, moving to a place for the legitimate sons of the Yuan and Chao families. Following Long Chuan's promotion from a county to a county, Wu Yuan naturally followed suit and was promoted from a county magistrate to a county governor. However, Chun Pingan dared to assert that Wu Yuan's impression in the Great Li's imperial court had already fallen to the bottom. With a background and a backer, it was naturally not difficult for one to have a smooth sailing life. However, it was destined that one would not be able to have a smooth sailing life. In fact, back then, Wu Yuan had indeed said something from the bottom of her heart to a certain son of a noble family in the capital. She told the secretary clearly that there was a difference between asking everyone to write a plaque for the Wenwu Temple or asking the family to break the deadlock in Longquan. Incense was not only between friends, but even within the family, it would also be used up, so it should not be used carelessly. If the present Chun Pingan heard this, he might sit down with Wu Yuan and have a good drink. Just this sentence alone was enough to make a pot of good wine. In the lotus flower-blessed land, Chun Pingan had seen many generations of officials and officials. When they became local officials, they thought they could do it. In fact, many people went from glory to darkness, and then to complete silence. During this period, there were also shortcuts that broke the rules. After a temporary gain, the local officials also pinched their noses and admitted their losses. However, they often rebounded silently. They increasingly rejected the sons of officials from the capital, and their methods became more sophisticated and insidious, teasing and playing with them like idiots. Therefore, Chun Pingan was now afraid of Su Gaoshan, who had turned from a peasant to a general in the army, but he would not underestimate Chao Gui, who had a noble family name and was blessed by nature at the beginning of the official career. Ma Dui was furious. After holding it in for a long time, he could not bear it anymore and wanted to speak. However, Chun Pingan shook his head and signaled him not to speak. Chun Pingan could actually understand the scholar's dilemma. It was exactly the same as his own situation in the book Slip Lake. Should he ask a tiger for its skin and become an ally with Lu Jimao, who was a mortal enemy, and should not rest until one of them was dead? Should they set the rules for the book Slip Lake together? If he did not do it, it would naturally save him a lot of trouble and effort. If he did it, he would be unhappy in his heart, not to mention other things. Sometimes, in the dead of night, he had to ask himself whether his conscience was lacking. Would there be a day when he would be like Gu Ken, who took a wrong step and could not turn back? Unconsciously, he would become the kind of person he liked and disliked the most in the past. Chun Pingan respected the scholar's choice. Perhaps if he did not become an official, he would have the talent of being the top scholar and the foundation of his family. Wouldn't it be better to concentrate on learning for decades and have students all over the country be a better way to break out of the situation? That was true. That beautiful possibility was right in front of the scholar's path. How could Chen Ping'an bear to say that the scholar was wrong? He should be a scholar with a guilty conscience for the sake of the good fortune of the people at the moment. There was one more good official in the imperial court, but the country had one less real teacher. Chen Ping'an did not dare to jump to conclusions about the trade-offs and gains and losses. These twists and turns were all what Chen Ping'an read and thought about from books. Many words that he once only knew were good, but did not know what was good about them, such as Mr. Cheese, alliances, and Old Man Yao's. The words of all kinds of people on the bamboo slips became clearer and clearer. It was as if the later generations had picked up the beginning and the end of the thread clear and real. When there was a gathering, there would be a parting. No matter how much the scholar liked Ma Duyi, no matter how much he did not care about Ma Duyi's indifference and alienation, he still had to return to the capital. After all, playing around the mountains and rivers was not the scholar's job. When he left, he told him about his family background, because if Mr. Chen wanted to drink with him in the future and ask for directions, he had to have an address. It turned out that the scholar was the grandson of the Minister of Works of Meiyu country. When they met, they would drink together. When they parted, there was no harm in drinking together. This was probably the good Jianghu. In fact, Tseng Yi still did not quite understand why Mr. Chen was willing to waste his time with a scholar. He insisted on accompanying the scholar to more than 100 miles of mountains and rivers, even if the scholar was the grandson of a minister. So what? Tseng Yi did not think that Mr. Chen needed to deliberately befriend such a person. It was not worth it. Not to mention Mr. Chen. Even Tseng Yi, a mountain cultivator who had not reached the middle 5 states, had nothing to do with whether he was a mountain cultivator or not. It was because Tseng Yi met the same person and encountered the same situation. He saved the person, drank, and left. However, when he thought of Mr. Chen, Tseng Yi was relieved. Ma Duyi had said Mr. Chen to his face and was unhappy. Tseng Yi actually felt the same, but it was different from Ma Duyi's. Tseng Yi felt that Mr. Chen was quite good. Perhaps in the future, when he had Mr. Chen's cultivation and state of mind, he would also chat more with the scholar when he met him again. Tseng Yi's, unknowingly, his heart of cultivation had changed from clinging tightly to Mr. Chen's sleeves and surviving. Even if he left Mr. Chen in the future, he wanted to live a more meaningful life. He wanted to live a different life from the wild cultivators on Maoyu Island and even the entire Book Slip Lake. For example, he wanted to be more patient with the mortal teachers at the foot of the mountain. Tseng Yi must not have thought it through, but he had started to think about it. The tall teenager probably did not know that the teenager in Mud Bottle Alley back then also walked like this, and that was how he became the accountant today. After parting with the scholar, the 3 of them rode to the southernmost city of Meiyu country called Jingzhou. The highest official in the city was not the governor, but the owner of the military officer's office. The military officer was second only to the governor of the military officer's office. Chen Ping'an stayed for more than 10 days because he found that the spiritual qi here was far more abundant than that of ordinary towns and cities, and it was beneficial for Ma Duyi and Tseng Yi's cultivation. He chose a large and near the water so that they could cultivate in peace. He himself wandered around the city and heard a lot of things. The military officer had an only son who was mediocre in talent and learning. He had no hope of passing the imperial examinations, and he had no intention of pursuing an official career. He spent most of his time in brothels and had a bad reputation. However, he did not bully men and women. He only had a strange hobby. He liked to let his servants catch cats, dogs, foxes, and the like, break their legs, throw them backward, and watch them as they struggled. In the end, a shocking rumor spread from the military officer's office The military officer's only son's limbs were broken, and his fate was no different from the cats, dogs, and foxes that had suffered at his hands. His mouth was stuffed with cotton, and he was thrown onto the bed. The young man, who had long been hollowed out by alcohol and women, was clearly seriously injured, but he did not die. The military officer was furious. After confirming that it was the work of a demon, he spent a lot of money and invited the immortal masters of 2 immortal abodes to come down the mountain to subdue the demon. Of course, he also wanted to use immortal arts to cure his crippled son. At that time, Chun Pingon happened to be taking a stroll by the riverside of the transportation. He saw with his own eyes a group of immortal masters entering the city on a small immortal boat. The person standing at the bow of the boat was actually a Dragon Gate cultivator. In a vassal state like Mayu country, it was very generous to invite a Dragon Gate cultivator. It seemed that the military officer's residence was indeed very rich. Apart from making it convenient for Tsung Yi and Ma Dui to cultivate, there was actually a more hidden reason why they chose to stay in Jing province. According to the Immortal Court report of the inn by the Spring Flower River, the green-clothed woman and white-clothed youth who had appeared out of nowhere had once stopped the old Jindan, sword cultivator of the Zhuang dynasty, who was known to be one step away from the nascent soul stage in the sky above Jing province. Apart from this battle, there were a total of 3 stop-and-go battles before and after Jing province. In the end, they just happened to kill the sword cultivator at the border between Mayu country and the Zhuang dynasty. Chun Pingon guessed that Cui Dongshan and Miss Wan Xiu were fishing, luring 1 or 2 nascent soul sword cultivators to leave the mountain and lose the protection of the mountain and river formation. Then they would rush to Mayu country's territory without caring about anything else and save the Jindan sword cultivator, who had a promising future and was a national treasure. Otherwise, with Cui Dongshan's nascent soul cultivation and magical treasures, it would not be troublesome at all to deal with a Jindan sword cultivator. It was very likely that the military school's Wanjie or the school of Moism's Su Ruo were hiding at the border of Mayu country. Even if both of them were there, Chun Pingon would not find it strange. As expected of the immortal masters of Dragon Gate cultivators, after meeting up with another group of cultivators of a smaller force, they cured the son of a noble. However, he would walk with a slight limp in the future and was destined to not be able to lift anything heavy. The immortal masters of both sides used their immortal treasures and a spiritual item to follow the clues. That night, they found the demon that dared to attack the military chief's residence. A bloody battle broke out in the city. The immortal masters of each side attacked fiercer than the other, and the demon only avoided them by taking a detour. In fact, to be able to torture the military chief's only son in such a way, sneak in, and then leave quietly, it meant that it would be easy for them to kill the young man. However, for some reason, the demon did not kill anyone. It only injured people. In the night, Chun Pingon had been watching from the top of the city wall with folded arms. If the demon had not been stupid and intentionally or unintentionally chose a route that was not conducive to escape, there would definitely have been heavy casualties in Jingzhou City tonight. It was not that subduing the demon was wrong, but that the immortal masters of Dragon Gate attacked time and time again without thinking about the consequences. In the end, the demon still managed to escape from the city. The immortal masters swept past the top of the city wall like butterflies and sparrows, leaving behind the officers and soldiers who could only wave their flags and shout, and continued their pursuit outside the city. The officers and soldiers in the city certainly would not have thought that the 2 groups of immortal masters who left the city to chase after the demon in an aggressive manner actually stopped very quickly. Even though there were no traces of the demon, they still deliberately took out their spiritual items and smashed them continuously at an empty space. It was extremely dazzling. At the same time, the old immortal master of Dragon Gate, who did not attack with all his strength, changed his direction when he left the city and quietly left the demon-hunting army. Chun Pingon leaped down from the top of the city wall and followed him from a distance. In the mountains over 20 li away from Jingzhou City, Chun Pingon stood on the branch of a large tree and watched the old immortal master fight for a while before using a silver-white magic weapon, the demon-binding rope, to successfully bind the fox that had revealed its true form. The old immortal master successfully used the demon-binding rope to drag the snow-white fox that was covered in blood and went straight to Chun Pingon. He asked with a smile, "What? You want to share the loot?" Chun Pingon floated down to the ground and smiled. "Old immortal master, you've made a good deal. As for my side, I'll go back to the military chief's office and tell them that big demons are hard to tame. Anyway, everyone in the city has seen how you've done your best and dazzling. I'm sure that the border governor won't be able to eat or sleep in peace, and will have to obediently hand over a large sum of immortal money. I sincerely hope that old immortal master will be able to catch the demon until the end. Over here, old immortal master has secretly captured the demon. When the time comes, you can find a fox demon that has just transformed into a human and hand it over to the military chief's office." The old immortal master stroked his beard and smiled. "Young man, you have good eyes. Among my slow-witted disciples, there are a few idiots who don't understand. You only took a few glances from the side, and you already know the key points." Chun Pingon joked, "Old immortal master, you're not going to kill me to silence me, are you?" The old cultivator laughed heartily. "I'm not some deranged wild cultivator who would disown his parents and master for money. Speak, name a price. If the price is fair, then consider it an unexpected windfall for you. After all, a horse won't get fat if it doesn't feed at night." Chun Pingon asked, "Old immortal master, what are you going to do with this demon?" The old immortal master raised the demon-binding rope in his hand. The demon wailed endlessly. After all, it's a demon that cultivated to the sea-viewing realm. After bringing it back to the mountain gate, I'll train it and get rid of its evil tendencies. I'm not boasting, but this is also its good fortune." Chun Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "There's truth and lies. Let's not care about it. However, I still advise old immortal master to reconsider and not use the demon-binding rope to capture me." The old immortal master's eyes were gloomy and unclear. "Young man, you really don't know what's good for you. You're gauging the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. Aren't you afraid that good things will lead to bad things?" Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and restrained his smile. "You actually have to thank this demon. Otherwise, you'd already be half dead after all the sins you've committed in the city." The old immortal master of the Dragon Gate realm laughed, as if he had heard a great joke. The leaves shook and rustled down. Chun Pingon sighed. "You have a way of making money. I think it's very good that you've gotten the ill-gotten wealth of the Chow transportation officials. However, in order to make money, you don't care about the lives of the people. Now you're joining hands with others. When they hear the news and rush over, you'll catch the demon and kill it. It's not very kind of you." The old immortal master looked at the young man, who looked sickly at first. The more he looked, the more he felt something was wrong. He became more and more fearful. Once cultivators started a feud, it was very easy for one side to die. Otherwise, it would be an endless grudge that lasted for hundreds of years. Chun Pingon said, "I'll buy it from you. How about it?" The old immortal master was hesitant. Chun Pingon threw out a jade pendant. It was the first-class consecrator of the Verdant Gorge Island. The old immortal master did not dare to reach out and catch it. The secret arts of cultivators were very strange. No one dared to take it lightly. Chun Pingon did not control the jade pendant back early. He let it hover in the air and let the old immortal master of the Dragon Gate realm scrutinize it carefully. Then he threw out a grain rain coin. "Now, our Verdant Gorge Island is a little chaotic. Our reputation is not as good as before. You're a famous immortal master of archives in Melee country. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. This magic weapon, demon binding rope, would also be mine. Take the money and be quiet. Otherwise, you can stay with your disciple for the rest of your life and cultivate in peace on the mountain." Chun Pingon smiled. Of course, a grain rain coin is definitely not a fair price. But if the price is fair, is it worthy of this jade pendant? Am I right, immortal master? Chun Pingon patted the blade's strengthening gourd. 2 flying swords flew out and disappeared in a flash. The old immortal master's eyelids were trembling. He waved his sleeve and pushed the jade pendant back to the young sword immortal in green cotton-padded clothes. Then he took the grain rain coin and bowed with a smile. "No discord, no concord. If you trust me, you can come to our Dragon Pan Mountain as a guest in the future." Chun Pingon put away the jade pendant. Chu Iwu also flew back to the blade's strengthening gourd and smiled. "Immortal Master, you're so good at doing business. I don't dare to give you money." The old immortal master laughed heartily. He shook the demon-binding rope, and the snow-white fox fell to the ground. He put away the magic weapon and said a few tough words. "As long as the Verdant Gorge Island can stand firm in the Book Lake, the little Dragon Pan Mountain will only give you money and dare not accept gifts. I dare not. If the Verdant Gorge Island is gone one day, I hope we won't meet again. Otherwise, it will hurt our relationship." The old immortal master did not hesitate. After saying these words, he left immediately. Chun Pingon flew up to the branch and landed on the ground after a while. He really left. The snow-white fox curled up on the ground. While healing, she stared at the young immortal master with her eyes wide open. Is he really a sword immortal master? After she went down the mountain, she did not dare to show off. She did not see many immortal masters on the mountain. Therefore, this was the first time she saw a sword immortal master. Chun Pingon waved his hand. "Let's go. Don't show your weakness to the enemy. I know that although you can't fight, you can walk without any problems. Remember not to appear in the Jing province for the time being." She blinked her eyes. Chun Pingon joked, "Why? Are you blaming me for wasting your fortune in the Dragon Pan Mountain?" She opened her mouth and said in a clear voice, "Dragon Coil Mountain is rearing a very terrifying evil python. It is the true guardian of the mountain and likes to devour monsters. So that old bastard just now was lying to you. You must be careful in the future." Chun Pingon nodded, indicating that he would be careful. Then he did not walk forward. Instead, he squatted down on the ground. "Are you wondering why a wild immortal master from the Book Slip Lake, would save you?" She quickly shut her mouth and did not say a word. Chun Pingon smiled and threw a small porcelain bottle. It rolled in front of the snow-white fox and said, "If you don't trust me, you can keep it first." She finally could not help but ask, "What are you after?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Then let me ask you. In order to not hurt the innocent, you were almost caught in the city. What are you after?" She smiled and squinted her eyes. It was very funny for a fox to act like a woman in the human world. She said coquettishly, "Young master, we are kindred spirits." However, she soon put on a bitter face and felt sorry. She always felt that she was sorry for this benefactor of hers, because they were lucky enough to be born as humans. In the words of scolding others, there was a saying that they were worse than beasts. Chun Pingon did not comment and waved his hand. "Go, go. People's hearts are full of evil. It's very scary. In the future, don't rely on your cultivation to play in the human world. You have fought with the heavens and earth and won once. That's why you have today's cultivation. You must cherish it. But when you fight with people, how can you be a match for those wild immortal masters and those wild immortal masters? Go. In the future, if you can't help but come to the human world again, you must be more careful. Also, don't think that you can meet people like me every time in the future. How do you know if a good person today will become a bad person in the future?" She gently raised a paw and covered her mouth. She laughed and said, "How can a person who can say that become a bad person? I don't believe it." Chun Pingon covered his sleeves and squatted there. He smiled and said, "If you don't believe it, it's up to you. But I have to remind you, that old scoundrel of Dragon Coil Mountain might go back on his words. After meeting with the other immortal masters, he might come over to kill you. He'll catch you and feed you to that evil python." Ooh. The snow-white fox hesitated for a moment and quickly put away the porcelain bottle. With a whoosh, it flew out. However, after running for more than 10 steps, it turned its head and stood on its 2 feet. It imitated that person and bowed to bid farewell. That young man had been squatting there, but he didn't forget to wave at her. After that little fellow left, Chun Pingon stood up and slowly walked toward Jingzhou City. He would treat it as a night tour of the forest. Thinking that he lost another grain of grain rain money, Chun Pingon sighed and said that he could not be so prodigal next time. However, this accountant probably forgot that when he gave out a grain of grain rain money at the dog meat shop, he seemed to have reminded him in the same way. Chun Pingon completely forgot about this. As he strolled, he looked up. The bright moon was in the sky, forgetting everything else. First, he set a small goal. For example, 1 second. Remember, Book Guest House mobile version reading website. "4:55. At the dining table, Li'er was a little hesitant. This was the second time his wife had asked him to drink as much as he wanted. It had been many years since the last time. Seeing that Chun Pingon had deliberately suppressed his fist intent and drank 2 or 3 cups of wine, Li'er felt that something was wrong. Why? Did he fall asleep right after getting drunk? Was he thinking that he could eat less of a meal with his fists? But this did not seem like something Chun Pingon would do. However, Li'er was still very happy that someone was drinking with him. He put one leg on the bench, but when he lifted his leg and bent his back to pick up a piece of stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots, his wife glared at him and scolded him to act like an elder. Li'er was very conflicted and could only sit properly. He had never seen her so fussy before. He would occasionally drink a few cups of wine, but his wife did not care about these things. Their family had always been like this. Li Huai liked to squat on the bench and gnaw on chicken legs and hooves when he was young. He did not have any so-called upbringing. Women were not allowed to eat at the table. Li'er's family did not have such rules. Li'er glanced at the dish that was deliberately placed beside Chun Pingon's hand. He realized that his wife was glancing at him. Li'er understood that this dish of stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots had nothing to do with him. The meat dishes on the table were all with Chun Pingon. Li'er's table was filled with vegetables. Li'er took a sip of wine and smiled. Actually, this scene was not unfamiliar to him. During the years when Li Huai did not go out to study and travel, their family had always been like this. Li Huai stayed in the Great Sui Kingdom to study and learn. The 3 of them moved to the foot of Lion Peak in the North Continent. Even though Li Huai often went down the mountain, and the family of 3 gathered for dinner, Li'er always felt that it was a little lacking without Li Huai there. Li'er did not favor boys over girls. This had nothing to do with what kind of person his daughter was. All these years, Li'er had only one request for Li Lu. That was to settle matters outside and not bring them into the house. Of course, his son-in-law was an exception. Chun Pingon was 70 to 80% drunk, but he was not so drunk that his teeth were chattering, and he could walk without hindrance. He left the square table in the main room and went to Li Huai's room to rest. He took off his boots, lay down gently, and closed his eyes. Suddenly, he sat up and turned the boots by the bed so that the tips of the boots were facing inward. Only then did he continue to lie down and sleep soundly. It turned out that he missed his hometown, Luopa Mountain, and his first disciple. Li'er was busy cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks. The woman was still sitting in the same place. She suddenly asked, "Li Er, what do you think of Chun Pingan?" Li Er smiled and said, "Sure. Otherwise, the man wouldn't have thought of selling the Dragon King basket and the golden carp to Chin Pingan. Because of this, he was reprimanded at the Yang family shop." The woman whispered, "Do you think this child likes our daughter?" Li Er stopped what he was doing and said helplessly, "This is not a matter of whether he likes her or not. Chun Pingan already has someone he likes." The woman was disappointed. "Our daughter is not lucky." Li Er smiled and didn't say anything. The woman slammed the table and said angrily, "What are you laughing at? Is Li Lu your biological daughter? Am I the one who stole a man?" Li Er shrunk his neck and said in a muffled voice, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The woman complained, "Our daughter is stupid, and her father is useless. He doesn't even care." What sin did our daughter commit in her previous life to be reincarnated into this family to suffer? Don't tell me that Li Huai will have to support her parents and daughter-in-law in the future, and in the end, even her married sister will have to take care of her for the rest of her life? Li Er asked curiously. "Don't Dong Shui Jing and Lin Shui, who studied in the same school as Li Huai, like our daughter since she was young? I didn't see you care so much before. And the scholar who walked with us last time, didn't you also think that he was not bad?" The woman shook her head. "That's not the same. I think Chin Pingan is the most like Mr. Chi from the school. I can't reason with him, but I'm very good at judging people." Li Er didn't say anything else. He nodded and continued to clean up the dishes. The last time his wife let him drink to his heart's content, it was Mr. Chi who came. The woman asked tentatively, "Does our daughter really have a chance?" Li Er felt a little guilty. The next round of punches would make Chun Pingan full. Even if he had a chance, he probably wouldn't have a chance. The next day, at dawn, Chun Pingan got up and helped to carry water back. At the well, the neighbors asked and said that it was a distant relative of the Li family. Then Li Er took Chun Pingan out to Lion Peak and told the woman that they were going for a walk on the mountain. The woman was beaming with joy and couldn't close her mouth. She didn't say anything. Li Er was a little confused. He didn't know what was going on. Li Er took Chun Pingan straight to Lion Peak's ancestral hall. They chatted along the way. Li Er thanked Chun Pingan about Chung Dafeng guarding the door at Luapa Mountain. Chun Pingan said that it was nothing. Li Er said that with Chung Dafeng's temper, if it was in the past, he would definitely not be willing to return to the Yang family shop for the rest of his life. He would just eat and wait for death. His life would really be over. In the end, his master didn't treat Chung Dafeng as a disciple even once. Chung Dafeng also didn't dare to treat himself as a disciple for the rest of his life. In the current situation, although he was down and out, the master and disciple were already master and disciple. It was very different. Chun Pingan had always felt that this Uncle Li was the kind of person who understood life the best in the world. Now, it seemed like that was indeed the case. The Lion Peak's mountain master, Huang Kai, was an old immortal master with an immortal aura. Among the nascent soul cultivators in the North Continent, Huang Kai was famous for being good at fighting. Li Er didn't exchange pleasantries and directly asked this famous old nascent soul cultivator to seal the mountain. Huang Kai didn't say anything else and immediately ordered Lion Peak to seal the mountain. He also didn't mention when the mountain would open. For an immortal mountain, sealing the mountain was a big deal. It was either a great enemy or the patriarch was in seclusion to break through the realm. Li Er handed the respectful Lion Peak's mountain master a piece of paper and asked Huang Kai to get the medicine according to what was written on the paper. Huang Kai still didn't ask anything. He just looked at the young outsider with a strange gaze. If Chun Pingan said that the shop at the foot of the mountain was a little dark under the light, now that he was interacting with an outsider, he immediately understood. However, he didn't explain much. Everything could wait until Li Lu returned to Lion Peak. Li Er brought Chun Pingon to the gate of an ancient mansion at the peak of Lion Peak. This was the place where the Lion Peak's founding patriarch cultivated in his early years. After he passed away, it was never opened again. After Li Lu returned to Lion Peak, the gate of the mansion was reopened. There was a different world inside, and even Huang Kai wasn't qualified to take half a step in. Chun Pingon stepped in and realized that it was a karst cave waterway. After passing through the mountain restriction at the gate of the mansion, there was a ferry. The water was dark green, and there was a small boat docked at the shore. Li Er personally carried it forward. In the cave, there was neither the sun, nor the moon, nor the immortals' fluorite or candlelight. It was still as bright as day. After the small boat traveled for more than 10 miles, the view suddenly opened up. In the distance, there was a strange mirror as big as a lake. It was slightly lower than the surface of the lake. The water from all directions poured into it and disappeared. Li Er explained, "This mirror is the entrance to an ancient cave. Someone didn't like that cave, so they created this formation and have been watering it with water. This mirror is quite tough. Ordinary, vigorous fists of the 10 realms can't do anything. Even if I once used 80 fists of pure to shatter it for a moment, it would still be restored to its original state. It is said that only the last realm of the 10 realms' divine arrival can completely break the mirror. I still need to polish my fist for a long time before I have a chance to enter the divine arrival realm. After that, I can be considered to have broken through the broken path of martial arts and embarked on a true path to heaven." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, "Such a precious immortal treasure. It would be a pity to completely shatter it." As for the 3 realms of the 10 realms of martial artists, he had heard of them and just remembered them. Li Er smiled and said, "Only when you can use your fists to break the mirror will you have the right to say whether it is a pity or not." Chun Pingon felt that until this moment, the person standing beside him was no longer Li Er. Instead, it was a martial artist of the 10 realms. Li Er's figure was no longer beside him. Chun Pingon knew that something was wrong. As expected, without any warning, a sweep came from behind him. Chun Pingon's figure seemed to collapse, his fist intent retracted. He didn't care about any style and tried to leap forward. Unexpectedly, he was still swiftly kicked in the back of his waist. There was a series of cracking sounds like firecrackers. Chun Pingon, who could treat the physique of ordinary martial artists of the Golden Body realm as paper, was kicked like a drawn bowstring. After a bang, logically speaking, Chun Pingon should have been kicked dozens of feet away. But Li Er's fist was far faster than Chun Pingon's movement. Standing beside Chun Pingon, he punched downwards, smashing into the chest of the leaning back Chun Pingon. This punch caused Chun Pingon's back to fall to the ground. Li Er stretched out his leg, twisted his ankle, and casually lifted Chun Pingon, who had smashed onto the back of his foot, onto the mirror. Chun Pingon, who only felt that a breath of pure Jinchi was about to collapse, fell heavily onto the mirror. He bounced a few times and suddenly slapped the mirror with his palm. He floated up and stood still, but he still couldn't help but vomit blood. Li Er was still standing on the small boat. The man and the boat didn't move at all. This man said slowly, "Be careful. I don't know the strength of my punches." Back then, Song Jianqiang and I were both at the peak of the 9th realm. In that fight in Liju Grotto Heaven, we fought to our heart's content, and I almost accidentally killed him. Chun Pingon took a deep breath. Seeing that Li Er had no intention of immediately attacking, he gently rolled up his sleeves and lightly twisted the mirror with the tip of his foot. It was indeed abnormally solid. It was like being used to the mud roads of Clay Bottle Alley and then walking on the limestone streets of Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Alley. It was a feeling. What did this mean? It meant that taking a punch from Li Er was a kind of pain. Then crashing into the mirror would add fuel to the fire. It would be more disastrous than crashing into the walls of Luapa Mountain's bamboo building. Chun Pingan's figure swayed. He smiled bitterly and asked, "Uncle Li, do you always punch at the ninth realm?" Li Er shook his head and said, "Of course not." Without waiting for Chin Pingan to feel a little better, Li Er added, "And the 10th realm." Just based on the fact that this kid called him Uncle Li, he couldn't let Chin Pingan call him that for nothing. Li Er felt that he had to be honest. At the table after the meal, there was a huge commotion to talk about on the North Continent mountain recently. On the way back to the sect, the Cool Breeze sect's leader, He Xiaoyang, inexplicably had a huge conflict with the infatuated Su Xian, the man and woman who were supposed to be a pair of immortal Tao companions. Not only did not have any sincerity, it was unknown what Su Xian said, but He Xiaoyang actually fought fiercely. In a secluded mountain in the Hualing dynasty, after both sides had demarcated the boundary, He Xiaoyang and Su Xian fought until the mountains and rivers within a radius of 100 miles changed color. The spiritual energy within 1,000 miles of the mountains and rivers was incomparably chaotic. Su Xian was seriously injured and escaped far away. However, He Xiaoyang directly killed his 2 personal maidservants, and the 2 young female golden core cultivators died. He Xiaoyang also fought for the 2 swords, cough beads, and talismans, and brought them to the Cool Breeze sect. Then, he casually threw the 2 treasures outside the mountain gate. The female sect leader spread the word that if Su Xian had the ability, he could come and take them. If he didn't have the ability and courage, he could let his master, Bai Chong, come and take the swords. After Su Xian returned to the mountain, he went into seclusion to heal his injuries. It was rumored that the matter of ascending to the upper 5 realms would have to be delayed for at least 10 years. In this way, at least in terms of realms, once Lu Jinglong broke through and was able to withstand Li Kai and Dong Zhu's sword-seeking 3 times, Su Xian's cultivation base was not only slower than Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect by 10 years. Su Xian, who was second only to Lin Su among the 10 young people in the northern continent, would also exchange seats with Lu Jinglong. Therefore, the number 1 sword immortal of the northern lands, Bai Chong, did not sit idly by. However, he did not rely on his identity as a sword immortal to go to the Cool Breeze sect to denounce He Xiaoyang. Bai Chong only said 1 sentence. As long as he, Bai Chong, was in the northern continent, He Xiaoyang could forget about ascending to the ascendant realm. The 2 sects, which were supposed to have a marriage alliance, became mortal enemies. Many fence-sitters, including the Chonglin sect, began to cut off contact with the Cool Breeze sect. Many of their business dealings were even more difficult. Many of the secular forces at the foot of the mountain, including the emperor of the Hualong dynasty's Han family, began to secretly regret. Many of the cultivators who originally planned to send to the Cool Breeze sect to cultivate, even if they were halfway there, returned home. Many of the immortal mountains around the Cool Breeze sect also began to intentionally or unintentionally alienate the Cool Breeze sect, whose foundation was not stable to begin with. They strictly ordered the cultivators of their own mountains not to have too much involvement with the Cool Breeze sect. One of the direct disciples of the Heavenly Lord Xie Shi went to the Cool Breeze sect in an aggressive manner. In the end, He Xiaoyang did not see the big picture. The 2 sides, who were originally close to each other, parted on bad terms. After that, the Cool Breeze sect became more and more isolated. There was no help in all directions. Allies were no longer allies. Those who were not allies even became potential hostile forces, causing trouble. No one thought that a new sect that had completely angered the great sword immortal Bai Chong could stay in the northern continent for long. Meanwhile, the Cool Breeze sect was also in turmoil. Half of the consecrators and guests had cut ties with the Cool Breeze sect and sent secret letters. The chairs in the ancestral hall were reduced by as many as 5 in one night. He Xiaoyang was also a strange person. He did not break those chairs. He only moved them out of the ancestral hall and placed them under the eaves outside the door. The Cool Breeze sect, which did not have many disciples to begin with, became even more deserted. Fortunately, the 9 unnamed disciples that He Xiaoyang had taken in during his travels in the northern continent were still considered stable. No one chose to betray the Cool Breeze sect in the eyes of the outside world. It was because those fellows did not understand the meaning of the name Bai Chang. They also did not know that it was extremely dangerous to become enemies on the mountain and shed all pretense of cordiality. These 9 first-generation disciples after the establishment of the Cool Breeze sect were brought back to the mountain by He Xiaoyang one after another. Most of them were ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Their ages were not too different. The oldest person was only in his 30s, and the youngest was only a child of 5 or 6 years old. He Xiaoyang's way of taking in disciples was very strange. Aptitude was also important, but it was not the most important. It was fine as long as they could embark on the path of cultivation. It was more dependent on their own affinity. Today, He Xiaoyang left the small grotto heaven where she cultivated alone. The Cool Breeze sect occupied a place with good feng shui. However, they did not do much construction. They only opened up a small piece of land on the mountainside of the ancestral mountain. The huts were adjacent to each other, and the 9 disciples lived there. Only the place used for teaching and dispelling doubts looked a little like a rich family's mansion. It was similar to the ancestral hall of the rich families at the foot of the mountain. It was used to worship the ancestors, and also to invite teachers to teach the family disciples. When He Xiaoyang took in disciples, she only taught them a Taoist chant that did not have any superiority or inferiority. Other than that, she did not care about it anymore. However, she invited an outsider to teach the disciples daily. This person was neither a consecrator nor a guest, but he had been teaching the 9 disciples here for several years. He did not restrict himself to analyzing the mysteries of the Taoist scriptures. He could teach all the knowledge of the 3 religions and 100 schools. He Xiaoyang seemed to have a lot of trust in this Mr. Li. She was not worried that his teaching here would mislead the disciples and delay their cultivation. She was also not worried that the Cool Breeze sect, which she had said that she would not take in disciples for 100 years, would become a non-existent immortal sect. The 9 of them were still disciples in name for the time being. They were very respectful to this young Mr. Li. He Xiaoyang came to the window of the lecture hall. That master, Li was talking about the poems and articles of the Confucian school. Previously, he talked about the merits of "The pond grows spring grass" and "The moon shines over the tall building." He lamented that these seemingly straightforward poems were the most powerful. They would make future generations of poets regret that they were born thousands of years later. Then he went on to talk about a wealthy family at the foot of a mountain or a sect on a mountain. He talked about the temperament of the sect's founder and how it would affect the family's style. Finally, he told the 9 of them what they should do if they were to become the sect's founder in the future. When someone saw their master appear, they wanted to stand up and bow. However, He Xiaoyang stretched out her hand and pressed down twice, indicating that in the lecture hall, the teacher was the one with the highest authority. That young-looking Master Li threw out a question and let the 9 students think about it. Then he left the lecture hall and followed He Xiaoyang. He said, "Sect leader He, you clearly don't have to do this. Forget it. As an outsider, I won't ask too much about the reason. However, I am sure that Bai Shang always keeps his word." Even if He Xiaoyang was the direct disciple of the Taoist sect leader, they were still separated by a whole world. Moreover, if the sword immortals of the northern continent were to get angry, they would not care about these things. Bai Shang obviously did not care now. It was said that in the earliest days of the northern continent, there was once an ancient sword immortal and a student of the sage master. They would point their swords at people and ask with a smile if they would cut them down. The answer was, of course, to cut them down. However, in the end, that sword immortal died in battle at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The Confucian sage founded the Darling Duck Academy in the northern continent. When he was alive, he took care of the Sword Immortal's descendants. He Xiaoyang smiled and said, Mr. Li, I have only been in the Jade Raw realm for a few years. If I were to reach the next immortal realm and then reach the bottleneck, it would take me hundreds of years. If Bai Shang is willing to wait, then let him wait. The scholar, who was respectfully addressed as Mr. Li by He Xiaoyang, said, The disciple of Lord of Heaven Xie sure was a bit aggressive. He Xiaoyang said, when he was traveling back then, he was taught by Bai Shang. He owes Bai Shang a debt of gratitude. In addition, the Qingliang sect was established and occupied a considerable portion of the Daoist sect's province in the northern continent. This person would naturally lean towards Su Xian and Bai Shang. Mr. Li shook his head and said, If logic can be applied and borrowed like this, I think there is a big problem with Heavenly Lord Xie Shi's teachings. He Xiaoyang held back her laughter. Mr. Li was puzzled and asked, Was I wrong? Always think of your own mistakes first. This was the foundation of this scholar's study. He Xiaoyang shook her head and said, I hope Mr. Li can repeat this. Mr. Li smiled and said, If there is a chance, you can try. However, looking at the way Heavenly Lord Xie and the entire sect do things, they might not be likable. He Xiaoyang did not harp on this question. She was afraid that she would laugh out loud. At the same time, she pitied the Heavenly Lord's disciple. She turned her head and looked at a handsome young man under the thatched cottage in the distance. His name was Cui Ci, and he was Mr. Li's attendant who had traveled across continents for many years. Mr. Li said, I should go down the mountain. He Xiaoyang bowed and said, I dare not ask you to stay. Li Shixing bowed as a Confucian disciple. Even if the other party did not return the greeting with a bow, He Xiaoyang still shifted her footsteps and dodged. However, in the end, she was still in the pure jade realm and was also on the Cool Breeze Sex Mountain. Her movements were not noticed by anyone, at least in the eyes of the porcelain person. Cui Ci, the female sect master, was still standing in the same place, graciously accepting his teacher's greeting. Dali's imperial study. The small court meeting was over. Imperial tutor Cui? Surprisingly, he did not leave. This was something that had never happened before. Emperor Song he did not ask. He just quietly waited for the imperial tutor to continue. Cui stood up from the chair and gently wiped with 2 fingers. A long scroll of mountains and rivers appeared in the imperial study. It was the 3 continents of the Aquarius continent, the northern continent, and the Tongya continent. The young emperor quickly got up and walked to Cui. Beside him, Cui, he slowly said, In the large court meeting, a country's monarch and civil officials talk about the current matters far from the new year. In the small court meeting, a country's monarch and civil officials talk about the long-term matters of the next 10 years. Right now, I am privately talking to Your Majesty about a 100-year plan. Your Majesty may be able to see part of the process, but you may not be able to see the final result with your own eyes. Songyi said softly, just like how father could not see the hooves of the Dali iron cavalry stepping on the beach of old dragon cities. Cui? He said bluntly, more or less. He was not disappointed. Instead, he was filled with joy. He smiled. Teacher, I have actually been waiting for this day. In front of this imperial tutor, as long as there were no other officials around, the young emperor would always follow the etiquette of a student. This matter, there was no need for the Empress Dowager to remind him. Cui? He said, when the situation in the Aquarius continent is settled, it will inevitably be handed over to the Hanlin Academy to compile the biography of the various vassal states' officials. This is definitely not something that Your Majesty can reveal when you are still in office to prevent the people in the imperial court from being disappointed. This can only be done by the succeeding emperor. This is a family matter of the Aquarius continent and the Dali dynasty. Your Majesty can first think about it and make a list. Later on, I will see if there is anything that needs to be added. Mending the hearts of the people is as important as mending the old mountains and rivers. After saying that, Chui pointed to the north continent of the Aquarius continent, looking at the vast north continent. What does your Majesty think? Song, he replied, compared to the past, it is very empty. The sword cultivators of the continent had already left for the inverted, suspended mountain. Chui? He nodded his head and said, let me advise your Majesty, the Song clan never think of meddling in the territories of other continents. It is impossible. Song, he was slightly regretful. He initially thought that this Dali imperial tutor, his teacher, would have bigger ambitions than he thought. Chui laughed. Big ambitions, but little talent. Isn't that empty? Song, he looked awkward. Chui pointed to the skeleton beach at the southernmost part of the North Continent to build a long bridge between the cloud-splitting mountain and the skeleton beach. How does your Majesty think it should be built? Song, he laughed, relying on the money of the deities. Chui nodded his head but asked again, where does the true source of the deities' money come from? Song, his gaze swept across the picture and looked at the continent further south than the Aquarius continent, the Tongyi continent that is destined to be broken. Chui? He did not nod his head in agreement, nor did he shake his head to deny it. He only asked again, ultimately, how do you earn money and spend it? Song, he shook his head. The question was too big. Chui said, after thinking about how to earn money, it is for the sake of spending it. If not, what is the point of staying in the Dali treasury? Every household has mountains of gold and silver. Can it be used as food? This is what the Great Li's Song clan did to save themselves after using a continent as their territory. Chui raised his sleeves and pointed to the North Continent and Tongyi Continent at the northern and southern ends of the Aquarius Continent at the same time, giving his answer. How to earn money from the North Continent is for the sake of reasonably repairing the broken mountains and rivers of the Tongyi Continent. With this in and out, Dali seems to be not earning money, but it has been accumulating its national strength. At the same time, it has gained the approval of the Confucian Temple. It is not that Emperor Song he knows how to conduct himself, but it is that Dali's national policy is truly in line with the etiquette and rules of the Confucian Temple. It has become the trend of the times. You Chui, and I will do things that make some people unhappy. Even if the other party has the ability to make you, me, and Dali unhappy, the saints of the Confucian Temple will watch coldly from the sidelines. As soon as they reach out, they will be punished. Chui? The embroidered tiger put down his hands and turned to stare at Song He. His expression was slightly cold. Your Majesty, this doesn't mean that your Majesty is wiser and more powerful than the previous emperor. It is just that your Majesty is luckier. You became the emperor later, and your throne is higher. However, your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. The merits and demerits belong to the previous emperor. In the future, all the merits and demerits will belong to your Majesty alone. Your Majesty, there is no need to compete with a dead previous emperor. If you can't recognize this, I think I spoke too early to your Majesty today. Song he bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will remember your teachings. Chui said, Erase some traces of the previous emperor's rule. The previous emperor is dead, and the new emperor is enthroned. What's so difficult about that? Minister Guan and the other old foxes will only laugh at you for being a stingy emperor. In fact, you don't need to say or do anything. After a few more years, the civil and military officials, old and young, will naturally be so smart that no one will be able to see through them. When you become the emperor of the Song clan, your ambition is to rule a continent. The country is surrounded by oceans. This is already an unprecedented feat. You should show some of the emperor's magnanimity that matches it. When the old officials of the previous emperor's dynasty no longer have Chui, Yu Songhe will be able to sit in a small court meeting and still be loyal to you and respect you. That is your true ability. If one day, I will no longer dare to treat you as a student, then Songhe will be the true emperor. Chui continued, of course, these two things are difficult. However, Your Majesty, you can try. The emperor's temperament is difficult to predict. That is a trick. You can't have it all, but you can't be the master. Even if the Song clan's throne is cut off one day, every time the history books of the future generations write about Dali, Song, he will still be the most colorful stroke. If you want to avoid it, you can't avoid it. If you don't praise him the most, then you are the most vicious. In the end, Chui said with a smile, I will tell Your Majesty some of the schemes of the two continents and the existing chess pieces. Your Majesty will always be Your Majesty. The imperial tutor will only be the imperial tutor. After Pei Qian was carried back to the first floor by Chen Rushu, he had an unprecedented 3 days of rest. The key point was that he didn't have to lie in bed for one day, and one night without being able to move. Pei Qian happened to hear that Wei Pai was about to hold the Third God's Night tour banquet. This made Pei Qian, who had finished copying books, very happy. Zhu Lian said that this was called 3 days without a beating. Pei Qian was in a good mood and didn't argue with old chef. Besides, in the letter that his master sent back to Luopa Mountain, at the end, he officially agreed to promote Zhou Mili to the right protector of Luopa Mountain. After letting Pei Qian read the letter 17 or 18 times, he went to the second floor to practice for the first time. He puffed out his chest and stepped on the bamboo stairs step by step. He also shouted loudly for Old Man Chui to quickly open the door and punch him. At that time, Chen Lingjun, who was watching from the first floor, thought that Pei Qian might have been beaten silly or gone mad. At this time, in Zhu Lian's courtyard, Wei Pai was playing chess with Zheng Dafeng. Chen Rushu gently nibbled on melon seeds. Chen Lingjun had bet that Wei Pai would win, so he placed a handful of snow coins next to the Wei Pai brothers' chess jars. However, Zhu Lian kept nagging over there, saying that Wei Pai was now an immortal in the pure jade realm. His chess skills had skyrocketed, so Chen Lingjun should have a higher chance of winning. In the end, Chen Lingjun looked at the situation and placed a snow coin next to Wei Pai's chess jar. Pei Qian and Zhou Mili, who was carrying the mountain walking stick, ran in circles around the stone table. Wei Pai put his elbow on the table and poked his forehead with his finger. Now that he had boarded the pirate ship, it would be difficult to get off. In any case, his reputation as the righteous god of Beiwei was completely ruined. Zheng Dafeng said angrily, Losers, if you keep making noise like this, I will lose the game and Brother Lingjun will lose money. You have to pay for it. Pei Qian ran without stopping. Why should I pay for it? Don't you look like a fool? Pei Qian continued to hum her folk song. Zhou Mili followed behind Pei Qian and asked curiously, Where is this song from? I've never heard of it before. Pei Qian stopped and crossed her arms. It's a song from my hometown. Unfortunately, it was written so well that it didn't spread. Zhou Mili felt that Pei Qian's words didn't make sense. She held the mountain walking stick with both hands and frowned, lost in thought. After Zhu Lian received Cui Dongshan's letter, he still had to wait for Lu Baixiang to come to Luopa Mountain. After attending Wei Ba's night party together, he would go with Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Hairpin Island to look for the Water Temple's dragon boat. Unlike Chun Pingan's instructions in the letter, after Zhu Lian received Cui Dongshan's reply, there was no need to worry about the Great Li's cavalry and spies. Cui Dongshan, would deal with them properly. He was supposed to take the fallen Princess Royal to her hometown anyway. However, Zhu Lian still told Lu Zhongruan that this matter was full of danger. It would be better not to act, otherwise it could be a big disaster. In any case, Zhu Lian's words were just to scare people. In the end, After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Zhongruan gritted his teeth and decided not to touch the Water Temple's dragon boat. Zhu Lian then ignored Lu Zhongruan and the others. Things had changed, and Luapa Mountain decided to take more risks, so the two sides could actually give it a try. However, the split between the two sides could no longer be 50-50. Luapa Mountain had to take 20% more. The two sides haggled, and it became 40-60 for Xie Back and Luapa Mountain. Zhu Lian actually didn't really want this extra 10%. When he and Lu Baixiang accompanied Lu Zhongruan to search for treasure, he naturally had a reason to say that the mountain chieftain of Luopa Mountain, who was out on a long journey, had replied and warned him that Zhu Lian had to follow the original plan and split the profits 50-50. At that time, it would seem that everything had returned to normal. Of course, Zhu Lian didn't do a lot of work for nothing. When the Cloud-Pinning Mountain officially held the night party, Pei Qian and Zhou Mili didn't participate in the night party. Pei Qian was busy copying more books so that he wouldn't know too much because of the boxing. Strangely, even Chen Lingjun didn't join in the fun this time. Instead, his brother Yu Jiang Shueishin made a special trip to Luapa Mountain afterwards to ask why Chen Lingjun didn't show up. After that, Zhu Lian and Lu Baixiang went down the mountain to do business. Lu Zhongruan, who accompanied them, was worried. He felt that the future was uncertain and that fortune and misfortune were interdependent. After all, they were digging for treasure under the eyes of Dali's cavalry. Lu Baixiang's two disciples, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, stayed on Luapa Mountain. The two of them chatted with Sun Yuanji, who was brought up the mountain by Zhu Lian. 3 days of playing outside the bamboo building, compared to 3 days later. The boxing practice in the bamboo building was a world of difference. Zhou Mili carried the mountain walking stick and guarded the path from the mansion to the bamboo building. She didn't allow any outsiders to visit the bamboo building. This was the chief steward Zhu Lian's orders. Zhou Mili didn't dare to leave her post without permission. However, as long as Chen Rushu finished his work, he would run over and eat melon seeds and pastries with Zhou Mili. When it was time to do something, Chen Rushu would leave. Zhou Mili obediently squatted in the area that Pei Qian had previously drawn for her. At first, Zhou Mili felt wronged. She felt that the circle drawn by Pei Qian was too small, which made her the right protector of Luapa Mountain, not big enough. Pei Qian asked her if the door gods of the Riding Dragon Alley at the foot of the mountain were as small as a piece of paper. Was it as big as the circle under her feet? Let's see if those door gods will complain about it. Pei Qian finally asked with a straight face, Zhou Mili, aren't you a bit cocky as the right protector? Zhou Mili hurriedly shook her head. Zhou Mili squatted in the circle alone, moving along the non-existent line, and circling the circle little by little. When the little girl in black with the mountain walking stick took 1 or 2 steps around, someone jumped out of the soil behind her. A little lotus person came out and trotted a few steps on the 2nd floor of the bamboo building. Chui Cheng stepped on Pei Qian's forehead on the ground and twisted it hard. He lowered his head and asked, before practicing boxing today, you little trash dared to ask me when my boxing practice would end. Chui Cheng kicked one side of Pei Qian's temple and turned to look at the girl who was curled up at the foot of the wall. You go to the end of the Broken Head Road first. Pei Qian slowly stretched her body. She was just trying to vent her anger. Now she staggered to her feet with her face full of blood. She opened her mouth wide and tilted her head. She stretched out 2 fingers and shook a tooth. Then she pulled it hard and pulled it out. She carefully put away the bloody tooth and hid it in her sleeve. Her master once said that every child would grow up. During this period, the teeth that fell out should be thrown on the top of the bed to make a wish for peace. Pei Qian bent down and clenched her fists. She gently clenched and loosened them and stared at Chui Cheng. He saw her tiptoe touch the ground. Her body soared into the air. Her foot heavily stomped on the wall of the bamboo building behind her. Her body shot forward like an arrow. Midway, she abruptly dropped down, twisted her ankle, slid several steps, deviating from a straight line. Using the iron cavalry chisel formation, she opened her fist wide, raised her fist, and sent a punch toward Chui Chung, the deity beating the drum style. Pei Qian might not know that the deity drum beating style was the style her master used the least to confront Chui Chung, because he knew it was the most useless. But Pei Qian was the opposite. This was the fist she used the most to attack the old man. She punched again and again without success. The old man punched Pei Qian's head. He didn't expect that the moment Pei Qian's body flew out, she kicked out fiercely. Obviously, she had the idea from the beginning that if you punch me, I will kick you back. Unfortunately, Chui Chung grabbed her ankle with one hand and swung her up high. He slammed her heavily on the ground. Pei Qian's body curled up again. In an instant, her breathing became faster and slower. Chui Chung sneered and said, "You're a little trash who can't even compare to Qin Pingan. If I were that big trash, I would also despise you for eating a mouthful of rice. It's a waste of Luo Pa Mountain's wealth. You want to rub the corner of this old man's clothes? You think this old man is that Sun Yuan who practiced martial arts like he was sleeping? Again? Don't pretend to be dead. If I can rub the corner of your clothes, this old man will take your surname." Pei Qian heavily hit the ground with his elbow. His body floated in the air, and he stood still. Intermittently, he said vaguely, "You don't have to take my surname. Just take my master's surname. We still have to see if my master agrees." Chui Chung came in front of Pei Qian in one step. He put one hand behind his back and grabbed Pei Qian's face. Then he took another step and slammed Pei Qian into the wall. The latter's hands and feet hung down. Chui Chung let go of his hand. Pei Qian sat on the ground with his back against the wall. There was a big smear of blood on the wall above his head. Chui Chung sneered. "Chun Pingan is a waste who is afraid of death. Only he would raise a waste who is afraid of death like you. You and your master should hide in Mud Bottle Alley for the rest of your life, picking up chicken shit and dog shit every day. Chun Pingan is really blind to choose you, Pei Qian, as his first disciple. You are destined to hide behind him for the rest of your life. How can a pitiful worm like you deserve to be a disciple and talk about opening the mountain?" Pei Qian's fingers moved slightly. Finally, he raised his head with difficulty and moved his lips slightly. As a result, the old man stepped on his forehead and bent over. "Little waist, what are you talking about? This old man begs you to speak louder. Are you saying that this old man is right? You and Chun Pingan should stay in Mud Bottle Alley for the rest of your life, picking up chicken shit and dog shit. What, you pick up chicken shit and dog shit with your walking stick, and then let Chun Pingan put it in a dustpan. This is the best. You don't have to practice martial arts for too long. When Chun Pingan rolls back to Luo Pa Mountain, you and your master, big and small waist, can stay in Mud Bottle Alley." Pei Qian, who was sitting on the ground, slowly raised his hand and punched Chui Cheng's foot. The old man retracted his foot. After the punch missed, he changed his foot and heavily stepped on Pei Qian's head. A moment later, Pei Qian changed her hand and raised his arm to punch. Only then did the old man take a few steps back. He clicked his tongue and said, "With this ability, it seems that you can go with that trash Chun Pingan to Faloo Street or Peach Leaf Alley to clean the boots of those rich masters to make money. Once Chun Pingan cleans someone's boots, you, as a disciple, can smile and bow, greeting him with a welcome back." Pei Qian's hands and back firmly pressed against the wall. Inch by inch, she slowly got up. She tried to open her eyes and open her mouth, but no sound came out. The old man smiled. He knew what the little girl was scolding him. Pei Qian bowed her head and bent her waist, gently gasping. Her vision was blurred, and she could not see anything clearly. The old man turned around and walked to the bamboo door. He turned his head and smiled. This old man will open the door now. You can write to Chin Pingon and say that you, as his disciple, can finally share the burden of your master. Have you thought of a good idea to make money for your master? In any case, Chin Pingon came from a peasant background. With such a good-for-nothing disciple like you, earning this kind of money, even if it's shabby, what can he do? I don't think so. In the twinkling of an eye, Cui Cheng stopped and narrowed his eyes. Pei Qian, who had almost fainted, subconsciously opened her eyes. Her body swayed and stepped out. The next time her body swayed more. After a few steps, Pei Qian disappeared. She stepped out horizontally and suddenly stopped. She jumped up high and pounced on Cui Cheng, punching him in the head. Just like in the small town back then, there was a young man in straw sandals who flew across the stream like an eagle. Cui Cheng hesitated for a moment, but still turned his shoulder and dodged Pei Qian's punch. However, the old man did not punch this time. He just turned his head and saw the little girl squatting on the ground near the door. She had already fainted. She was probably blocking the way and not letting Cui Cheng open the door. Cui Cheng came to the little girl's side and sat down cross-legged. He reached out and gently pressed her little head. He nodded and smiled. Very good. "456. On the road back to the north, Chun Pingon stopped his horse at the peak of an unknown mountain because he planned to find an immortal fairy nearby and take a ferry back to Longquan County in Dali. He took advantage of this last opportunity when the sun was high up in the sky to dry the bamboo slips that he had not taken out for a long time. There were bamboo slips from the green immortal mountain of the Chestun Mountain, ordinary green bamboo from the wild, and purple bamboo from the island in the Book Slip Lake. The mountains nearby rose and fell, but there was an ancient tea-horse path in the mountains. After entering the mountains, there were some merchants hurrying back and forth. Chun Pingon deliberately chose a small path at a fork in the road. He walked a few miles on the ridge road and came to the top of the mountain to dry the bamboo slips. After flipping through all the bamboo slips, Chun Pingon squatted at the side, lost in thought. When he thought of how much debt he owed, his head really hurt. Chun Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and kept comforting himself. After returning to Longquan County under the operation of Wei Pai, he was a big landlord. He had to show some magnanimity. What was a little debt? Chun Pingon rubbed his cheeks and felt that it was reasonable. Money was a worldly possession. A gentleman used money wisely. Chun Pingon slapped himself on the cheek. Did he really think that he was a child of wealth? Then Chun Pingon turned his head and looked. An old Confucian scholar that he had met on the way was standing in the distance, panting. When he saw him, he seemed to be afraid of meeting a madman and was about to turn around and go down the mountain. At that time, Chun Pingon rode past the old Confucian scholar and the attendant. Looking at their footsteps and breathing, they were ordinary people. Of course, if the other party was an expert and hid very deeply, Chun Pingon would not deliberately investigate. The young attendant with the burden on his shoulders did not come with the old Confucian scholar. Perhaps the old Confucian scholar wanted to climb the mountain alone, to write a poem. After expressing his feelings, he would immediately return and continue on his journey. Of course, it was also possible that a great cultivator who hid his strength and wore the appearance of a Confucian scholar had taken Chun Pingon as a fat sheep and wanted to kill him and rob him. Chun Pingon did not care. The old Confucian scholar seemed to have gone through a struggle in his heart, but he still made up his mind. He came to a dozen steps away from Chun Pingon and bent over to look at the bamboo slips. After looking at them for a moment, he was relieved. He turned his head and asked with a smile, "Young man, are you going to study alone?" Chun Pingon thought for a moment and nodded with a smile. "I guess so. I want to walk around more." "Yes," the old Confucian scholar said. "Confucian scholar, The old Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, read Confucian scholar, of course. Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian Ian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian scholar, Confucian. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Sir, you can just look at them." Soon, Chun Pingan regretted it. The old Confucian scholar not only looked at the bamboo slips and flipped through them, but he also liked to ask questions. Moreover, he had a lot of questions such as where the words and sentences came from. Sometimes, Chun Pingan would mention the name of the book and the author of the sentence. The old Confucian scholar became more interested and asked Chun Pingan if he knew the source and purpose of the book. Chun Pingan answered with some difficulty. The old Confucian scholar was not very polite. Some of the knowledge that Chun Pingan was not familiar with, and the old Confucian scholar was very familiar with, the old Confucian scholar would teach Chun Pingan a lesson. Chun Pingan could only nod his head and accept the old Confucian scholar's comments humbly. The old Confucian scholar was really not afraid of trouble. The young boy's servant called him twice from a distance, but he was rejected by the old Confucian scholar. In the end, the boy's servant simply put down his burden and sat there sighing. After more than 2 hours, the old Confucian scholar finally finished looking at the bamboo slips and asked questions. The old Confucian scholar suddenly smiled and asked, "Young man, I particularly like 20 of the bamboo slips. Can you part with them and give them to me?" Chun Pingan decisively shook his head. "No, I'm not familiar with this old Confucian scholar." Chun Pingan had just made up his mind that he would not be the child of wealth in the near future. The old Confucian scholar was a little anxious. "You have read so many books. How can you be so stingy? All the scholars in the world are one family. Giving a few bamboo slips is nothing." Chun Pingan smiled and said, "Unfortunately, the old Confucian scholar is a knowledgeable scholar. I'm not. Besides, don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you. This is also the truth in the books. The old Confucian scholar shouldn't force me to do something I don't want to do to you. Otherwise, it won't be good." The old Confucian scholar pointed at Chun Pingan and said, "Good boy, you have read so many books. Forget it. Since you use the truth, don't do to others what you don't want to be done to you, to pressure me. I can only pinch my nose and say a gentleman doesn't take what others like to comfort myself." Chun Pingan smiled and didn't say anything. The old Confucian scholar obviously didn't give up. Seeing that Chun Pingan didn't take the hint, he could only thicken his skin and ask, "You really don't want to give it to me? If 20 bamboo slips are too much, 12 is fine too." Chun Pingan helplessly said, "Old Confucian scholar, I really can't give it to you. These bamboo slips and the content on them have a special meaning to me. I want to take them back home and treasure them well. Each bamboo slip is a moment of mental state. Every time I take it out and put it under the sun, it is a reflection." The old Confucian scholar said angrily, "That means you are a bookworm. If you really read the truth into your stomach, why would you need to look at the bamboo slips?" Chun Pingan was amused. Motherf asterisk cur. This old Confucian scholar's reasoning is one after another. In the end, doesn't he just want to take the 24 bamboo slips for free and take them into his pocket? Chun Pingan had long discovered that among the 45 bamboo slips that the old Confucian scholar loved the most of them were the green bamboo from Azure Immortal Mountain and the immortal purple bamboo from Purple Bamboo Island. Once Chun Pingan agreed, the old Confucian scholar directly took away the bamboo slips that were surrounded by spiritual energy. If he really liked the content on the bamboo slips, that would be fine. But if he was a cultivator with a bit of discerning eyes and coveted the spiritual bamboo itself, would Chun Pingan turn hostile and take back the bamboo slips? Seeing that Chun Pingan's attitude was very firm, the old Confucian scholar could only give up. He muttered and complained endlessly. Chun Pingan began to pack up the bamboo slips. Seeing this, the old Confucian scholar felt as if silver was slipping away from his hands one by one. His face was full of heartache. Seeing this, even Chun Pingan felt a little unbearable. The 24 bamboo slips were not negotiable, and the 12 bamboo slips were also out of the question. Otherwise, he would give out 6 bamboo slips as a token of goodwill. Otherwise, the old Confucian scholar had spent more than 2 hours here. Chun Pingan felt a little tired, and presumably this old Confucian scholar was not much better. Even if he coveted those bamboo slips and did not feel tired mentally, he was already so old. Squatting for half a day and nagging for half a day was also tiring. Moreover, the old Confucian scholar was really knowledgeable. His speech really could not be faked. It was just that he was a bit of a money grubber. On this point, he was a kindred spirit. The old Confucian scholar had already used all means possible. He hurriedly kindly advised Chun Pingan, "Young man, the sun is so hot. Don't be in a hurry to put them away. Take advantage of the good weather and sun them out. The bamboo slips are afraid of insects and water. If you are worried that the sun will set in the west before you start, you will not have enough time to pack up. Let me do it. I can help." Chun Pingan was somewhat convinced. He stopped what he was doing and asked with a smile, "Old Confucian scholar, may I ask a somewhat offensive question?" The old Confucian scholar shook his head and asked tentatively, "Then don't ask. We scholars are prideful." Chun Pingan asked, "Then do you still want to give away a few bamboo slips?" The old Confucian scholar said resolutely, "Ask away." Chun Pingan wiped his face. He felt that he had fallen into a trap. The old Confucian scholar secretly took out a green bamboo slip from the ground beside him and murmured, "Piled up soil into a mountain. The wind and rain rise." "Well said. It's just that the engraving is not good. It's strong but weak. It's unbearable to look at. Why keep it to yourself? Why not give it away and let it be engraved again?" Chun Pingan said helplessly, "Old Confucian scholar, my ears are sharp. I can hear you." The old Confucian scholar was stunned. "I didn't say anything. How can you hear me? Young man, are you an immortal on the mountain? Can you hear my thoughts?" Chun Pingan looked at the old Confucian scholar's expression and eyes. He was very sincere. Chun Pingan felt that it was a little strange. Was he really just an old Confucian scholar passing by? However, this was not strange. In this area, the number of Confucian Academy cultivators was indeed small compared to the immortal masters on the mountain. Moreover, to be able to pass more than 2 hours without revealing any clues, even a gentleman from the academy would not be able to do that. Chun Pingan did not think that the sage of the Lakeview Academy would have the time to joke with him. The old Confucian scholar said regretfully, "I don't ask about the fickleness of human nature. If I don't touch the book, I will regret it." Chun Pingan pretended not to hear him. The old Confucian scholar said angrily, "Young man, where's your hearing from before?" Chun Pingan thought for a moment and looked up at the sky. "Old Confucian scholar, I admit defeat. You can go pick the bamboo slips yourself. I still have to hurry. However, remember which slips you pick. You don't have to tell me. I'm afraid I can't help but regret it." Oh. The old Confucian scholar asked, 24? Chun Pingan nodded. "It can be less, but not more." The old Confucian scholar nodded and said with relief, "That's right. Young man, you should be more magnanimous. You should have done this long ago. Money can't buy an inch of time. Look, we've wasted so much time here. Isn't it more valuable than a few bamboo slips?" Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Old Confucian scholar is right." Other than the bamboo slip in his hand, the old Confucian scholar began to stand up and pick the other bamboo slips he liked. He deliberately dawdled. Chun Pingan suddenly coughed. The old Confucian scholar pretended to be deaf. Chun Pingan could only smile bitterly. Old Confucian scholar, with the bamboo slip in your hand, there are almost 30 slips. Since you're a scholar, can you be more trustworthy? The old Confucian scholar suddenly understood and put the last bamboo slip into his sleeve. The old Confucian scholar stood a little far from Chun Pingan. After a few polite words, he left. When he reached the page boy, the old Confucian scholar hurriedly urged, "Go, go, go, go quickly." The old man and the young man ran as fast as the soles of their feet were oiled. Chun Pingan was now more or less sure that he had really met a master. Chun Pingan smiled and silently put away all the remaining bamboo slips alone. Then he led the horse down the mountain and came to the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. He continued to ride the horse slowly. After that, he didn't meet the old Confucian scholar again. He believed that the old Confucian scholar was hiding somewhere and secretly laughing. Chun Pingan took a nap on the horse's back. He was completely unaware. An old Confucian scholar was leading the horse for him. The old Confucian scholar asked with a smile, "Chun Pingan, it's a very good thing for a person to build bridges and pave the way for mountains. Is it possible to let future generations follow the bridge and walk through the difficulties of their lives?" Chun Pingan still didn't know what he was thinking, but from the bottom of his heart he slowly opened his mouth and said, "Old mister, I am just a meticulous accountant, not a teacher. I would never dare to have such thoughts." After that, they asked and answered, "Did you admit defeat in this heart-questioning game?" "Of course I lost." "Are you that disappointed?" "I'm a little disappointed in myself. I didn't do well enough, but I'm not so disappointed in the world anymore." "I see." After that, there was another chat. The old Confucian scholar was a little off topic. He said whatever he thought. On the horse's back, Chun Pingan listened. Taoism, especially what the Tao ancestor said. The two most extreme ways of the world can be implemented before the wisdom of the people is developed. Only then can there be hope to truly become the mainstream of all knowledge in the world. Therefore, Taoism is very knowledgeable. The Tao ancestors, Tao must be even more so. Unfortunately, the threshold is too high. Chun Pingan was speechless. What he said, forget it. He'll just take it that this old Confucian scholar figured it out himself. It's not a bad thing to listen. Don't talk back. Don't say anything. Chun Pingan didn't want to quarrel with others. For the time being, he really didn't have the mood. If he had eaten the 4 cheap and delicious meat buns in Green Tong City, he might be able to give it a try. The backs of the predecessors are getting further and further away. As a descendant, how would you feel if you just followed behind them and looked at them from afar? Chun Pingan, I only feel that it's a high mountain. If I really have the chance to walk on the same path as them in the future, even if it's just looking at their backs from afar, I should feel honored. Good. The old Confucian scholar let go of the reins. The young attendant carrying the pole behind him was covered in a glazed brilliance and was illusory. Chun Pingan, who was on the horse's back, continued to ride slowly in his dream. He went further and further on the Tea-Horse Ancient Road. The old Confucian scholar stopped on the road. His figure was also ethereal, like a cloud or smoke. When Chun Pingan shivered on the horse's back, he suddenly realized that it was already late at night. A man and a horse had already walked out of the mountain and came to the side of a river. Dali Dynasty, 12th year of Yongjia, spring equinox. When spring arrived, Su Gaoshan Chao Gui and the 3rd Dali Cavalry entered the battlefield. The Zhuang dynasty started to lose on several fronts. The capital was surrounded. The Zhuang dynasty's emperor's jade seal and divine lord of the Tai Temple were about to be covered in dust. But the vassal king Song Zhengqiang did not enter the territory of the Zhuang dynasty. On this day, in the spring breeze, the mighty Mahis mechanical giant ship swept past the territory of the Zhuang dynasty and continued to head south. Song Zhengqiang stood on the bow of the main ship and looked down at the land. There were scattered sword cultivators who did not want to live and flew up on their swords to attack this huge fleet that had never appeared in the history of the Aquarius continent. Without any suspense, they fell one by one. It was like the late spring firecrackers in the alleys, or the mournful cries of the red-crowned cranes in the mountains. Every Zhuiying people who saw this scene and heard the mournful cries were mournful. Song Zhengqiang was still wearing the old fox fur coat. When Su Ruo's branch of the Mahist family chose to bet on Dali, they did two things. One was to join forces with the branch of the Yinyang school to build the extremely overbearing imitation of the Baek Okekyung building. Other than that, Dali annexed all the wealth of the Liu dynasty, especially the money to buy passage from the Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Other than that, they seized all the treasuries along the way south and used them to build these flying ships. Dali in these years was at its peak, but in reality, they could not make ends meet. Even so, they still owed a lot to the Mahist family. Especially when the main branch of the Mahist family chose Dali, they spent even more money. It was not like the sound of small rivers flowing, but like the big dirty water. The deep water was silent, and the treasury might be empty without a sound. To Dali, especially the Ministry of Revenue, this was a kind of courage and ability. Why did the imperial tutor, Cui Dong, look at the Minister of Revenue in a new light? Even Song Zhengqiang and the entire military was willing to respect the officials of the Ministry of Revenue. Of course, when the various branches of cavalry went to the Ministry of Revenue to ask for money, no one showed mercy. They cried for their parents and pretended to be poor. Song Zhengqiang saw this and did not feel that there was a problem. In the process of quarreling and fighting, as well as the younger generation of scholars who gave up their pen and joined the army, and the disciples of the border guards entered the officialdom, the boundary between the civil and military in the Song family's court was constantly blurred. This was a good thing. As for the Ministry of Works, which had the closest relationship with the foreign cultivators of the school of Mao, it was even more unavoidable that they were the ones who contributed behind the scenes. On the contrary, the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Appointments, which originally had the highest status, would be more embarrassed if they were rewarded based on merit in the future. Therefore, on the matter of Dali's New North Peak, as well as the alliance with the Great Sui Kingdom and the diplomatic mission to the Great Sui Kingdom, the officials of the Ministry of Rights spared no effort to show their faces in public. There was no other way. The further away the Yamen was from the battlefield now. In the next 100 years of Dali's court, it would inevitably lose its confidence, and its voice would not be loud. It was even very likely that it would be encroached and infiltrated by the other 6 Yamens. After all, the Ministry of Justice of Dali still had some achievements in spying and winning over cultivators. It was not to be underestimated. Therefore, the Ministry of Rights was now making some small moves. They were afraid that when everyone else was expanding their territory, only they, the most respected Yamen of Dali's 6 departments in the past, would fall into the dust and become an empty Yamen with only cold benches. How would they be able to accept the old and accept the new? How would they be able to maintain their noble and powerful position as the first department of Dali? How would they be able to celebrate the new year every year? Only the Ministry of Rights was left, because Master Guan was in charge. No matter how noisy they were behind closed doors, they still behaved themselves when they were outside. The Ministry of Rights kept demanding that the peace and peace plate should be accepted into the Ministry of Rights, including the recommendation, the inspection, the issuance, the records, and the evaluation. The Ministry of Justice was supposed to be responsible for half of the work in the Ministry of Rights, but Master Guan just didn't say anything. He just dragged it on. In the end, he even resorted to asking for sick leave. Mother Asterisk Kerr, you are a man who drinks and eats meat every day. You are stronger than many young officials in the Ministry of Rights, yet you still get a cold. The older the old fox got, the more shameless he became. The Minister of Rites, who was 1 generation younger than Master Guan, even though he was half a disciple of Master Guan, was so angry that he complained to the Imperial Guard Room, saying that Master Guan was taking advantage of his seniority. Dolly's official circle was busy and lively. In fact, there were a lot of jokes in all the government offices. In the first month of this year, Ichi Alley and Xiao Street were busy visiting each other. Song Changjing did not care too much about the official affairs of the warm spring river. Under the general trend, it was human nature. As long as they did not go too far and did not cross the line too much, he would not care. In fact, he, a warrior on the battlefield, did not need to worry about these messy affairs. Song Jianqiang had to admit that Xiao, who was the reason why Dolly's iron cavalry could march to the south so smoothly. There was a faint rainbow light on the ground. There was a young sword cultivator hiding in the mountains. He seemed to be aiming at Song Jianqiang, who was a barbarian from Dolly. The sword light was like a white line, drawing an arc, aiming at Song Jianqiang. The spirit of the flying sword was full of grief and anger. Song Jianqiang waved his hand to tell the cultivators, who were Earth Immortal Realm cultivators, not to stop him. A weak flying sword of a level 6 sword cultivator couldn't even scratch an itch for a level 10 cultivator. Song Jianqiang casually made a fist and hit the flying sword back to the ground. It fell to the ground beside the young sword cultivator. The sword cultivator's face was pale, but he still tried to stand up straight. He looked at the man, who was beyond his imagination. The flying boat flew across the sky. The young sword cultivator didn't have the strength to attack anymore, so he sat down on the ground. After that, the school of Mo's flying boat flew over the southern peak of the Zhuiying dynasty. The thousands of sword cultivators who were prepared to die faced the enemy together with the venerated southern peak god. The flying swords of the dozens of sword boats in the ferry fell to the ground like rain. In the sky and on the ground, the two groups of flying swords collided like rain. The sword boats and flying swords of the school of Mo and the sword cultivators' flying swords were destroyed together. Occasionally, the flying swords escaped the net, but they were destroyed by the nascent soul and Earth Immortal cultivators of Dolly's territory and the recruited nascent soul and Earth Immortal cultivators who took out their magic weapons. Above the southern peak, there was a dazzling 5-colored glaze, like the legendary paradise of the heavenly court. The golden avatar of the mountain deity wielded a giant sword of sword chi that was condensed from a secret technique unique to the imperial family. It slashed towards the ferry that Song Changjing was on. In the end, it was shattered by Song Changjing's punch. He then shattered the golden avatar of the Nanyue righteous deity with a punch. In the end, Song Changjing stood on the roof of the Nanyue Holy Temple. The Nanyue righteous deity, who had temporarily lost his golden avatar, was about to use the accumulation of incense for 1,000 years to reconstruct his golden avatar and fight this person again. Song Jianqiang said, "That's enough. Dolly has no intention of killing all of you. Sword cultivators below the Earth Immortal level, go down the mountain and let bygones be bygones. Earth Immortal cultivators, those who are willing to surrender, can follow me to the south. Those who are unwilling to surrender can stay on the southern peak mountain. I can guarantee that even if there are people who want to settle accounts later, they will not kill indiscriminately. Everyone will have a chance to spend money to avoid disaster. Moreover, I will ensure that you Earth Immortal sword cultivators have a foothold. As for your worldly possessions, they will most likely be used as Dolly's military expenses." The southern peak mountain was silent. Song Changjing sped forward, collapsing more than half of the main hall of southern peak with a loud rumble. He smashed an Earth Immortal sword cultivator who was trying to join forces with the rest of the great sword cultivators, pledging to fight the barbarians of Great Li to death. With just a single punch, He destroyed the cultivator's body and gold core, leaving behind only his own deity and prime nascent soul, which had weakened greatly. If a cultivator looked up from the foot of the mountain, he would be able to see that the majestic southern peak mountain and an immortal mansion near the peak had been reduced to ruins. Dust rose into the air and swirled around the peak like a large cloud of yellow mist. Song Jianqiang returned to the temple on the peak of the mountain and nodded at the southern peak god, who was standing in the square, indicating that the southern peak temple was tactful. Song Jianqiang appreciated the southern peak temple's gesture. Song Jianqiang rose from the ground and returned to the fairy. The god of the Zhuang dynasty had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he bowed to the invincible king of Dali. Many young sword cultivators only realized at this moment that the mountain formation had not been activated from the beginning to the end. This god was afraid of death, afraid that his great Tao would be cut off, and also afraid that the entire southern peak mountain and more than 1,000 sword cultivators would die tragically under his stubborn resistance. The reason for this ambush was naturally because the sword cultivators were willing to sacrifice themselves for their country. There were also many selfish plans. For example, the southern peak god agreed to the sword cultivators to climb the mountain in the hope that he could give an explanation to both the old and the new lord. This way, he would not lose the title of southern peak god in the future and be reviled by countless people. Instead, because of today's battle, he would be able to win some praise from the people and save some trouble for Dali. He would try his best to get rid of the 5 mountain gods and at least keep the throne of Dali as the top mountain god in the future. In the chaotic world of the Aquarius continent, the Zhuang dynasty had lost its momentum. He had to find a way out for himself. Song Jianqiang returned to the bow of the boat and placed his hand on the railing that was slowly flowing with spirit qi. The name of Dali would soon be changed. Book Lake Pond Water City, Fan Clan residence. A guest came to visit and handed in a yellow name card, saying that he wanted to see General Guaniran. The gatekeeper did not dare to neglect. Currently, there were 4 Dali people stationed in the 4 cities. Among them, Pond Water City's Guaniran had gradually risen in status in the past year, vaguely becoming the leader. The other 3 people often needed to come to Pond Water City to discuss matters, but Guaniran never needed to leave Pond Water City. These traces were enough to explain everything. Even the rumor that Guaniran was actually Su Gaoshan's son-in-law had spread out. In addition, the gatekeeper felt that a young man among the visitors was somewhat familiar, but he was wearing a gray cotton robe and had a thin face, so he could not recognize him. Soon, the gatekeeper led the 3 to see General Guan, who had set up his official residence in the Fan clan. The 3 guests were all carrying a large bamboo box. Guaniran, who had already taken off his military cultivator armor, stood under the eaves of a row of simple houses outside the official residence, a little surprised. He had waited for a long time for a drink, but it did not come. In the end, a guy he did not like very much came. Regarding Gu Kan's behavior at Book Lake, Guaniran naturally did not like it. It was not only his personal temperament, but also the imperceptible influence of the Guan clan. In life, there was officialdom everywhere. It was a miracle that Gu Kan, a hothead who took pleasure in breaking the rules, could luckily survive to this day in the chaotic situation. However, since he was that person's friend, Guaniran would not close the door and refuse to see him. A friend of a friend was not necessarily a friend, but Guaniran still had to give him this face. Now in Book Lake, where the main force of Dali's cavalry had withdrawn, the young Guaniran was in fact the real monarch of Jianghu. He held the power to kill tens of thousands of wild cultivators, even more worthy of his name than Lu Shimao of Qingxia Island. The calm Gu Kan, the trembling Sun Yi, and the equally anxious Ma Dui all paid their respects to Guaniran. Both sides walked forward almost at the same time and stood in the courtyard. Guaniran smiled and said, "You must be Guken. What's the matter?" Guken smiled and took out a jug of wine, the osmanthus wine from Old Dragon City. He handed it to Guaniran and said with a smile, "Chinpingon wanted me to bring a jug of wine to General Guan, saying that I owe you." Guaniran did not refuse and took the jug of wine. He just laughed angrily and said, "The wine is here, but the person is not. What's going on?" Guaniran then said self-deprecatingly, "Compared to the person being here, but the wine not being here, seems to be better." Guaniran laughed to himself. Seng Yi and Ma Dui were relieved. It seemed that this young and promising General Dali had a good relationship with Mr. Chen. Guaniran suddenly asked, "Guken, do you know why Chinpingon asked you to deliver the wine?" Guken nodded and said, "I know I want to get familiar with General Guan. Even if I can't take care of you, as long as General Guan has the wine, then I can return to Verdant Canyon Island with less trouble." Guaniran smiled and said, "You're not stupid. Why were you so arrogant and domineering in the past?" Guken said frankly, "I didn't know anything before, and always thought that everyone was a fool. Now I don't dare." Guaniran nodded and said, "Okay, then that's it. In the future, if you have a small matter, you can ask me for help. If it's a big matter, don't come to this official office to look for trouble. I really have a mediocre impression of you." Guken nodded and cupped his fist and said, "Guken thanks General Guan first. If there is a small matter that needs General Guan's help, I dare not say anything else, but now that I am in debt, there are too many places to spend, but I will still bring a jug of wine." Guaniran glanced at Guken and nodded without saying anything. "I'm busy with official business, so I won't entertain you." Guken tactfully said goodbye and left. Seng Yi and Ma Dui turned and walked out of the Fan family mansion. Walking on the street of Pondwater City, Ma Dui complained, "He's young, but he's putting on such airs." Guken didn't mind and shook his head. Being able to see us shows that he's not putting on airs enough. The two major events at the end of this year and the middle of next year will inevitably involve General Guan. "Miss Ma, if you don't want to come to the official office here, you can go shopping with Seng Yi on Ape Whaling Street." Ma Dui didn't refuse, but he still had some lingering fear. The official atmosphere here is too heavy, especially the two dolly door gods posted on the Fan family's gate. Their eyes are not good. I don't want to come here and suffer. Seng Yi nodded vigorously. "I also feel that their eyes are not very friendly. I can't help it. I'm a ghost cultivator. I'm already very surprised that they didn't stop me from entering." Guken took them to rent a ferry that now belonged to the Dali government. Whether it was a cultivator or a high-ranking official who came to enjoy the scenery, they had to submit a customs certificate at the ferry and pass an inspection before they could enter and leave Slipbook Lake. This was the new rule. However, if one had a peace and quiet card issued by Dali, no matter if it was a high-grade or low-grade one, they didn't need to go through all this. The ferry would even provide a ferry for free. However, in such a large Slipbook Lake, there were only a few Earth immortal cultivators who had this privilege. Lord Tian, Hu of the White Scale Island, Yu Hui of the Green Gorge Island, and the Earth immortal couple of Huang Yen Island had never received this treatment until now. From this, it could be seen that even the lowest grade peace and quiet card was very valuable. Recently, two pieces of news spread throughout Slipbook Lake and shocked everyone. One was that it had little to do with the wild cultivators of Slipbook Lake, but it was too big. Emperor Dali had died of illness. The other was that it had something to do with tens of thousands of wild cultivators and thousands of islands. When this shocking truth came to light, Slipbook Lake finally realized why the situation of Slipbook Lake 2 years ago was so unpredictable. It turned out that the biggest immortal sect in Tongya continent, Jade Gui sect, had chosen Slipbook Lake as the location of the Aquarius continent's next sect. Therefore, Since the beginning of spring this year, news about Jade Gui's sect, big and small, had been flying around like a heavy snow. However, to Gu Ken, these big events had nothing to do with him. Chun Pingon had handed over the heavenly grand ritual and the opening of the land and water dojo to Gu Ken. In addition to handing over all the account books to Gu Ken, Chun Pingon had written tens of thousands of words about the two major events and handed them over to Gu Ken. For this, Ma Dui even joked that Mr. Chun was not a monk or Taoist. Chun Pingon and Gu Ken had discussed the money needed and decided to split it half and half. It was not a small sum of money. The little property that Gu Ken's mother had taken from Chunning Palace was far from enough. Gu Ken did not regard himself as an outsider and said that he would pay Chun Pingon on credit first. Before Chun Pingon left, he sat down with Gu Ken to calculate the debt. Gu Ken would need at least 2 years, including the heavenly grand ritual and the land and water dojo, plus Chun Pingon's previous experience in the Stone Hair country and Mayu country. Gu Ken could only pay off half of the debt. After that, Gu Ken would have to continue to travel around, and if there was a chance in the future, he would have to build an island in Slipbook Lake that was suitable for ghosts and otherworldly items to cultivate. The three of them took the ferry and slowly headed to Verdant Canyon Island. Gu Ken stood at the bow of the ferry with a bamboo box on his back. The young man who had worked hard to pay off his debt had been carrying the Yama Palace in hell for more than a year. It seemed lucky to be able to turn into ghosts and spirits after death, but in fact, it was a kind of suffering. Whether it was ordinary people or cultivators, they were bound to have a deep obsession when they were alive, and they were reluctant to leave the human world. However, life and death were natural laws, and heaven and earth had its own rules to punish them. The flow of time, the 24 solar terms, the spring thunder, the midsummer yang qi, and all kinds of invisible astral wind that flowed between heaven and earth did no harm to ordinary people, but it was torture for ghosts and spirits. Besides, there were the morning bells and evening drums of ancient temples and Taoist temples, the incense of the 2 temples, and the city god pavilion, the door gods posted in the market, the momentum of the battlefield, and so on, which would cause different degrees of harm to ordinary otherworldly items and spirits. Not to mention, there were also the immortal Fuji, who killed demons and accumulated merits, the cultivators in the mountains and lakes. Especially those ghost cultivators and evil cultivators were fond of capturing ghosts and spirits, stripping and reshaping their souls, and using insidious methods. There were endless ways to cultivate poisonous insects, secret methods, and all kinds of disasters. It was really better to be dead than alive. Before Chun Pingon came to Slipbook Lake, Gu Ken certainly knew some of these things, but he did not take it seriously and was too lazy to dig into it. It would not be like this now. Halfway through the waterway, a Green Canyon Island ship came quickly. Mr. Tianhu landed on the small ferry where Gu Ken was. Ma Dui and Seng Yi both thought that Gu Ken would not board the ship, but Gu Ken did not refuse Mr. Tianhu's invitation. He thanked the small ferry with a fist salute and boarded the huge ship. Mr. Tianhu smiled and talked. Gu Ken smiled and talked to him. There seemed to be no grudge between them. They were still the senior sister and junior brother when Green Canyon Island was at its most glorious. Mr. Tianhu joked that Mr. Chen owed a lot of money. The secret storehouse of Green Canyon Island was complaining incessantly, the king of hell's palace in prison, and the imitation Luli Pavilion that helped Mr. Chen write an IOU to Yu Hui. The 2 Dharma treasures of ghost cultivators were not a small number. Gu Ken said with a smile, such an important matter could wait for her master to return to Verdant Gorge Island, and let her master make the decision. Mr. Tianhu suddenly looked embarrassed. Now, almost none of the cultivators in Slipbook Lake believed that Lu Jimao could leave the water prison of Gong Willow Island alive. As long as Lu Jimao could leave, he would have returned to Green Canyon Island long ago. Why would he wait until now? Now that Su Gaoshan had left, They only needed to wait for the new lord of Jade Tablet sect to appear. Everyone believed that, at that time, it would be the time of Lu Jimao's death. Gu Kan, who had not worn the dark green robe for a long time, turned to look at Lord Tianhu with her hands in her sleeves and said softly, "Senior Sister Apprentice, in order to reach the top, it is not wrong to do something against one's heart, but one or two bottom lines are still necessary. I became Lu Jimao's last disciple halfway. The twists and turns, intrigue, and mutual exploitation are all seen by everyone in Book Slip Lake. Therefore, the kindness between master and disciple is not my bottom line. However, Senior Sister Apprentice, you are Lu Jimao's proud disciple. Since then, Green Gorge Island has not mistreated you too much. If you lose your sense of propriety, think about it in the archives of the Li Dynasty, in the mind of Guaniran, in the eyes of Book Slip Lake Yishio, and in the eyes of the future practitioners of Jade Medallion Sect. They will not be good to you. Since you're already an Earth Immortal Cultivator, I think you can see further. After all, there are many rules in Slipbook Lake now. Our previous methods are no longer suitable for the current Slipbook Lake." Mr. Tianhu asked softly, "Did Mr. Chen ask you to tell me this?" Gu Kan shook her head and said, "It has nothing to do with Qin Pingan. He can only see your actions more clearly and thoroughly than I can. Naturally, he won't tell you this. But after so many years, I still have some feelings for Senior Sister, so this is a little bit of my heartfelt words. Whether you listen or not is your own business. The poor don't join the table, and the light don't persuade others. I understand this principle, but I feel that even if it's annoying, I still have to tell Senior Sister." Mr. Tianhu sighed. "There's no turning back." Gu Kan smiled. It was just another Gu Kan of the past. It was a pity that Senior Sister Tianhu did not meet her Qin Pingan. When Gu Kan thought of this, she began to look into the distance. She felt that even if the future was bleak, there was no need to be too afraid. Gu Kan retracted her gaze and said, "Eldest Senior Sister, don't worry. You Senior Sisters and Senior Brothers, as well as the vassals and consecrators, go ahead and fight for the remaining territories and resources of Verdant Canyon Island. I can't get anything, and I don't want to. With my little ability, I won't gain anything if I fight with you. It's better to be obedient and take the initiative to withdraw. Who knows, I might be able to ask you for a drink in the future. Moreover, I can't stay in Verdant Canyon Island for more than a few days a year. Instead of being wary of me, Senior Sister, why don't you talk to other people?" Lord Tianhu's expression became increasingly unnatural after Gu Kan's words exposed his scheme. However, with Gu Kan's willingness to open her heart to her senior martial sister, it was better than her trying to figure it out. It was not that Lord Tianhu believed all of Gu Kan's heartfelt words, but that Gu Kan needed to make a trip to the Fan family in Pond Water City to look for the amulet before entering Book Slip Lake. Also, after boarding the ship, she had to fight for a way out for herself with words that no one would believe Lu Jimao might be able to leave Gong Willow Island safely. Only then would Lord Tianhu feel more at ease. Gu Kan, who had lost that Loach and Qin Pingan by her side, was really useless. When the ship docked at Verdant Canyon Island, Gu Kan did not say that she wanted to go to Chunting Mansion. She said that she could live in the house at the mountain gate and be neighbors with her friend, Sun Yi. In the end, Ma Di took Qin Pingan's house for himself and drove Gu Kan to Zheng Ye's house. Gu Kan did not care. After getting along with Ma Di day and night, Gu Kan did not hate the sharp-tongued but soft-hearted Ma Di. After getting along with him for a long time, she felt that he was quite good. Qin Pingan might have felt that he had said all the things he had said in his life at Calligraphy Lake. Gu Kan, on the other hand, felt that she had heard all the flattering words of others in her life when she was at the Book Slip Lake. After that, Gu Kan went to see the ruins of Hengbo Mansion and stopped outside Chunning Mansion for a while. It was a bright spring day. Gu Ken and Zhengyi sat side by side on a small bamboo chair and basked in the sun. A tall and slender woman dressed in palace attire got off the boat and slowly walked over. She was Lu Zhongruan of Pearl Island. Gu Ken only knew that Qin Pingan felt a little guilty toward this island owner and said that he owed her some immortal money. Therefore, on this trip back to Calligraphy Lake, even if Lu Zhongruan did not come to Verdant Canyon Island, Gu Ken would have gone to Pearl Hairpin Island to talk to Lu Zhongruan about something, lest this charming island owner Lu mistakenly think that Qin Pingan ran away because of a debt. The current Lu Zhongruan was extraordinary. The strangest thing was that even though Lu Zhongruan had revealed her true cultivation of a gold core earth immortal, she was still able to kill her way out and get an entry-grade dolly piece plate under the covetous eyes of all the big island owners. This still caused a lot of speculation. For example, did Su Gaoshan take a fancy to Lu Zhongruan's beauty? Or did Guaniran, a young man with a high position and power, like beautiful women? After all, Lu Zhongruan used to be a princess that the sword immortal of the Zhuyin kingdom yearned for day and night. Of course, Gu Ken knew very well that there was no such thing as a romantic affair. Because Qin Pingan had revealed some heavenly secrets, Lu Zhongruan, as the princess of a fallen dynasty, had exchanged a waterhall treasure that had not been discovered by the Zhuyin kingdom for the protection of the peace plate. Not only did she manage to keep all her possessions on Pearl Hairpin Island, but she also rose to the top and became one of Dolly's consecrated cultivators. As for whether Qin Pingan had pulled strings, he did not say. When Lu Zhongruan saw Gu Ken standing up to greet her, she smiled and asked, "When will Mr. Qin return to Calligraphy Lake?" Gu Ken shook her head and said, "I don't know yet, but it's unlikely in the near future." Lu Zhongruan's expression was normal. She nodded and was about to leave. Gu Ken stood up and followed island owner Lu, chatting with her about what Qin Pingan had told her. Lu Zhongruan did not comment, nor did she give a definite answer. She just left. Gu Ken returned to the small bamboo chair. Then, a Zhu Xian Mansion's ghost cultivator appeared at the ferry. Lu Zhongruan hesitated for a moment, then stopped and sighed. "Ma Yuanji, what's the point of being entangled for so many years? If you have such thoughts, why don't you focus on your cultivation and become an earth immortal sooner?" The ghost cultivator, who had deliberately changed into an elegant green robe, grinned and said, "Your Royal Highness, you know that Qin Pingan is not on Verdant Canyon Island, but you still want to come. I know what I'm doing." Lu Zhongruan was annoyed. "Get out of my way." Ma Yuanji did not dare to block the way. He obediently stepped aside and allowed Lu Zhongruan to walk straight to the Pearl Hairpin Island ferry. But he could not control his pair of dog eyes. He stole a few glances at the princess's back and thought, "She's really good at giving birth." Lu Zhongruan stopped and turned around. Ma Yuanji said sternly, "Do you have a death wish?" Ma Yuanji swallowed and said, "I'm just worried about your Royal Highness. After this incident, I don't think you've lost weight. Now, I'm relieved." Ma Yuanji took advantage of this opportunity to glance at her chest again. The rise and fall of her peaks was too beautiful to behold. Lu Zhongruan said angrily, "You can't change a dog's habit." Ma Yuanji said bitterly, "I won't allow your Royal Highness to humiliate yourself like this. I won't complain even if your Royal Highness tramples me under your feet, but I won't allow your Royal Highness to talk about yourself like this. In my heart, your Royal Highness will always be the most beautiful and flawless woman in the world." Lu Zhongruan suddenly realized his slip of the tongue. He was so angry that he waved his sleeve and directly slapped the ghost cultivator out of the ferry. After Ma Yuanji steadied his body and mind, all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Hot tears filled his eyes as he wiped his face. He felt that after so many years of grievances and thousands of hardships, he finally had some compensation. He murmured, "Your Highness Princess Royal, A woman's skin is thin. I'm embarrassed to say those sweet words of love. It's okay. I still understand that beating is affection and scolding is love. After Lu Zhongruan uploaded it, he drove the ferry with his magic and left quickly. He was really annoyed by that brainless packman. Ma Yuanji nodded and smiled brightly. He looked even more shifty. Your Royal Highness, such shyness is rare. It seems that you're really going to open your heart to me. There's a chance, there's definitely a chance. Chun Pengan, just wait for the wedding banquet. You're really a good brother. If you didn't tell me that I have to think more about the meaning of a woman's words when dealing with her, how would I know that your Royal Highness has such good intentions? She wants me to become a gold core Earth immortal as soon as possible. Isn't she hinting that I shouldn't fall behind her too much? Isn't she worried that I'll hold a grudge against your Royal Highness, who is already a gold core? If your Royal Highness doesn't have feelings for me, why would she spend so much effort to talk to me? Chun Pengan, Mr. Chun, Brother Chun, you're really my great benefactor. After the ghost cultivator happily swaggered away, Zhang Xian's expression changed. Sun Yi was a little uncertain about the relationship between the ghost cultivator and the island master of Pearl Hairpin Island. He asked in a low voice, Senior Ghost Cultivator, did you misunderstand something? Ma Dui chewed on his melon seeds and said decisively, if I were Island Master Lu, I'd kill him with a slap. I don't want to be taken advantage of by that pair of dog eyes the moment we meet. Guken smiled and asked, do you think Island Master Lu likes Chun Pengan? Sun Yi thought about it and shook his head. That's not very likely. She's so much older than our Mr. Chen, and they don't interact often. Island Master Lu is a gold core cultivator with a firm Taoist heart. Even if Mr. Chun is very good, I don't think it's possible. Ma Dui sneered. It's not strange that Lu Zhongruan likes Mr. Chen. However, our Mr. Chen won't like an old woman. Gu Ken, who was sitting on a small bamboo chair in the middle of the room, laughed. Ma Dui threw a handful of melon seeds. Gu Ken dodged, and all of them hit Sun Ye's head. That was not all. Sun Yi had to bend down to pick them up. After all, he had been with Mr. Chen for so long. It was difficult for him not to be a miser and stingy person. Gong Willow Island. In the water dungeon, a prisoner in plain, white linen robes sat cross-legged in a rather spacious cell with a calm expression. Thankfully, the old sect master of the Jade sect, Sun Yuan, came personally and had a good chat with the Realm 11 Sword Immortal Tong Yi sect master. After the discussion, the Tong Yi sect did not pursue the matter further. The Jade sect must have given them compensation. The old cultivator's name was Zhou Fenglu, and he was also the person in charge of selecting the location of the Jade sect's lower sect. As for whether he was a pitiful pawn, the key was to see the final choice of the lord of the lower sect. Was it him who had worked hard and made great contributions, or the bastard Jiang Shangzhen, who already had the blessed land of Cloud Cave in his hands? The reason why Zhou Fenglu did not directly kill this Lu Jimao was because he wanted to obtain more credit, so that the small group of old fellows with high authority in the Jade sect who secretly supported him in his ascension could be persuaded to the group of stubborn old fellows in the ancestral hall who were inclined towards Jiang Shangzhen. Of course, the Jade sect was not a monolithic block. Many of the old fellows had been displeased with the junior Jiang Shangzhen who had been in the limelight for 1,000 years. This was Zhou Fenglu's opportunity. Once he became the first lord of the lower sect, he would be a first-rate official of the Jade sect. He would be able to directly occupy a seat in the ancestral hall of the Jade sect's main mountain. Moreover, his seat would be extremely close to the front, perhaps even sitting next to Jiang Shangzhen. He believed that many of the old fellows in the Jade sect who were unwilling to see Jiang Shangzhen's family dominate the sect would be happy to see this happen. Not only would they be able to ruthlessly suppress the Jiang clan's arrogance, they would also be able to disgust Jiang Shangzhen. Zhou Fenlu's expression was displeased. Lu Jimao, this is the third time I've looked for you. Don't do things more than 3 times, do you understand? Lu Jimao glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. We are wild cultivators that you ancestral hall masters look down on. Wild dogs are used to hunting for food. We can't be domestic dogs. Zhou Fenlu sneered, taking the initiative to contact Tan Yuanyi and rely on the Song clan. Aren't you also becoming someone's watchdog? Lu Jimao laughed mischievously. Working for Dolly is also like being raised free. It's better than being raised in captivity. Besides, what I hate the most in this life is your arrogant ancestral hall masters. Zhou Fenlu's expression was gloomy. Lu Jimao, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? A nascent soul Earth immortal is impressive in a corner like your Aquarius continent, but in our Tongyi continent, it's really nothing. The death of upper 5 realms cultivators is not a small number. Every 100 years, if a few nascent soul realm cultivators don't die, the Tongyi continent would feel embarrassed to greet the great cultivators of other continents. Can your Aquarius continent do it? Lu Jimao laughed. Are you trying to scare me? Zhou Fenlu shook his head. I'm really not trying to scare you. A person's patience is limited. The corners of Lu Jimao's mouth twitched. Don't you know that wild dogs like us have been scared out of our wits over and over again throughout our lifetime of cultivation? After so many shocks, we'll either be scared out of our wits or end up like me. Even if a ghost knocks on my door in the middle of the night, I'll still have to ask if you're here to do business with me. What? You're already the sect master of a sect under the Jade Tablet sect. You can decide my life and death with a single word. Taking a step back. Even if you're the sect master, shouldn't you consider more carefully how to make the best use of a nascent soul realm wild cultivator? What if one day I suddenly become enlightened and agree to be your consecrator? Wouldn't you suffer a huge loss? You're imprisoning me an array formation. How many immortal coins can you spend? Can you even calculate this debt? How can you still be the sect master? Lu Jimao's acupuncture points were all bound by the water prison, especially the crucial acupuncture points that nurtured his natal item. They were all blocked by the water veins of Gong Lu Island. He yawned. Do you really think that you bunch of outsiders can do whatever you want in the Aquarius continent? Just based on your patience, I feel that your sect master's throne will not be stable. You might even be worse than me, the ruler of the underworld of Calligraphy Lake. Before the chair is even warm, you have to quickly stand up and obediently give up your seat. Keep the goodies within the family. I really don't believe that the Jade sect is willing to give such a big piece of fat meat to half an outsider. Lu Jimao actually started to lecture this old cultivator, who had astonishing battle strength and treasures in his hands. It's not that I want to criticize you Jade Tablet Immortal Masters, but you guys, if you only talk about your tenacity, you might not be able to compare to us wild cultivators. Aren't you relying on those top-tier Dao techniques and sect inheritances to walk on the unobstructed path? Give those Dao techniques to us. Even if we start from the Earth Immortal realm, both sides will spend the same amount of time. Wild cultivators can guarantee that we will beat the shit out of you. You don't believe me? Then why don't you try? Since you've already betrayed Tongyi sect, what's the point of those broken ancestral hall rules? Why don't you impart the Tongyi sect's immortal techniques to the upper 5 realms to me? But do you dare? Lu Jimao, who was in the prison, laughed without restraint. He laughed and talked wittily, showing the spirit of a hero. Of course, there were some ruffians and scoundrels. Zhou Fenlu shook his head. Lu Jimao, I hope that the next time we meet, when you become the sect master of a lower sect, you can still speak so boldly. Lu Jimao hurriedly said, Don't worry. Even if I become the sect master of a lower sect, we can still chat. We are wild cultivators. Strength of character is nothing. We like to sail according to the wind. Zhou Fenglu remained silent and left the water prison. This nascent soul realm wild cultivator of Calligraphy Lake was really dog meat. He couldn't be killed or eaten. Zhou Fenglu made up his mind that as long as he became the sect master of a lower sect, he would kill Lu Jimao on the same day and not talk nonsense with this wild cultivator. After Zhou Fenglu returned to his mansion, the real master of Gong, Lu Island, Lu Laocheng, walked to the bottom of the water prison. Along the way, the cultivators of Jade Gui's sect pretended not to see him. They neither greeted nor stopped him. There were 3 basic water veins in Calligraphy Lake. The water fate was strong. The other water veins were many but thin, scattered, and messy. They were divided by the remaining thousands of island forces. One of them was monopolized by Gong, Lu Island, and the water prison formation was based on it. This was also the key to easily suppress Lu Jimao. Qingxia Island also stole more than half of the water veins. The Hengbo Prefecture was the formation eye, but unfortunately it had been destroyed. The water fate was scattered, and it benefited the group of Earth immortal cultivators of the vassal islands, such as Lord Tianhu and Yu Hui. The 3 big islands of Qingzhou, Tianlao, and Grain Millet shared the last basic water vein of Calligraphy Lake. After Lu Laocheng reached the bottom of the water prison, he immediately isolated a small world. Lu Jimao raised his head and frowned. He was not afraid of Zhou Fenglu, but he was still very wary of Lu Laocheng, the senior of Calligraphy Lake. This was because rogue cultivators were always the most familiar with dealing with rogue cultivators. Immortal Master Puji, on the other hand, was confused for a while. Lu Laocheng took out a scroll, shook it gently, and opened it gently. From the scroll, a man with a face full of smiles walked out. He walked to the side of the prison, hands behind his back, bent over and squinted at Lu Jimao, and asked, "I heard that you and Chen Pingon are enemies and friends, but it's unclear. Let's not talk about him. But according to Lu Laocheng, you both recognize each other as half of your confidant." This time, it was Lu Jimao's turn to be confused. He did not answer the question. "You are Jiang Shangzhen of Jade Gui's sect?" The man smiled and said, "You answer my question first, then I'll see if I should answer yours. First come, first served. We still have to follow the rules." Lu Jimao glanced at Lu Laocheng on Zhou Fenglu's side. Lu Jimao had roughly known Zhou Fenglu's bottom line after the previous 2 exchanges, so he could delay it again and again. But facing this person who was most likely Jiang Shangzhen of Jade Gui's sect, Lu Jimao's mood was a little heavy for a moment. He did not dare to speak carelessly. After thinking, he nodded and said, "Chen Pingon and I can never be friends for the rest of our lives, whether it's me ascending to the upper 5 realms or him having the ability to arm wrestle with me in the future. We might have to fight. But for now, Chen Pingon and I are half of my confidant. You can say that we've even drunk together a few times." The man clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Just based on this point, little Lu, together with old Lu behind me, the 3 of us will be friends on the same grasshopper from today onwards." Lu Jimao looked at Lu Laocheng again. The latter's expression and state of mind were still like an ancient well, not giving Lu Jimao the slightest hint. The man smiled and said, "You guessed right. I am that Jiang Shangzhen, the late Lord of Jade Gui's sect's lower sect." The man suddenly wiped his face and said miserably like a woman with hidden bitterness, "My heart is bitter. Zhou Fenglu, that shameless thing, almost ruined my plans. If it wasn't for Li Fuyao being smart enough, even if I had to risk my life, I would have beaten that Zhou Fenglu to death, then carried that old thief's head and bowed to him as an apology. When I think of this, I want to run to Li Fuyao and kowtow to her a few times. What's the harm in acknowledging her as my godmother?" Jiang Shangzhen gently beat his chest, his face full of bitterness, and cursed loudly. "I, Jiang Shangzhen, didn't come to Book Lake to wipe my ass. The most important thing is to catch up with Chen Pingon. Now, what's the point of holding arms? Zhou Fenglu, That old thing who can't do anything right can't die. Didn't I just hold a few banquets at Tongya's sect? Now that we're all on the same side, he still cheated me. Lu Jimao was dumbfounded. Lu Laocheng's eyelids also trembled slightly. Obviously, he had already experienced Jiang Shangzhen, who was slightly better than Lu Jimao, who seemed to have been struck by lightning. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly restrained his words and smiled. After a moment of silence, he asked softly, Lu Jimao, I'll ask you a question on behalf of Zhou Fenglu. Are you willing to be a consecrator of Jade Gui's sect? Lu Jimao was hesitant. In an instant, he caught a glimpse of Lu Laocheng nodding slightly to him. Lu Jimao took a deep breath and nodded slightly, yes. Then he found a green willow leaf, which happened to be suspended between his eyebrows. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers and said with a cheeky smile, a wise man submits to circumstances. Lu Jimao, from now on, you're the third seat of my lower sex consecrator. Lu Laocheng, Zhou Fenglu, Lu Jimao. But I hope that after you reach the upper 5 realms, you can help me kill that Zhou Fenglu. No matter what method, it's fine. I can promise you now that the Jade Gui sex treasure in Zhou Fenglu's hands can be lent to you for 100 years. As long as you have enough merits, it won't be difficult to borrow it for another 100 years. But if you fail to kill someone and are killed instead, don't blame me for not helping you collect your corpse. Lu Jimao asked, about reaching the upper 5 realms? Jiang Shangzhen stretched out a thumb and pointed at himself. What do I have? I'm just rich. Wait until you're familiar with me. You will definitely pity me. Too much money. It's really worrying. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Let's not talk about the poor wild cultivators of your Aquarius continent. Even our Tongyi continent's immortal masters of the upper 5 realms do not know the troubles of having money like me. It's really annoying. Lu Jimao looked at Lu Laocheng again. Working with such a person, was he really not worried? Was it really not better to be in the same boat as Zhou Fenglu? Lu Laocheng was expressionless. It was unknown if he was unfathomable, or if he was cursing in his heart. One had to know that money was the most painful thing for all the wild cultivators in the world. Late spring, deep in the night, in a secluded area of the Book Slip Lake, it was completely silent. An old man stood by the lake with a wave of his sleeve. 20 bamboo slips flew out. The words on the bamboo slips were all dazzling with gold light. The splendor was like the immortal moral writings of the Confucian sages, able to compete with the sun and moon. The bamboo slips fell into the Book Slip Lake. 24 bamboo slips, 24 solar terms. In the entire Book Slip Lake, only 3 people had a reaction, and their hearts palpitated. Jiang Shangzhen, Lu Laocheng, and Zhou Fenglu. However, even if the 3 of them almost flew into the air at the same time and looked around, they still could not detect any clues. But in fact, that old man was right under their noses, but even the 3 cultivators of the upper 5 realms still could not see him. On the other hand, the prisoner Lu Jimao, who had yet to walk out of Gonglu Island, suddenly thought of something. The Book Slip Lake was originally an ordinary place with thin spiritual energy. There was once a Confucian sage who traveled from the Central Plains to this place. He achieved the great Tao and resonated with heaven and earth, creating a myriad of phenomena. The lake was thus named Book Slip, and the spiritual energy was abundant, benefiting future generations. The old man stood by the lake and smiled. The world thinks that this place is a cesspool, but some people say that you are heroes of heaven and earth, awe-inspiring for thousands of years. So, what do you think? The lake rippled, and an ancient aura of righteousness emerged. The old man smiled. I'm an old man, not asking you to be grateful to that young man. He doesn't need it. Scholars do things like this, not business. So, I just want you to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness. In the future, when you die again, don't let down this world that can still be saved. The old man smiled again. Of course, that young man also said that he is not a scholar for the time being, but just an accountant. So, we can discuss what we should do next. At an immortal ferry in the middle of the Aquarius continent, at the beginning of summer this year, a young man in a green robe stopped his horse. At the age of 17, he went to the Bookslip Lake and spent New Year's Eve alone in a house at the mountain gate of the Verdant Gorge Island. After that, on New Year's Eve of the next year, he sat around a stove with Tsing Yi and Ma Dui in an inn in the Stonehair country. Another year, he went to meet Tsing Yi and Ma Dui on the back of a horse. Amidst the bumpy ride, he leisurely spent New Year's Eve alone. Another year, he went to the mountains south of the Bookslip Lake. On the way back, he finally had a full table of New Year's Eve dinner with Gook and Tsing Yi and Ma Dui. This year, at this moment, after leading the horse onto the ferry together, Chun Pingon touched the jade hairpin in his hair bun. It turned out that, unknowingly, he had already reached the age of 20, which the Confucians called the age of 20. Then, on the 5th day of the 5th month, Chun Pingon originally planned to ask for a table of sumptuous dishes from the immortal fairy, but he changed his mind at the last minute. He still took out some dry food and wine, stood by the window, and looked at the sea of clouds as a celebration for his birthday. He even took care of the ceremony as well. After all, there was only one person in the family, and there were no elders or ancestral temples. There was no need to pay attention to so many complicated formalities. However, after swallowing the last mouthful of dry food and wine, Chun Pingon had just burped. He had already put away his sword and saber, but he suddenly felt that the sword immortal on his back suddenly sank. It was as if an object that weighed a few kilograms had suddenly become thousands of kilograms. Chun Pingon staggered backward and fell to the ground with his sword. However, in the blink of an eye, the sword immortal in the scabbard was still lifeless and did not move at all. Chun Pingon tried to sit up, but there was nothing strange. Chun Pingon was a little puzzled. He was afraid that there was some kind of scheme or mystery. He sat by the table and pulled out the sword immortal. He looked at it for a long time, but there was nothing strange. Chun Pingon thought that the sword immortal was up to no good. After all, in the past 6 months, it had often been naughty and mischievous. For example, there was one time when it imitated the sword immortal and rode the sword to the sea of clouds to enjoy the sunset. It actually ran away on its own, causing Chun Pingon to fall straight into the sea of clouds. If it were not for the 1st and 15th day of the lunar calendar, he would have suffered a lot. However, how could he reason with a half-immortal weapon? After that, Chun Pingon did not dare to go to the sea of clouds to enjoy the scenery. At this moment, the sword immortal was unsheathed from Chun Pingon's back, causing the entire immortal fairy to shake. It hovered a foot above the floor. It seemed to be inviting Chun Pingon to step on it. Chun Pingon squatted down and negotiated. "You're not up to any bad tricks?" The sword immortal did not move. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and bargained. "If you abandon me halfway, I may not be able to catch up with the fairy. That immortal money, will you compensate me?" The sword immortal returned to the scabbard on Chun Pingon's back with a whoosh. It no longer paid attention to Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon rubbed his chin. When he thought of the 24 bamboo slips he had cheated from an old man on the mountain peak, he nodded and said, "I almost fell into a trap again. I didn't stay in Jianghu for nothing." "457. This celestial fairy would not go directly to Dolly's Longquan County. After all, the bundle shop had already left Oxhorn Mountain, and the fairy was almost completely abandoned. Nominally, it was temporarily requisitioned by Dolly's military. However, it was not an important hub, and there were few fairies. Most of them were Dolly dignitaries who came to Longquan County for sightseeing. After all, there were many things waiting to be done in Longquan County. There were also rumors that the vast Longquan County was about to be upgraded from a county to a province. This meant that in Dali's officialdom, there would suddenly be more than 10 high-ranking seats. As the Dali Iron Cavalry swept through half of the Aquarius continent like a hot knife through butter, this caused the status of Dali's local officials to rise. The local officials of Dali, who were registered in Dali, were like the capital officials of ordinary vassal states. Now, once they were sent out to various vassal states in the south, they would definitely be promoted by one level. The ferry that Chen Pingon took would dock at the ferry port of a small country called the Thousand Ravine Kingdom. The Thousand Ravine Kingdom was a country with many mountain ranges. Its national strength was weak, and its land was barren. It was a peaceful land that not even the Great Li's cavalry had set foot in. The ferry was controlled by a cave abode on a mountain. The owner of the Fuyin Cave was the imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country, and also the leader of the country's immortal masters. However, there were only dozens of immortal masters in Thousand Ravine Country. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country was only in the Dragon Gate realm, and his disciples were just a few kittens and puppies. The reason why they could have a celestial ferry was because of the Fuyin Cave. It was one of the ruins of an ancient broken cave. There were a few products that could be sold to the south. However, the money they earned was hard work. There were only a few small coins in a year, so no foreign cultivators coveted this place. Chun Pingon planned to go back to Longquan County first, and then to Colorful Clothes Country and Shu Shui Country. There were many things in his hometown that he urgently needed to go back and decide personally. After all, there were some things that he needed to deal with personally with the Dali Imperial Court. For example, Wei Pai could help with the purchase of the mountain, but he could not replace Chin Pingon to sign a new land deed with Dali. There were some twists and turns on the way. There was a group of immortal masters from Qingfeng City who felt that it was a humiliation for an ordinary horse to occupy a place at the bottom of the ferry with the spiritual birds and strange beasts that they had carefully raised and trained. They were a little dissatisfied and wanted to play some tricks. Of course, their methods were more subtle. Fortunately, Chun Pingon took good care of his beloved horse, which was nicknamed Chu Huang in private. He often let Flying Sword 15 fly over quietly to avoid accidents. It should be known that Chun Pingon was very grateful to this beloved horse that had been accompanying him for years. Therefore, when Chu Huang was frightened at the bottom of the ferry, Chun Pingon sensed it in his heart. He first let Flying Sword 15 directly turn into nothingness and penetrate through layers of decks to reach the bottom of the cabin directly to prevent a strange beast from biting Chu Huang. Chun Pingon then rushed over, but was stopped by the handyman guarding the bottom of the ferry. Chun Pingon understood and reached out to grab the young man's shoulder and half dragged him to the place where Chu Huang was. When Chun Pingon walked in with an indifferent face, all the spiritual birds and strange beasts trembled and crawled on the ground, especially the strange beast near Chu Huang. Its whole body was as black as ink, and only its 4 feet were snow white. It was like a dog, but its body was as big as a calf. According to the immortal book bought from the inverted mountain, it should be one of the descendants of the ancient fierce beast Mao Mountain Dog. Otherwise, a real Mao Mountain Dog would not have any color. However, the Mao Mountain Dog lineage had a violent temperament, which was somewhat similar to the mountain-moving ape. When the spiritual beast descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog saw Chun Pingon, it was even more afraid than the other spiritual birds and strange beasts lying on the ground in the cabin. It curled up with its tail between its legs. Chun Pingon let go of the odd job worker's shoulder. The odd job worker rubbed his shoulder and said with a flattering smile, "This young master, it's most likely that your horse and the beast next door have bad tempers and had a conflict. This is a common occurrence on the ferry. I'll separate them now and move a nest for young master's beloved horse. There definitely won't be any more incidents." Chun Pingon glanced at the fence between Chu Huang and the descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog. There was nothing there. There should have been some low-grade talisman stuck between the fence of the cage. Once the spiritual birds and strange beasts crossed the line, the restriction would be triggered immediately so that the people on the ferry could mediate. However, most of the spiritual birds and beasts that could be brought onto the ferry by cultivators were intelligent and wouldn't cause trouble for their masters. Otherwise, they would have to pay to avoid disasters. This was also a violation of the great Tao of cultivators. Once they got into a problem that couldn't be solved with money, it would be even more disastrous. However, in the eyes of the owner of the descendant of the Mao Mountain Dog, it was probably just a roadside trash that could lead a horse onto the ferry. So what if they provoked it? Chun Pingon extended his hand and stroked Chu Huang's head. It gently stepped on the ground, but it didn't seem too panicked. In the mountains to the south of the Book Slip Lake, Chu Huang had followed Chun Pingon and seen the world. Chun Pingon withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Are you guys trying to ruin my great Tao?" The handyman on the ferry was stunned for a moment. He guessed that the owner of the horse would most likely denounce them, but he never thought that it would be so upfront. Could it be that they wanted to extort him? That's great. The young handyman was overjoyed and couldn't wait to fight with them. Anyway, no matter what his background was, and no matter why he could make those beasts keep quiet out of fear, as long as he provoked the cultivators of Qingfeng City, he wouldn't have a good time. The group of immortals from Qingfeng City had always been the distinguished guests of this ferry, and they were very familiar with each other. Because of a certain kind of spiritual wood produced by the Fuyin Cave of Thousand Gully Kingdom. The fox demons of Fox Hill, which was like a vassal state of the dynasty, loved it. Therefore, this kind of spiritual wood that could moisturize fox skin was almost all bought by the immortals of Qingfeng City. Then they sold it to the Su family and made double the profit. As for why the Su family of Qingfeng City didn't make this trip in person, the people on the ferry were curious and asked about it. The cultivators of Qingfeng City laughed and said that the Su family didn't care about this little profit that others made from them. If they had the time, the disciples of the Su family, who were good at making money, would have earned more immortal money. The Su family of Qingfeng City owned a Fox Hill and was used to being the god of wealth, who only needed to count money at home. A group of immortals in snow-white fox fur slowly walked into the bottom cabin, which was a little eye-catching. The fox fur of Qingfeng City could not only keep warm in winter and dispel the cold in summer, but also dispel the heat in summer. It was just one thick and one thin, but in summer, wearing a fox fur, no matter how thin it was, would still look awkward. However, it was a kind of protective talisman for cultivators to walk under the mountain. The reputation of Qingfeng City was still not small in the northern region of the Aquarius continent, especially now, the head of the Su family of Qingfeng City. It was said that he had a great opportunity. His Taoist companion had helped him obtain a precious treasure, the Black Pearl armor from the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven. The family also had a Dolly Piece token. The rise of the Su family of Qingfeng City was unstoppable. Without saying a word, Chun Pingon still loosened his fist posture. He was a sickly person, but in a few steps he came to the front of the group of cultivators and knocked them down with a punch. Among them there was a girl with a round face who rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. In the end, only a handsome young man in the middle was left. His forehead was oozing sweat, and his lips were moving slightly. He probably did not know whether to say something tough or soft. Chun Pingon stood in front of him with his hands in his sleeves and asked him some inside stories of Qingfeng City. After all, whether it was the Su family of Qingfeng City or the mountain-moving ape of Shenyang Mountain, they both had old scores in Chun Pingon's heart. Even if Chun Pingon walked through the Book Slip Lake again, he would not turn over the old scores with them. When the young cultivator saw that the people close to him and his retinue had already fallen to the ground, he no longer cared about face or strength of character. He spilled the beans from a bamboo tube, spilling everything he knew without holding back. Chun Pingon asked in detail, and the young cultivator answered seriously. It was like a teacher asking a student about his homework. After seeing this scene, the handyman guarding the bottom cabin of the ferry was a little absent-minded. "What's going on?" "Isn't it said that the immortal cultivators from Qingfeng City are all resourceful?" Chun Pingon turned his head and looked at the handyman, who was calculating in his mind. At the same time, he casually slapped the young cultivator behind him on the forehead. With a plop, the young cultivator fell straight back. This was called sharing difficulties. Chun Pingon looked at the panic-stricken handyman and asked, "Can you get immortal money by helping with this kind of business?" The young handyman shook his head and said in a trembling voice, No, I didn't even get a single piece of snow. I just wanted to curry favor and get familiar with these immortal masters. Maybe in the future they will casually give me some advice, and I will have a way to make money." Chun Pingon asked who came up with the idea. The young handyman said without hesitation, "It's the idea of the immortal masters of Qingfeng City. I just wanted to help. Please forgive me." Chun Pingon lightly stomped his foot, and the young man's body bounced and woke up in a daze. Chun Pingon smiled and said, "This brother on the ferry said that the idea of murdering my horse was yours. What do you say?" The young man from Qingfeng City was furious. He sat on the ground and began to curse. Chun Pingon walked out of the bottom cabin and said to the young man with a smile, "Don't kill." The young man struggled to stand up and walked towards the handyman with a hideous smile. "Good guy, you dare to trick me. If I don't peel off a layer of your skin." The young man suddenly turned his head and looked at the door of the cabin. The man in a green robe stopped and turned his head. He quickly said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't kill. I don't dare to kill. I just want to teach this bad seed a lesson." Chun Pingon walked out of the cabin. Evil people will be dealt with by evil people. It was hard to say who was more evil, the cultivator from Qingfeng City or the handyman. However, deep in Chun Pingon's heart, he actually hated the handyman more. However, in the future, he would not be able to do much to these weaklings. Instead, Chun Pingon had more chances to deal with the arrogant and domineering cultivators on the mountain. Just like that snowy night when he met the prince of the Shurhao country, Han jingling on a narrow path, he killed him without hesitation. In the future, not to mention the princes, if they really went to the lawless North Continent, even the emperor would be able to kill them. Chun Pingon came to the bow of the ferry. He held the railing and strolled slowly. Both Shenyang Mountain and Clear Breeze City were doing quite well, especially the former. After Li Tuanjing, the strongest person below the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, they were getting more and more powerful. The Wind Thunder Garden was destined to endure a long period of humiliation in the next 100 years. If the new garden master, the sword cultivator Huang He and Lu Baqiao, could not reach the nascent soul realm quickly, they would be suppressed by Shenyang Mountain in the next few hundred years. As for the Su family of Qingfeng City, they had sold the mountain in Longquan County at a low price. It was obvious that they favored the Zhuiying dynasty and Lakeview Academy. Now that the situation was clear, they quickly made up for it. According to the young cultivator, at the end of last year, they had established a relationship with the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar Nation. They were related by marriage to a branch family outside the main branch. The Su family's daughter married a son of the Yuan family in the capital city of Dali. The Su family of Qingfeng City also supported the Yuan family's son to control a cavalry. Look, everyone was busy, be it friend or foe. On the great path, everyone competed. When Chun Pingon thought of his situation, he laughed at himself. Before Chin Pingon entered the Scroll Lake, he could have easily broken through the bottleneck of the fifth realm and reached the sixth realm. At that time, he was near his hometown and wanted to show the old man surnamed Chui from Luapa Mountain. After the strongest third realm cultivator was beaten out by you, he punched more than 1,000,000 times and finally had the strongest fifth realm cultivator in the world. He wanted the barefoot old man to be more reserved when he punched him in the future, so that he would suffer less. Chun Pingon did not care much about the gift of martial arts fate. Even if there was another opportunity like the Cloud Sea Dragon in Old Dragon City, he should still be able to defeat it with one punch. He did not expect that this delay would take nearly 3 years. As for the matter of replenishing the 5 elements natal items and rebuilding the longevity bridge, there was no need to mention it. According to Ah Liang, I have a watermelon skin sword technique. Wherever I slide, the sword will be there. Let fate decide. Chun Pingon smiled knowingly. Turning his head, Chun Pingon saw the group of cultivators from the Clear Breeze City who had come to offer their apologies. Chun Pingon did not pay them any heed, and after the other party had more or less ascertained that Chun Pingon had no intention of continuing to pursue the matter, they left resentfully. Then the owner of the ferry also came to apologize. He swore that he would definitely punish the troublemaker severely. Chun Pingon did not pay much attention to him. He only said that it was fine as long as he learned his lesson. The ferry docked at the Fortune Shade Cave residence in Thousand Ravine Country. If it were in the past, Chun Pingon would just bury himself in the journey. However, this time, Chun Pingon still paid a visit to the owner of Fortune Shade Cave. Perhaps because he knew about the disturbance on the ferry, the old cultivator in the Dragon Gate realm, the dignified imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country, was very enthusiastic. Chun Pingon thickened his skin and asked about the rough inside story of the Blessed Enclave after it was destroyed. The old cultivator was not unfamiliar with it. After all, Fortune Shade Cave was still a little famous. Although it was only a little more than 10 miles wide, the treasures and immortal relics had long been dug out by the seniors. The cave's spiritual chi was not too abundant. Later, by chance, the old cultivator moved into this place. As a place of cultivation, he had a set of polite words to face all kinds of visitors. He spoke in detail what could be said, and absolutely did not say anything that should not be said. When the old cultivator heard that Chun Pingon was from Dali, he became even more enthusiastic and insisted that Chun Pingon stay for a few days. Chun Pingon rejected him, so the old cultivator gave him a 9-grid treasure box as a parting gift. It was made from a few special products of Fortune Shade Cave and filled the 9 grids. In fact, it was not expensive. The market price in Thousand Ravine Country was about 20 pieces of snow coins. For a secular dynasty, it was naturally a sky-high price. However, in the eyes of the cultivators on the mountain, it was not a precious gift. After Chun Pingon accepted the small treasure box, he gave Fortune Shade Cave a bottle of Well Immortal's wine from Bee's Tail Crossing. When the old cultivator of Dragon Gate heard that it was the wine from Bee's Tail Crossing, he was overjoyed and invited Chun Pingon to visit Fortune Shade Cave the next time he passed by Thousand Ravine Country. There was no wine like Well Immortal's wine, but Thousand Ravine Country had some unique scenery that could not be found anywhere else. He dared not say that it would make a cultivator forget to leave, but if they only saw it once, it would definitely be worth the trip. The imperial tutor of Thousand Ravine Country, who was a joke, was willing to accompany Chun Pingon on his travels. The old cultivator personally escorted Chun Pingon to the border of Thousand Ravine Country before returning home. There was a young direct disciple beside him who was somewhat puzzled. He wondered why his master would go through so much trouble. The old cultivator of Dragon Gate lamented, "On the path of cultivation, as long as you can form good karma, no matter how big or small, you shouldn't miss it. The young disciple seemed to have understood something. The old cultivator was afraid that his disciple would go astray, so he had to remind him, at your age, you still need to cultivate diligently and concentrate on comprehending Tao. You can't be too distracted by the ways of the world. It's enough to know the pros and cons. When the day comes when you are as rotten as your master and can't walk the mountain path anymore, then you can do these things. As for your so-called master, in addition to teaching you Tao, you also need to do these things that may not be to your liking. It's good for your disciple's future path of cultivation to be wider. The old cultivator rubbed his disciple's head and sighed. Last time when you went down the mountain alone to experience the world, you did those ridiculous things with the noble disciples of Thousand Ravine Country. Actually, I was there the whole time and saw it. If you weren't just putting on a show and thought that it would be easier to get closer to them, I would have been disappointed in you. People who cultivate Tao should know what the real foundation is. There's no need to care about those worldly affairs. What's the point? You must remember that everything outside of cultivation is false. The young disciple was horrified. The old cultivator smiled. I can use this opportunity to point out the confusion in your heart. It's not a waste of the 20 snowflakes you gave away. The young disciple bowed with his hands folded in front. Master's kindness is great. I will definitely remember it. The mountain lord of Fortune Shade Cave stroked his beard and smiled. He brought along his proud disciple who had high hopes on him and walked on a small mountain ridge with a wide view. Chun Pingon carried his sword on his back and rode on his horse, continuing north from the northern border of Thousand Ravine Country. Of course, he could not have guessed that his previous visit to Fortune Shade Cave had allowed an old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm to take the opportunity to enlighten a disciple of his. On a hot summer day with a slight breeze and a drizzle, Chun Pingon handed over his passport and successfully passed through the border pass of Dali. This time, he chose a new path to return to Longquan County. He did not take the route between Red Candle Town and Chiduan Mountain. Along the way, it was raining heavily and the humid heat was abnormally heavy. Chun Pingon almost mistook it for a summer day, when Book Slips Lake was like a steamer. However, it was hot during the summer and cool after autumn. Crickets chirped endlessly at night. During this time, under an ancient pine on a mountain peak, the sun was setting in the west. He saw a bare-chested, heroic scholar holding a feather fan. He was surrounded by beautiful maidservants, and the sounds of birds chirping could be heard. Further away, there were two old men breathing steadily. They were clearly cultivators. Chun Pingon led his horse past without looking sideways. After leaving the mountain peak, Chun Pingon felt rather sad. In the past, the scholars of Dali, even those who could enter Cliff Academy to study, still racked their brains to go to Lakeview Academy, the Great Sway Kingdom, or the Lu Dynasty. In the end, Dali could not keep them. According to Chui Dongshan's words, in the literary world of Dali at that time, before the scholars quarreled or before they picked up their brushes, they would not mention the names of a few scholars of other countries, flip through the works of a few literary giants of other countries, or find a few relatives in the literary world of other countries. They would not have the face to open their mouths and write with confidence. He wondered what the current state of Dali's scholarly community was like. In reality, Chun Pingon was not interested in it either. As dusk approached, Chun Pingon finally passed through several relay stations to the east of Longquan, and then he entered the small town. The large wooden gate no longer existed, and the small town had already been surrounded by a stone wall. There were no guards or soldiers at the entrance, allowing people to enter and exit. Chun Pingon passed through the gate and discovered that Zheng Dafeng's thatched cottage was still standing alone by the side of the road. Compared to the nearby neatly planned forest of shops, it seemed rather conspicuous. Probably because the price had not been negotiated, Zheng Dafeng was not willing to move. A normal small town, naturally, would not dare to compete with the Longquan Prefecture in the north and the town's county government like this. What did Zheng Dafeng not dare to do? Chun Pingan was originally supposed to arrive at the small town after a week or so, but later on he hurried slightly faster, so he arrived quite a bit earlier. When he first entered the pass, he sent a letter to Luapa Mountain through the border relay station, telling them the approximate date of his return home. Chun Pingan did not first go to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. He led his horse across the stone bridge and went to his parents' grave. As before, he took out cotton bags filled with soil from various places and added soil to the grave. Not long after the Qingming festival, there were still some slightly faded red hanging papers on the grave, pressed down by flat stones. It seemed that girl Pei Qian had not forgotten his instructions. Along the way, there were many unfamiliar faces, but it was not strange. Most of the local people in the small town had moved to the new county city of Longquan in the north of the mountains in the west. Almost everyone lived in brand new and bright big families. There was a pair of big stone lions standing at the door of every house to guard the door. At the very least, there were drum-hugging stones that cost a lot of money. It was not the least bit inferior to the Faloo Street and Peach Leaf Alley of the past. Those who stayed in the small town were mostly old people who were unwilling to move. They were still guarding the small alleys that were getting quieter and quieter. There were also many new neighbors who had bought houses, but could not see each other all year round. Even if they did meet, they could not understand each other's language. In this way, Chun Pingan returned to the small town and walked to Mud Bottle Alley, which had not changed at all. It was just that this alley was now empty. The few remaining families had all moved to the new county city and sold their ancestral homes to outsiders. They received a large sum of money that they could not imagine even in their dreams. Even if they bought a big house in the county city, it was still enough for them to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Gu Kan's family's ancestral home was not sold, but his mother also settled down in the county city and bought one of the largest mansions in the county city. The courtyard was deep, and there was a small bridge overflowing water. It was rich and imposing. Chun Pingan took out a bunch of keys from the fengcun object and opened the courtyard door. He let Chu Huang loose the reins in the small courtyard and let it stay by itself. Chun Pingan opened the door. It was still the same. It was small and did not add anything big. He moved an old bench and sat by the table for a while. Chun Pingan stood up and walked out of the courtyard. He looked at the door gods and the spring festival couplets again. Then he stepped into the courtyard and looked at the word spring. Dusk was heavy. Chun Pingan sat by the table and lit a lantern. He wanted to sit for a while longer before going to Luapa Mountain to give them a surprise. However, after sitting for a while, Chun Pingan still did not get up. He just wanted to sit for a while longer. All the joys and sorrows of life started from here. No matter how many thousands of li he traveled, no matter how many years he traveled, he would only be truly at ease when he landed here. After his parents had passed away, Lu Xianyang would often lie on the bed here and talk nonsense about how he longed for the future. The little snotty bug would also often complain about how unreasonable the adults were. If one's parents were here, one would not travel far. If one's parents were no longer here, one would have even more reason to travel. In Red Candle Town, which was not very close to Longquan County, Pei Qian sat on a high roof with the azure-clothed child and the pink-dressed girl. They looked into the distance with eager eyes. The three of them were betting on who would see that figure first. On Luapa Mountain, the barefoot old man was resting with his eyes closed on the second floor. Zhu Lian began to admire the talisman characters on the bamboo buildings again and again. The female ghost, Shiro, was bored to death. She sat on a bamboo chair under the eaves. After arriving at Luapa Mountain, her hands and feet were tied everywhere. She felt uncomfortable all over. At the peak of Cloud Padding Mountain, the righteous god of Dali's northern peak, Wei Pai, and the old dragon of Huangting country stood side by side. One had a leisurely smile while the other had a solemn expression. They looked down at the small town in the distance. In a small alley, a speck of light could be vaguely seen. It shone brightly. "4:58. There was no night ban in the small town. Chun Pingon left Mud Bottle Alley in the night and took a detour to the Yang family's shop with his horse. After knocking on the door, a sleepy teenager opened the door. He should be the old Yang's new disciple mentioned in Wei Pai's letter. Chun Pingon said apologetically, "Is your master asleep?" The teenager yawned and asked in return, "What do you think?" Chun Pingon was speechless. He was used to the deceit and haggling over words at Book Slip Lake. He was not used to it for a while. The teenager frowned and asked, "Why are you looking for my master? Is he sick?" Chun Pingon laughed involuntarily. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "He is indeed here to see a doctor." The teenager frowned and was a little conflicted. Under the moonlight, the young man in his sight had slightly sunken cheeks and looked haggard. He looked like a short-lived ghost. His accent was from his hometown, but he had never seen him before. It was just that his master did not like to show his face. It was estimated that he would not take the initiative to do business tonight. What's more, after such a huge commotion, the Yang family's shop's reputation and business weren't too good. They had made enemies with a bunch of neighbors. And now, they all liked to go to the medicine shop at Moon Cake Alley to get medicine for treatment. He and his senior sister were bored out of their minds every day. His master was also a weirdo who had a grudge against money and never cared that the Yang family's shop was deserted. His family members were all grumbling, and last year they wanted him to change jobs and just work at the kiln and manufacturing department. His uncle had already opened up a channel for him, but he himself wasn't too willing. He felt that it was boring to have to deal with those officials and bow down every time he saw them. Since Old Yang did not intend to show up, Chun Pingon thought about coming to the shop next time. Just as he was about to leave, a slender young woman walked out. Her skin was slightly tanned, and she was relatively thin, but she should be a beauty. Chun Pingon knew this woman. She was one of Old Yang's disciples and the senior sister of the teenager from Peach Leaf Alley. She used to be a kiln worker in Dragon Riding Alley. There were many rules when it came to kilns. For example, once the kiln fire was lit, women could not go near the dragon kilns that were shaped like crouching dragons. Chun Pingon was not sure how she became a kiln worker, but he guessed that she did some rough and tiring work. After all, the rules of her ancestors were there, and almost everyone followed them, compared to the rules of the ancestral hall that restrained cultivators outside. It seemed to be more effective. The woman's voice was hoarse and rough. She said slowly, "Master said that he can't help. From now on, we can talk about old times, but we can't do business." Chun Pingon nodded and said with a smile, "Tell your master that I'll come to visit again." The woman hesitated for a moment and glanced at the long sword on Chun Pingon's back. "Are you a pure warrior?" Chun Pingon asked. "You too?" The woman did not say anything. Chun Pingon asked, "Where does Sheng Dafeng live now?" The woman continued to speak. "He likes to wander around the county town. He doesn't come to the shop often." Chun Pingon looked at her and the sleepy-eyed teenager from Peach Leaf Alley and left with a smile on his face. The two of them, who were born and raised in the Yang family, probably didn't know who their master was, how many saints of the three sects had served in the Yang family shop, and what it meant for them to acknowledge Old Yang as their master and disciple. He wondered if there was someone who thought of him like this in the past. When the young man closed the door of the shop, he complained to his senior sister, who was standing motionless, "I don't like this sickly guy." "The way he looks at people is so cold." She had been too poor and hungry when she was young, and had endured too much hard work when she was young. As a result, the woman's figure was just as slender as a common girl's. She was not good with words and did not smile. She did not speak and only watched the figure leading the horse and carrying the sword leave. She was the teenager's senior sister and had a steady mind. Thus, she had come into contact with some of her master's prowess early on. In less than 3 years, she was now a pure warrior of the fourth realm. However, in order to break through the most difficult bottleneck of the third realm, she would rather die from the pain than swallow the ointment in the porcelain bottle. Only then did she get through the bottleneck. Her master did not care at all. He only sat there and smoked. He did not even look at her coldly, because the old man did not even look at her. He only cared about his own daydream. After she struggled to sit up, covered in blood, she covered her face with her hands and cried tears of joy. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune later on. The old saying did not lie. The old man glanced at his disciple who had survived the disaster. He knocked on his pipe and finally spoke. Your temperament and tenacity is only half of someone's. Is it worth being happy about? That person is only a few years older than you. He was also an apprentice of the dragon kiln. He was even worse than you. He had no one to rely on and relied on himself for everything. Breaking through 3 realms in 3 years. Is that so amazing? With this, you want to snatch the remaining peak realm cultivators of the Aquarius continent, but I have a suggestion. The next time he disperses the martial fate, you hold the bowl and kneel on the ground to receive the things that he did not want. You can't even compare to him. And you dare to ask Zheng Dafeng who Chao Xi is? You are young, but your skin is not thin. I have taken in a good disciple. Do you want me to go to your sissy uncle's grave and propose a toast to thank him? Ooh. Her master would not speak, but every time he did, his words would cause her heart to ache. She was like that. Her junior brother Shirling Shan was not much better. The only difference was that her junior brother dared to complain in private, but she did not. Chun Pingan led the horse to the edge of the small town, where Li Huai's house was located. He paused for a moment, then walked out of the end of the alley and mounted his horse. He first went to the nearest small hill, Zhu Mountain, which he had bought with only 1 gold fine copper coin. He rode his horse to the top of the hill, overlooking the small town. It was late at night, and only the lights were slightly brighter. Falou Street, Peach Leaf Alley, County Government Office, Kiln Affairs Supervision Department. If one turned their head and looked towards the northwest, they would see the lights of thousands of houses gathered in the new county, which was located in the north of the mountains. It was so bright that the night sky was faintly yellow. From this, one could see the liveliness over there. Mount Shinju was the smallest mountain in the west. It was so small that it couldn't be any smaller. The reason why Chun Pingan bought it back then was simple. It was cheap. Other than that, he didn't have any other complicated thoughts. At that time, he wanted to build a thatched cottage in Zhu Mountain. With that, it would be more convenient to go to the small town. It was only a few steps away. It would not take much effort to go from Zhu Mountain to Mud Bottle Alley, even if it was on foot. Chun Pingan sat on the back of the horse. His line of sight constantly retracted from the silhouette of the small town in the night sky. He looked at the route that led out of the town and into the mountains. When he was young, he once carried a large basket on his back and went into the mountains to pick herbs. During the scorching heat of the summer, his shoulders were bound by the ropes until they burned with pain. At that time, he felt as if he was carrying his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Lane. That was the first time in his life that Chun Pingan wanted to give up. He used a very valid reason to persuade himself. You're still young and don't have enough strength. You can talk about picking herbs tomorrow. At worst, you can wake up early tomorrow and enter the mountains in the early morning. Chun Pingan exhaled softly, turned his horse around, and went down Zhu Mountain. Now that he had entered the mountains, the road was flat and wide, connecting the mountains. It was no longer as rugged as before. The mountains stretched for a long distance. Even if the road was cleared, Luopa Mountain was located in the south of the mountains. from the easternmost Zhenju mountain, it would still take a lot of time. In addition, Chun Pingan walked slowly, as if he wanted to see the scenery of every mountain he passed. He often stopped to rest or led the horse. Therefore, when Chun Pingan arrived at the boundary of Luo Pa Mountain, it was already one day and 2 nights later. This was under the premise that Chu Huang's legs were much stronger than ordinary horses. When Chun Pingan was riding, he would occasionally squeeze the horse's belly. Chu Huang would tacitly increase the horse's hooves, leaving a trail of horse's hooves on the road. Then Chun Pingan would turn his head and look. These years he had often done this. He would find some boring things to do. It was not only to find joy in hardship, but also to take a break from work. Most of the time, the accountant was silent. In the eyes of Zheng Yi, Ma Duyi, and Gu Kan, he would do these strange things most of the time. He would squat on the ground and use stones to draw a chessboard. He would flip and study the few Go sets over and over again. He would also play a game of Gamoku with himself. 1 man and 1 horse entered the mountains and gradually went deeper. Wei Pai, who should be the first to know of Chun Pingan's whereabouts, did not show up at all. It was not only Longquan County. The Longshu River, Tiefu River, Xiuhua River, and even the Ghost Bride's mansion area that hung a plaque with beautiful water and high wind all belonged to the boundary of Beiwei. Wei Pai lived high up in Mt. Pailuan, overlooking all living things. In particular, those Qi refinement warriors could see everything clearly. However, although it was unexpected that Wei Pai did not show up early, it was reasonable. In the early years, the 2 of them did not have a deep relationship. At first, they relied on alliance to maintain their relationship. Later on, they gradually became friends. There was a sense of friendship between gentlemen. Wei Pai could bring Chun Pingan around Bu's territory based on his personal preferences and helped to stick a protective talisman of the Beiwa Mountain Temple on Chun Pingan. However, now that the 2 of them were deeply involved and were leaning toward an alliance, they had to talk about avoiding suspicion. Even if it was just on the surface, they had to do it. Otherwise, the Dali Imperial Court would probably be unhappy. Wei Pai was the first god of the 5 mountains that the Imperial Court respected. How could he work together with others to do business, and then bargain with the Song clan? Even if Wei Pai was willing to do so, he would completely disregard the face of the Song clan. Relying on his identity as the god of Beiwei, he was arrogant and domineering. He would wantonly plunder tangible benefits for himself and others. Chun Pingan did not dare to agree. Between a business that made one's fortune overnight and a friendship that lasted for a long time, the latter was obviously more reliable. Moreover, Wei Pai had always been thoughtful and far-sighted. He was trustworthy. Otherwise, Chun Pingan would not have sent so many letters to Mt. Pailuan over the years. At dawn, they finally arrived at the foot of Mt. Luo Pa. A memorial arch was built at the mountain gate, but it did not hang a horizontal plaque. In fact, there was a mountain god temple at the peak of Mt. Luo Pa, so it should hang a horizontal plaque. However, the mountain god, who used to be a kiln supervisor, had bad luck. Not only did he live under someone else's roof in Mt. Luo Pa, where Chun Pingan's family business was based, he also had a very strained relationship with Wei Pai. In addition, there was an unfathomable martial arts grandmaster living in Mt. Luo Pa. There was also a huge black python that often wandered around Mt. Luo Pa. In the past, Li Shixing used that small snow wall to write characters on the walls of the bamboo building to talisman, which caused the entire Mt. Luo Pa to sink a bit. The mountain god temple was the most affected. Over time, the mountain god temple of Mt. Luo Pa was the most dismal of the 3 mountain god temples in Longquan Commandery. This mountain god lord, who had a golden body after his death, could be said to be disliked everywhere. Wei Pai slowly walked down the mountain, followed by Shiro from a distance. Chun Pingon dismounted from his horse and asked with a smile, "Where are Pei Qian and the others?" Wei Pai gloated. "I deliberately did not tell them your whereabouts. The three little guys thought that your master and teacher were returning to Longquan Commandery from Red Candle Town. Now, they must be waiting anxiously. As for Julien, he has been wandering around the commandery city in recent days. He said that he accidentally found a good seedling who practiced martial arts. I don't dare to say that he is too high, but there is hope for him to reach the Golden Body realm. He wants to give his young master a good opening gift after returning home." Chun Pingon and Wei Pai walked side by side. Shiro still followed from a distance. She only nodded to Chun Pingon as a greeting. Chun Pingon said apologetically, "The matter of buying the mountain has been delayed again and again. I'm really sorry." Wei Pai, who was dressed in white, walked on the mountain road like a deity on a lake. A golden earring hung by one side of his ear. He was really a deity among deities. He smiled and said, "In fact, at the end of the 11th year of Yongjia, this business almost fell through. The Dali Imperial Court considered that the Oxhorn Mountain was not suitable to be sold to cultivators because it should be included in the Dali military. With this reason, it clearly showed that they were going back on their word. At most, they would sell you 1 or 2 mountains near the border, the big and useless kind. It was a little compensation for their face, so I couldn't insist on it. However, at the end of the year, the Dali Ministry of Rights temporarily put this matter on hold. The first lunar month passed. When the masters of the Ministry of Rights in Dali finished their work and returned to Longquan Commandery after the festival, they suddenly changed their tone and said that they could wait a little longer. Chun Pingon smiled bitterly and said, "It didn't go well at all." Wei Pai turned his head and looked at Chun Pingon's appearance now. He laughed and said, "I can see that it's only a little better than the skinny that mortals must go through when they enter the path of godhood. It's too horrible to look at. If Pei Qian and the others see you, they probably won't recognize you." Chun Pingon scratched his head and sighed. "Even if the matter of buying the mountain is settled, I still have a lot of debt at the Book Lake." Wei Pai smiled and said, "After all, it's just the 2 words money that's troubling you. It's better than the initial ups and downs of your state of mind. And all your mistakes. That's too much, isn't it?" Chun Pingon smiled and nodded. "That's true." Wei Pai suddenly said, "I don't have any money to lend you. It's just an empty shell of the Northern Mountain deity. However, if you can swindle the deity's money, you can take it. If you earn money, you're capable." Chun Pingon rubbed his hands gently and said with a smile, "How can I accept that?" Wei Pai was stunned. From his tone, it didn't sound like the Chun Pingon of the past. It sounded like if he was careless, this guy would take advantage of the situation. Was he really going to use the Northern Mountain deity's name to earn money? Wei Pai quickly patted Chun Pingon's shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay if you're embarrassed. How can I make you feel embarrassed? We're friends. We should understand each other." Shiro followed them from afar. To be honest, when she saw Chun Pingon for the first time at the entrance of the Luopa Mountain, she was really shocked. After not seeing him for a few years, he had changed a lot. Could it be that without Sui Yuyu, Lu Baixiang, Wei Xian, and Zhu Lian by his side, he had no choice but to explore the Book Slips Lake on his own? Then, the Book Slips Lake was beaten back by the wild cultivators and ended up in a miserable state. Was he satisfied to be able to leave that place of trouble alive in the Aquarius continent? Shiro would not underestimate Chun Pingon because of this. After all, the Book Lake was lawless. Through the conversations between Zhu Lian and Wei Pai, she more or less knew the inside story. She knew that Chun Pingon, even if he had Zhu Lian by his side, was destined to not be able to fight his way out of the Book Lake with his fists. After all, Lu Shimao, the true monarch of the River Severing, was enough to make all the outsiders suffer, not to mention that Lu Laoqing had returned to the Book Lake. He was the only wild cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Chun Pingon said, "Tell Pei Qian and the others not to let them wait foolishly in Red Candle Town." Wei Pai smiled and nodded. He whistled and said, "Let's go back quickly. Chun Pingon is already at the Luopa mountain." Like a leaf of duckweed, it spun in the rapid current and disappeared in a flash. Then, near the ridge of a roof in Red Candle Town, Wei Pai's familiar voice sounded beside Pei Qian and the others. Pei Qian, who was holding his cheeks, opened his eyes wide. "Really?" The little boy in blue, who was lying on the roof and basking in the sun, rubbed his chin. "I think Wei Pai is just bluffing. He has nothing better to do and is just teasing us." The girl in pink sitting beside Pei Qian said softly, "Mr. Wei wouldn't lie about this kind of thing, right?" Pei Qian suddenly stood up and clenched his fists. "My master really comes and goes like a ghost. He caught the 3 of us off guard without saying anything. Don't you think he's amazing?" The girl in pink covered her mouth and laughed. The little boy in blue said grumpily, "Amazing my ass. We've waited here for so many days in vain. Look at me. If I don't see him, I'll ask him for a red packet. I'll be angry with Chun Pingon if there's one less." Ew. Pei Qian turned his head to look at the green-clothed little boy, one small hand pressing on the hilt of the sword and saber at his waist at the same time, and said earnestly, "Friends are friends, but master is the most important. If you continue to be so unruly and think of taking advantage of my master all day long, I will take your dog head." Pei Qian's usual style was to speak like an old man. Perhaps it was because Pei Qian was young, but he liked to talk big. Therefore, it was hard to tell which of his words were true, and which were unintentional words that could be treated as wind blowing past one's ears. The little boy in blue rolled his eyes. "With your mediocre skills?" Pei Qian shook his head. "I'm familiar with Old Chef. If I ask him to kill you, I'll take your dog head. There's nothing wrong with that." The girl in pink was a little nervous, afraid that these 2 fellows would come to blows at the slightest disagreement. Although the 2 of them often bickered, they had never really fought. Instead, the 2 of them often liked to have a verbal duel, using their mouths to talk about immortal spells that could move mountains and overturn seas, competing to see who was better. The little boy in blue weighed the weight of the martial artist in the far-travel state, the relationship between Old Chef and Pei Qian, and the snobbish Wei Pai who seemed to have a whole new level of respect for Pei Qian. He was extremely distressed and immediately jumped up, saying with a fawning face, "Heroine Pei, why can't you take a joke? Chun Pingon is your master, and also my master. Family harmony breeds wealth, so there's no need to talk about dog head. Besides, I'm not a dog. I'm a great flood dragon that even the Daoist sect's 3rd sect master has patted on the shoulder several times." In our Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven in Longquan County, who would dare? Just based on my heroic spirit, you should respect me more. In the future, don't say such hurtful words in anger. It's not good to be childish. Pei Qian said seriously, "I'm not joking with you. We Jianghu people are true to our words." The little boy in blue smiled mischievously and said, I know. The girl in pink heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the 2 of them did not fall out, or she really did not know how to be a peacemaker. The 3 of them skimmed over the roofs of Red Candle Town and soon left the town and entered the mountains. A black snake that was entrenched in an uninhabited place slithered out, crushing a deep mark on its abdomen. Its momentum was astonishing. Pei Qian was the first to jump onto the head of the Luopa mountain black snake. He sat cross-legged and stacked his bamboo blade and bamboo sword on his knees. The girl in pink sat in the center of the black snake's back. The little boy in blue stood on the tail of the black snake, swaying back and forth. But when he looked at the slender back of the charcoal girl, his heart was a little hazy. Just a moment ago, he felt the natural oppressive feeling of the charcoal girl. He was not used to this uncomfortable feeling. The first time he noticed the strangeness of Pei Qian's body was in the mountains, when they chased after the dog that had become a spirit. Pei Qian was covered in grass and wood debris, and there were a few small blood grooves on her face that were hooked by tree branches. Finally, with great difficulty, they blocked the path of the wild dog. She was completely unaware of the insignificant injuries on her body. In her eyes, there was only the desperate wild dog. Her eyes were full of vigor. Her thumb pressed on the hilt of the knife, and she slowly pushed it out of the sheath. She bent over and stared at the wild dog. Every inch the bamboo blade was out of the sheath. Her eyes were burning. From that moment on, the little boy in blue no longer regarded Pei Qian as an ignorant little girl. He was even a little puzzled. Why did the gentleman Chun Pingon find such a little freak as his disciple? And she was the first disciple? The black snake, who came from Chiduan Mountain, was very familiar with the path back home. Pei Qian, the little boy in blue, and the girl in pink all had their own thoughts. Pei Qian gently tapped the black snake's head with the bottom of the sheath and frowned. "Don't be lazy. Hurry up. Otherwise, when I master the demonic sword technique one day, I'll use you to practice." The black snake had no choice but to speed up. On the other side of Luapa Mountain, Chun Pingon returned to the bamboo house with mixed feelings. Along the way, Wei Pai and Chun Pingon had finished talking about what they needed to talk about. They used the natural supernatural power of shrinking earth to return to Mount Biyun first. Shiro looked at Chun Pingon's back as he ascended to the second floor. After a moment of hesitation, she moved a bamboo chair and sat under the eaves. She was very curious about the relationship between Chun Pingon and the old man surnamed Chui. The old man didn't seem like a pure warrior. He was more like an old Confucian scholar who had retired to the mountains. Wei Pai and Zhu Lian seemed to have a tacit understanding. They didn't say much in front of her and pretended that the old man didn't exist. At first, the old man wanted to nurture Pei Qian. He just casually pinched Pei Qian's muscles and bones, and Pei Qian rolled on the ground. His face was covered in tears and snot, and he looked at the old man pitifully. At that time, the old man had an awkward expression on his face, as if he had stepped on dog poop. Pei Qian took advantage of the old man's daze and ran away on tiptoe. After that, he didn't go near the bamboo house for several days. He wandered aimlessly in the mountains. In the end, he simply left the mountains in the west and went to a pastry shop in Dragon Riding Alley. He became a small shopkeeper. After that, the old man surnamed Chui gave up on Pei Qian. Occasionally, he would stand on the second floor and look at the scenery. When he glanced at Pei Qian, it was as if he had seen a young phoenix staying in a chicken coop all day. The little guy was especially happy. This made the old man, who was dressed in a scholarly robe, feel somewhat helpless. Chun Pingon knocked on the door and entered. The old man, surnamed Chui, sat cross-legged. He opened his eyes and sized up Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon sat opposite the old man. He carried the sword fairy on his back and had the blade-strengthening gourd hanging on his waist. The old man felt that the sword was a bit of an eyesore. As for the blade-strengthening gourd, it was a little better. It was nothing for a man of Jianghu to drink some wine. Did you rely on these external objects to leave that filthy place alive? Chun Pingon said, "I can't say just, but without this sword, I really couldn't have survived. On the Qingxia island of the Book Slip Lake, I was almost killed by a wild practitioner of the upper 5 states." The old man sneered. If he really wanted to kill you, it didn't matter whether he had this sword or not. Chun Pingon said, between killing and not killing. Without this sword, the possibility of being killed is very high. The old man frowned unhappily. Chun Pingan said slowly, on the road of martial arts, of course, we have to pursue the word purity. But if you deliberately put yourself in danger again and again for the sake of perfect purity, I don't think it's good. If you take the risk once, even if there are 2 or 3 more times, there will be a day when you encounter a hurdle that you can't get over. At that time, you'll just die. I think that to practice the purity of boxing, you have to cultivate your mind first. You have to be purer than the cultivators on the mountain. First, you have to achieve a pure state of mind. When you punch, there are many external objects mixed in. Only then can you have a chance to remove them. This is the foundation of the purity of martial arts. Otherwise, the road of martial arts is long and difficult. What's more, if you still like to tell yourself that you'll just die, how can you go far? The old man put his fists on his knees and leaned forward slightly. He sneered. What? After wandering outside for a few years, do you think you're qualified to talk big to me? When the old man just moved forward a few steps, the second floor of the bamboo building was filled with fist intent like a flood surging toward Chun Pingan. Even sure, row outside the bamboo building felt the shocking momentum of the flood that was about to burst the dike. Chun Pingan sat in the same place, motionless. His body was the same, his state of mind was the same, both physically and mentally. There seemed to be a strong wind blowing in the room. Chun Pingan kept sliding backward, but his back was still straight. Even if his back was against the wall, he still didn't change his sitting posture. The old man sighed, and there seemed to be pity in his eyes. Chun Pingan, after a trip to the Book Slip Lake, you're already so afraid of death? Aren't you curious why you can't naturally break through the bottleneck of the 5 states? Do you really think it's because you're suppressing it, or you don't dare to look deeper? Chun Pingan was silent. The old man looked at the withered young man who was leaning against the wall. If you're afraid of death, you're afraid of death. You just don't dare to admit it. Of course, you have many reasons for being afraid of death, and I won't laugh at you for it. However, this is what makes the world interesting. Whether it's martial arts or Taoism, it doesn't matter if your idea is reasonable or not. So your reason is right, but it's a pity that you can't convince yourself with a reason that's right for you. Now, you want to practice the sword, and this obsession is getting deeper and deeper. I guess that during these years at the Book Slip Lake, you often have thoughts that rise and fall inadvertently, but you don't know it. One is that a martial artist doesn't seem strong enough, and the other is that a sword immortal is too cool. This is human nature. You've never seen me really fight, but you've walked through the Great Wall of Sword Chi. I believe that you've seen more than one sword immortal with your own eyes. Chun Pingan wanted to say something but stopped as if he wanted to refute. The old man smiled and said, Back then, I used too many punches to feed you. My punches were measured, and I made your martial arts path of the 3 states extremely smooth. So although you did suffer a lot of pain and torment, your path was very smooth. This is naturally my strength. It didn't hurt your body at all, and it didn't hurt your mind at all. However, the sword immortal that you saw didn't care about the state of mind of a little martial artist like you. The sword will spread for thousands of miles, and its aura was like a bull that split the sea of clouds. It was like a casual slap, and it made a big hole in your heart. You're also a half-baked scholar who likes to reflect on yourself, and you like to look back whenever you have something to do to see if you've gone astray. But you didn't expect that every time you look back, you would subconsciously look at those holes. It's like a deep abyss, like a deep well, and you fell into it and couldn't extricate yourself. Chun Pingan nodded and said, When I was in Old Dragon City, I realized this point. The sword cultivator's attack at Flood Dragon Gully had a great influence on me. In addition to Wei Jin's sword that broke the sky curtain and Fan Juanmao's sword that flew to Osmanthus Island in the Sea of Clouds, at this point, Chinpingan's expression turned solemn, but after entering the book slip lake, I didn't realize it like you said. In fact, it's the opposite. I've already consciously tried to eliminate this influence bit by bit. The old man laughed and said, "Every time you throw a stone into the well, you have to be careful and try not to splash water at the bottom of the well. Can you fill it up?" Chunpingan suddenly understood. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and asked, "May I ask what I should do, Senior?" The old man said sarcastically, "It seems that this trip to the book slip lake has not only made you haggard, but also made your brain, which was just passable, rusty." Chunpingan just stared at the old man. The old man was silent for a moment. Fortunately, some things haven't been thrown away completely. Otherwise, it's really hopeless. The old man raised a fist. "Practice martial arts." The old man raised the other hand and put two fingers together. "Practice swordsmanship." Then the old man stood up and looked down at Chunpingan condescendingly, saying, "Even if you can have both, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? If you divide the primary and the secondary, how do you divide the primary and the secondary? You don't understand anything. You're a mass of paste and muddle-headed all day long. Serves you right for walking in circles outside the city gate with the city gate wide open. You're so proud of yourself, telling yourself that it's not that you can't break through the bottleneck, but that you're just unwilling to do so. Speaking of which, it's really easy for you to reach the 6th level. It's just like a person with feces all over his pants. When you enter the house, you mistakenly think that you can change into clean clothes. In fact, those feces are also brought into the house. They're not on your body, they're still in the house. Fortunately, you didn't break through by accident. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the nerve to come up to the 2nd floor with feces and urine all over your body to see me after reaching the 6th level from the 5th level. Ooh. The old man lightly stomped his foot. Chunpingan's back was blown tightly against the wall by the fierce wind. He had no choice but to use his elbows to support himself against the wall and try his best to not let the back of his head lean against the wall. A surge of pure Jinchi in his body roamed through his acupuncture points like a fire dragon. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked over. He still stood where he was, but he suddenly raised his foot and kicked in the direction of Chunpingan's forehead. With a bang, the back of Chunpingan's head crashed heavily against the wall. The pure Jinchi in his body also stopped advancing. It was like a heavy mountain pressing down on the fire dragon until it could only crawl on the ground. The old man clicked his tongue and said, "Chunpingan, have you really never thought about why you're still hanging on to your last breath after not practicing for 3 years? You have to know that fist intent can continue to temper itself even when you're not practicing. But can the bones of your body withstand it? Do you really think you're a martial artist at the Golden Body realm? Have you never asked yourself?" Chunpingan had difficulty breathing, his face twisted. He knew that he would have to suffer greatly when he returned to the bamboo tower, but he didn't expect it to be so straightforward. However, the old man's question made Chunpingan's heart stop, as if it was on the brink of death. His mind suddenly stopped, and he temporarily abandoned the suppression brought about by the old man's fist intent. He calmed his heart and gathered his Jinchi, concentrating on this question that he had vaguely thought about before. The old man raised his foot again and kicked Chunpingan's abdomen, where the wall was, a wisp of fist intent, and Jinchi just happened to hit that extremely fine fire dragon Jinchi. Chunpingan vaguely sensed that the fire dragon's head, tail, and 4 claws were outside his heart's door. Suddenly, 3 strings of sounds like firecrackers and spring thunder burst out outside his heart's door. The old man said, "Obviously, there's a practitioner who's secretly nourishing this pure Jinchi of yours with a very clever and unique method. If I'm not wrong, it must be a Taoist master who implanted 3 flame seeds in the head of the fire dragon. as a Taoist heavenly palace inner yard. He used the method of fire refinement to help you open up the spine joints of this fire dragon inch by inch so that you can have the chance to radiate with glory and splendor. You'll be one step ahead of the others, skipping the 6 states and building the foundation of the golden body realm in advance. The effect is like the golden jade skeleton pursued by Taoists. It's not too big of a deal, but it's ingenious, and the timing is excellent. Tell me, who is it? Chun Pingan's face was blank. Since the old man had already seen through the root of the problem, he no longer made things difficult for Chun Pingan. He restrained his momentum. Chun Pingan sat against the wall, sweating profusely. In the end, Chun Pingan had an epiphany. He smiled bitterly and said, "I once met the master of a friend of mine. His Taoist name is Immortal Fire Dragon. Now that I think about it, when we parted, that Taoist with a fire dragon embroidered on his robe did reach out his finger and point at me a few times." The barefoot old man frowned. Why would this old immortal give you an opportunity for nothing? On the path of cultivation, fortune and misfortune were interdependent. Chun Pingan wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "I just gave that friend a small seal personally carved by the great celestial master of Longhu Mountain." The old man nodded. The cultivators at the top of the mountain don't want to owe anything. They're afraid of karma. Since you gave it to him and he returned it, it makes sense. Then the old man suddenly asked, "That's all?" Without waiting for Chun Pingan to say anything, the old man kicked out. Chun Pingan's head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer. He hit the wall and fainted. The old man didn't even give Chun Pingan a chance to curse. The old man sneered, "At such a young age, you're so lethargic. You really deserve a beating." Another kick sent Chun Pingan's body crashing into the wall. After falling to the ground, he bounced a little. Just as he woke up a little because of the pain, he fainted again because of the pain. From the beginning to the end, the old man didn't deliberately hide his aura and words. Under the eaves of the bamboo building, the female ghost Shiro sat on a small emerald green bamboo chair. She was uneasy. She swallowed her saliva and suddenly felt that compared to Chun Pingan, who was beaten to death as soon as he entered the building, she had really lived a fairy-like life in the past few years in Luapa Mountain. "459. Shiro suddenly stood up and looked up. On the second floor, the barefoot old man was holding Chun Pingan by the neck. He gently lifted him over the railing and casually threw him down. Shiro hurriedly caught him. The old man said, "This guy thinks too much and doesn't sleep enough. Let him sleep first. During this time, don't let anyone disturb him." Shiro hurriedly placed Chun Pingan on the bed on the first floor and quietly left. She closed the door and obediently sat on the bamboo chair at the entrance like a door god. The old man walked down the bamboo building and came to the edge of the cliff. Today, the clouds were thick, blocking the view. The scenery was magnificent, like the wind shaking the waves. Standing at the top of Luopa Mountain was like standing in a swamp country. Slightly to the left, there was a mountain peak adjacent to Luopa Mountain. It stood alone above the sea of clouds, like an immortal walking on stilts. The old man casually waved his sleeve and easily scattered the sea of clouds. This scene made Shiro's eyelids tremble. She quickly looked down. If he were to slap her with his sleeve, he really didn't know if his soul would completely vanish into thin air. The Chui Dongshan she was most afraid of had visited Luopa Mountain on the second floor. Shiro had never seen Chui Dongshan in such a daze. The old man sat in the room and didn't walk out. Chui Dongshan sat in the corridor outside. He also didn't walk in, but he called the old man grandfather. From that moment on, Shiro knew how to deal with the old man. It was very simple. Try not to appear in the old man's sight. The old man stopped and looked into the distance. A huge black snake with golden lines on its belly and 4 claws rapidly climbed up the mountain from the mountain gate. As it approached the bamboo building, the black snake didn't dare to approach. Pei Qian knew that it followed the rules, so he didn't make things difficult for it. He floated to the ground, bent his body, and ran forward. The girl in pink followed behind like a fluttering butterfly, extremely cute. The green-robed child appeared to be in low spirits. He slid down the black snake's tail and slowly hung behind the 2 fellows. Just as he was about to see Chen Pingan, the green-robed child did not know why, but he still felt a little guilty. When Pei Qian arrived at the bamboo building, Shiro hurriedly repeated the old man's words. Pei Qian was both disappointed and worried. She walked softly at the entrance of the bamboo building, trying to see through the gaps of the green bamboo. Of course, she didn't see anything. She didn't give up. She didn't give up and walked around the bamboo building. She walked around the bamboo building and finally sat on Shiro's bamboo chair. She crossed her arms and sulked. Pei Qian secretly cast a glance at the girl in pink. The girl in pink immediately understood and ran to the barefoot old man, asking softly, "Grandpa Chui, is my master all right?" The old man nodded and said, "It's a little troublesome, but it's not to the extent that there's no way to solve it. After Chen Pingan has enough sleep, we can feed him some punches, and he'll be able to turn the situation around." Feed him? She knew what happened to her grandpa back then. It was truly tragic. The little boy in green, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, had a sad look on his face. Poor grandpa! He jumped into a fire pit the moment he got home. No wonder he had to wander for 5 years before he was willing to come back. If it was him, he might not even dare to come back for 50 years. Chen Pingan slept for a full 2 days, and one night before waking up, when he opened his eyes, he sat up like a carp and walked out of the house, only to find Pei Qian and Zhu Lian keeping watch outside the door. Each of them had a small bamboo chair. Pei Qian was leaning against the back of the chair, his legs stretched out. He was already sound asleep and was even drooling. To Charcoal, this was probably what it meant to be unable to do anything about life. Chen Pingan walked softly and squatted down. He looked at Pei Qian. After a while, she raised her arm and wiped her drool. Then she went back to sleep. She mumbled softly in her sleep. Chen Pingan stood up and gestured for Zhu Lian to follow him. The 2 of them went to the edge of the cliff. There was a stone table with a chessboard carved on it, and 4 simple stone stools carved with cloud patterns. Zhu Lian lowered his voice and chuckled. "If Pei Qian saw you like this, she would be heartbroken." Chen Pingan sighed. "It's already very good. Back then, I prepared for the worst. I thought that I wouldn't be able to escape from Book Lake for 7 to 8 years. Zhu Lian nodded. "Although I don't know the exact reason, I didn't dare to ask about some of the letters. But for you to live like this, it must be an extremely difficult matter." Chen Pingan took out 2 jugs of Crying of the Crow wine from the Book Lake and gave Zhu Lian a jug each. He gently clinked glasses with Zhu Lian. Chen Pingan leaned against the stone table with one arm resting on top of it. He took a sip of wine and sighed. "It's a long story. What is strength of character? It's nothing more than being able to endure the hardships of the heavens." Zhu Lian turned his head and stared at Chen Pingan's side profile. He took a sip of wine and advised softly, "Although you look haggard now, I've been in the field of love. I know that you're the most loved by women. In the future, when you go down the mountain to the small town or the county capital, you'd better wear a bamboo hat to cover yourself. Otherwise, be careful that you don't repeat the mistakes of Xiang Manor. All you did was give the women on the street a few more glances, and you incurred a few romantic debts out of thin air." It had been a long time since he was flattering. Chen Pingan rubbed his cheeks and smiled. "Do you think I'm stupid or those women are blind? Zhu Lian sighed. You'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. Just you wait. When you go out of the mountain, you'll be— Chen Pingon hurriedly waved his hand. Stop, stop. Drink your wine. Zhu Lian was heartbroken. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. Chen Pingon smiled but did not speak. Borrowing the pure moonlight that spilled over the world, he squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. Although he was currently looking towards the south, Chen Pingon's new home was to the north of Luo Pa Mountain. Other than Oxhorn Mountain, where the cloth shop had originally set up camp, there were other immortal forces that had planned to jump off the sunken ship of Dolly, including the Su family of Qingfeng City, who had chosen Cinnabar Mountain. There were also other immortal forces such as Xieyu's Back, Sword Prayer Platform, Weixia Peak, and Mount Gray. Other than Sword Prayer Platform, which was located in the westernmost part where it was lonely and its peak was not large, the rest were located in the southern part of the western mountain range, not far from Luo Pa Mountain, especially Mount Gray, which occupied a vast area. The previous immortal force had already spent a lot of money, and with the hard work of a large number of Lu family survivors, they had already built a continuous stretch of immortal mansion like a paradise on earth. In the end, it was equivalent to half selling and half giving it away to the Dali imperial court. No one knew what they were thinking now, but they were probably regretting it. The gold and copper coins that the Song clan owed in Old Dragon City had been used by Wei Pai to act as a middleman. And then Chen Pingon used them to buy the mountain. Then it was written off, so it was quite refreshing. This was especially true of the Oxhorn Mountain, which was the site of the Immortals' Ferry. Chen Pingon was about to acquire it, but he had to temporarily put his name on Wei Ba's side. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a proper name, and the benefits would be too great. Chen Pingon would also be envied by the nobles of the Great Li. However, in private, the source of the Oxhorn Mountain was the source of the Immortals' Ferry. Chen Pingon and Wei Ba would split the profits 50-50. In the past, he had helped Gu Ken's family fight for water in the fields countless times. He never thought that he would be able to guard such a fertile land with an amazing harvest today. Chen Pingon collected his thoughts and asked, Zhu Lian, don't you often spar with Senior Cui? Zhu Lian smiled and shook his head. Senior's fists are extremely hard. He has already reached the end of the martial path that we martial artists dream of. Who doesn't admire him? It's just that I don't want to disturb Senior's peaceful cultivation. Zhu Lian leaned back and turned to look at the bamboo house. Senior, you don't mind what I said, right? There was silence. There was no response. Zhu Lian smiled and said, Senior, other than occasionally traveling the mountains with the mountain walking staff and sparring with the old masters of Linlu Academy in Mount Bian, you're usually not willing to show your face. You're like a wandering cloud or a wild crane. Zhu Lian remembered something and said, I accidentally found a good seedling in the county capital. She is a young lady from a rich family who moved to Longquan from the capital of the Great Li. She is young, 13 years old, about the same age as our money loser. Although she has just started learning martial arts and started a little late, it is still not too late. I have already explained it clearly to her elders. Now, I am just waiting for the young master to nod his head, and I will take her to Luo Pa Mountain. Now, there are several new mansions in Luo Pa Mountain. Apart from our own residence, it is more than enough to receive people and things. Moreover, it is all paid by the Great Li. Chen Pingon nodded. Now that there were many people in Luo Pa Mountain, it was indeed necessary to build these residences. However, after signing an official contract with Dali's Ministry of Rights to buy these mountains, even if they were to exclude the few mountains rented to Wantung, it would be no problem for each person to occupy a mountain. They were really rich and powerful. At that time, Chen Pingon would become the biggest landlord in Longquan, second only to Wantung. He would occupy 30% of the western mountains. Other than the small and exquisite Chinju Mountain, any other mountain would have abundant spiritual energy, enough for a Jindan earthly immortal to cultivate. Chun Pingon asked curiously, if you're willing to bring her up the mountain, of course you can. But what's her status in Luopa Mountain? As your disciple? If she was Zhu Lian's first disciple in the world, Chun Pingon was really looking forward to her martial arts journey. Among the 4 people in the picture scroll of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Zhu Lian's realm was the highest. He was a true martial artist of the remote travel realm. Although he took a shortcut, Chun Pingon felt deep in his heart that Zhu Lian's choice seemed to be eager for quick success, but it was actually the best choice. Zhu Lian shook his head and said, I'm not interested in being someone's master. Let her be a registered disciple of Luopa Mountain first. In the future, if anyone takes a fancy to her bone structure and aptitude, just take her away. What I'm doing is just to keep the goodies within the family. I want to add some liveliness to young master's Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, it's full of ghosts and monsters. It doesn't seem right, and I feel that it's not good for feng shui. Speaking of which, if this was in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, a disciple with the girl's talent would be like someone I picked up on the side of the road when I went to the bookstore to buy books. But in my hometown, I reckon that a basket of Jianghu masters would fight over her, with brains splattering everywhere. It's very Jianghu. Zhu Lian crossed his legs and pinched the wine pot made by the immortals with 2 fingers. He gently shook it and sighed. It's worthy of being called the vast world. Heroes come forth in large numbers. It's definitely not something that Lotus Flower Blessed Land can compare to. Chun Pingon smiled and asked, how did you convince the girl's family? The poor learn literature, and the rich learn martial arts. It's not a joke. Zhu Lian chuckled and said, it's not complicated. The reason why that family moved to Longquan County was because they couldn't survive in the capital. Beauty is a source of trouble. The girl's temper is stubborn, and her parents and elders are also unyielding. She was unwilling to bow her head and provoked the local power that she shouldn't have provoked. I helped to settle that group of people who chased after her. The girl is a family person who values relationships. There are already 2 scholars in the family, and they don't need her to support the family. Now that she has implicated her elder brother and younger brother, she already feels very guilty, thinking that she can rely on the immortal power in Longquan County. She agreed without a second word. Actually, what's the matter with learning martial arts and how much suffering one has to go through? She's also a simple and silly girl. However, since she's chosen by me, she naturally doesn't lack spiritual energy. Young master, when the time comes, you'll know when you see her. She's similar to Sui Yu, but not quite the same. Chun Pingon made a sound of acknowledgement. Zhu Lian's work was still reliable. Zhu Lian suddenly turned his head and roared, useless thing! Your master is going on a long journey again. Why are you still sleeping? Pei Qian fell down together with the bamboo chair. In a daze, she saw a familiar figure and rushed over. In the end, when she saw Chun Pingon's appearance, she immediately burst into tears like raindrops. Her charcoal-like face wrinkled and the corners of her mouth lowered. She couldn't speak. How did Master become like this? So dark and thin. Why did he learn from her? Chun Pingon sat up straight and smiled. Why haven't you grown after staying in Luopa Mountain for 3 years? Why can't you eat your fill? Are you just busy playing? Did you forget to copy books? Pei Qian hugged Chun Pingon and cried loudly. She was extremely sad. That year, she should have shamelessly followed her master, with her taking care of her master's food and living. Even if she was clumsy, at least there would be someone who could talk to her master and relieve her boredom on the other side of Calligraphy Lake. Chun Pingon glared at Zhu Lian, who was gloating at the side. Zhu Lian lifted the wine pot and drank a big mouthful of wine. Then, while Chun Pingon was softly comforting Pei Qian, Zhu Lian took the small pot with half a pot of woody wine and got up to leave. It was as if he wanted to leave the moonlight and time for the master and disciple who had been separated for a long time. Pei Qian finally sat down on a stone bench by the side with a crying nose. She had grown a little taller, but it was not obvious. An ordinary 13 or 14-year-old girl's figure should be like a willow by now. Her face should also have grown out, but Pei Qian seemed to still be the charcoal girl who was separated in Red Candle Town. She chattered and told her master about her great achievements in Longquan County. Every once in a while, she would go down the mountain to take care of her master's ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. Every year during the first month and Qingming Festival, she would go to the grave and take care of the 2 shops in Riding Dragon Alley. Every day, when she was not copying books, she also had to hold a mountain staff and ride the black snake. She cautiously and conscientiously patrolled the area of Luapa Mountain to prevent thieves from sneaking into the bamboo house. She also had to practice the 6-step stance and 18 stops of sword chi that her master taught her. She also had to practice the white ape's back sword technique and dragging blade technique that her elder sister taught her. Not to mention, she had to perfect the crazy demon sword technique that was only a little bit away from reaching the peak. In short, she was very busy. She did not fool around at all. She did not neglect her duties. As for small things like chasing dogs, fighting geese, and kicking shuttlecock, she felt that there was no need to nag with her master. As her master's first disciple, these soul-stirring deeds and feats were her duty. There was no need to show them off. Chun Pingon patiently listened to Pei Qian's exaggerated words and asked with a smile, "Senior Cui didn't teach you anything?" Pei Qian rolled her eyes, shook her head hard, and said pitifully, "The old master has a high vision and looks down on me." "Master, you don't know that the old master has a very high demeanor. As a senior in Jianghu, he is more sage-like than the cultivators on the mountain. I really admire him. Alas, it's a pity that I can't enter the old master's eyes. I can't let the old master teach me a thing or two about the crazy demon sword technique in Luapa Mountain. This is the only thing that makes me feel sorry for my master." Probably afraid that Chun Pingon would not believe it, Pei Qian, who had already flattered both sides with words, clapped her fists and said angrily, "I'm the one who disgraced my master." Chun Pingon bent forward and flicked his finger on Pei Qian's forehead, causing Pei Qian to hold his head in pain and suck in a breath of cold air. Chun Pingon said with a smile, "If you can't bear the pain, just tell me the truth." "What high vision? Who are you trying to fool?" Pei Qian rubbed her slightly red forehead, widened her eyes, and said with a stunned face, "Master, did you learn the mind-reading technique of the immortals when you went out this time? Master, what's wrong with you? Why can you learn powerful skills no matter where you go? You still want me, the first disciple, to catch up with you? Can I only eat the dust behind you for the rest of my life?" Chun Pingon twisted the ear of this flatterer. "Oh, continue to make up stories. I'll see how long you can make up stories." Pei Qian grinned, but when she saw her master's face, she was about to cry again. She didn't even have the mood to joke with her master, and lowered her head. Chun Pingon sighed, patted her little head, and said with a smile, "Let me tell you a piece of good news. Soon, Mount Huimeng, Mount Cinnabar, and the back of the fish will all be your masters. Also, I will take half of the immortal fairy on Mount Oxhorn. In the future, you can righteously collect tolls from all kinds of people who come and go." Pei Qian was not in a good mood and said, "Oh." Chun Pingon covered his sleeves with his hands and continued to look at the night scene south of Mount Luapa. It was said that when the weather was clear, as long as one's eyesight was good enough, one could see the outline of Red Candle Town and Xiuhua River. Pei Qian lay on the stone table, her finger gently stroking the lines on the chessboard, and looked at her master without blinking. Both of them were speechless after receiving the news from Julien. The little boy in green and the girl in pink rushed over from the newly built mansion. Chun Pingan turned his head and waved with a smile, asking them to take a seat. Together with Pei Qian, they were just enough to fill the table. The girl in pink ran over quickly and bowed to Chun Pingan. She said respectfully, "Master." The little boy in green also followed suit and bowed. When he raised his head, he smiled brightly. "Master, you're finally willing to come back. Why didn't you bring a few beautiful ladies with you?" The girl in pink glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense." The little boy in green picked his nose and sat on the stone stool opposite Chun Pingan. Imitating Pei Qian, he lay on the table and asked with a puzzled expression, "Master, are you wearing a leather mask when you travel the world? It's late at night, and I'm timid. It looks old and scary. Hurry up and take it off." Chun Pingan smiled. "Does this mean you don't want the red packets?" The little boy in green looked up and looked left and right. "I didn't expect that after looking at you closely, you're becoming more manly." Chun Pingan scratched his head. "Luapa Mountain? Just change it to Flattery Mountain." Chun Pingan then took out 3 items from the pile of items in front of him. The 9 Palaces treasure box given by the old cultivator at Thousand Ravine Kingdom, the old Dragon Rain Jade pendant compensated by the Fu family in Old Dragon City, and a foxskin beauty talisman. He gave them to Pei Qian, the little boy in green, and the girl in pink. When Pei Qian opened it, he saw a dazzling array of small items. They were exquisite and unique, and most importantly, there were many of them. The little boy in green hesitated for a moment, but still took the priceless old Dragon Rain Jade pendant. The girl in pink held the foxskin talisman lovingly. Chun Pingan explained to her with a smile, "In the future, you don't have to clean the house by yourself. After pouring in spiritual qi, you can get a talisman puppet to help you. Its intelligence is no different from an ordinary girl's, and it can even chat with you." The girl in the pink dress stood up and bowed to Chun Pingan to express her gratitude. Chun Pingan could not stop her. The little boy in green suddenly said, "Isn't it a little too expensive?" Chun Pingan joked, "Did the sun rise from the west?" The little boy in green sighed and thought for a moment. "I can't accept it. I just happened to hear about the rarity of this old Dragon City jade pendant. It's not like it's a snake gallstone that involves the great Tao. No matter how much you give me, I won't refuse it." The little boy in green placed the jade pendant on the table. Chun Pingan saw the determination in his eyes. He did not insist that he accept this gift, nor did he put it back into his sleeve. He picked up the woody wine and drank a mouthful. "I heard that your brother, you river water god, came to our Longquan County." The little boy in green drooped his head. "Isn't that so?" Chun Pingan said, "Don't think that you're stupid. It's your brother water god, who isn't smart enough. If he comes again in the future, do what you need to do. If you don't want to see him, just pick a place to go into seclusion. Let Pei Qian help you stop him. If you still want to see him, just continue to treat him with good wine. If you don't have money to buy wine, you can borrow money or wine from me." The little boy in green had a rather strange expression. "I thought you would advise me not to see him." Chun Pingan smiled. "We've been friends for several hundred years. It's a bit of a pity to part just like that. However, friends can continue to be friends. If there are some things that you can't help with, just tell them directly. If they're really friends, they'll understand." The little boy in green muttered, "In the Jianghu, it's not very heroic to tell your brothers that you can't do it." The moment the little boy in green finished saying this, he felt even more guilty. Chun Pingan smiled. "All right, as long as it's related to money, even if you still want to puff yourself up at your own cost with the water god brother, you can still insist that you can do it. It's all right. When the time comes, you can still come to me to borrow money. I guarantee that you'll still be that generous and heroic second-in-command of the Imperial River sect. The little boy in green was completely stunned. He could not be bothered to address him as master, and directly called him by his name. Chun Pingon, did someone knock your head off during this trip? Ooh. Chun Pingon sat there quietly with his hands in his sleeves. A cool breeze brushed past his face. One day, when you understand that brothers are no longer brothers, even if we can't be friends, you can at least have a clear conscience and admit that you've never done anything wrong to your brothers. In Luapa Mountain, it's not like we can't eat. In the Jianghu, as long as there's wine to drink. What's money? You don't have it, but I do. You don't have much, but I have a lot. The little boy in green grabbed the old dragon rain pendant and wiped his face. Without saying anything, he ran away. Pei Qian and the girl in pink looked at each other. Chun Pingon actually still had some things that he did not say to the little boy in green. No matter what, Chun Pingon did not wish for the little boy in green to be too disappointed in the Jianghu that he had been longing for. Wei Pai suddenly appeared at the edge of the cliff and coughed lightly. Chun Pingon, I have a piece of news to tell you. Chun Pingon stood up. What is it? Wei Pai pointed to the mountain gate. A good lady visited Luapa Mountain at night. For 60, Chun Pingon asked tentatively, Miss Ruan? Wei Pai nodded with a smile. Chun Pingon asked, Do I need you to remind me of this? With Miss Ruan's temper, she will definitely come to the bamboo house when she climbs the mountain. Wei Ba's face was full of hurt, as if his good intentions had been taken for granted. Chun Pingon laughed angrily. I'm just meeting Miss Ruan. Although it's night, there's nothing for you to see under the watchful eyes of so many people. Are you, the god of Beiwa, so free? Wei Ba was full of righteousness. He pointed at the mountain gate and then pointed at Chun Pingon. Now that my northern mountain territory has been divided into the inner yard and outer yard, how can I not pay attention when the two biggest landlords of the inner yard meet? Chun Pingon ignored Wei Pai and got up to greet Wan Xiao. Since he knew that she was coming to visit as the leader of Luapa Mountain, he had to show some etiquette. Wei Pai did not go with him. He stayed where he was and said to himself, Is there really nothing? This guy seems to be very open and honest. Pei Qian was happier than anyone else when she heard that it was the sister in green who was especially kind and gentle to her. She jumped up and ran away, but ran into a ripple of mountain mist. She staggered and found herself standing beside the stone table again. Pei Qian looked left and right and found that there were some subtle ripples around. She said angrily, Mr. Wei, you're a mountain god. Don't you feel ashamed to use such a despicable trick? Wei Pai said helplessly, Why are you meddling? For example, your master is sleepy and wants to sleep. Is it appropriate for you to carry a big lantern and wander around the house? Pei Qian crossed her arms and rubbed her chin with 2 fingers. She was lost in thought. After a while, she asked seriously, It's not appropriate to sleep when we haven't officially married, right? I heard that Master Wan is old now and his eyesight is not good, so he doesn't like my master being together with Big Sister Wan. Why don't you accompany me to the Dragon Spring Sword sect and chat with Master Wan? When the sun rises tomorrow, what is done cannot be undone. Even if she isn't second masteress, she will be second masteress. Masteress and money. The more the merrier. Of course, these were just Pei Qian's jokes. In any case, Master wasn't here, and Wei Pai wasn't the kind of guy who liked to complain, so Pei Qian's words and actions were unscrupulous, and he did as he pleased. However, in Long Quan County, Pei Qian liked Wan Xiu the most. This was true. Pei Qian was close to Wan Xiu from the bottom of his heart. It wasn't just because he had seen Cui Dongshan's painting of the River of Time. After Pei Qian arrived at Luopa Mountain, he was delighted when he first saw the long, ponytailed, green-clothed sister. And when Pei Qian looked at Wan Xiu, it was as if he was looking at an incomparably warm painting. It wasn't the bone-chilling scene of Cui Dongshan, but the boiling of the sea and the boiling of the lake. There was a woman sitting high on a throne, holding her chin with one hand as she looked down at the ground. In her other hand, the blurry big sister, Wan Xiu, held a round sun that seemed to have been plucked from the dome of the sky. She gently twisted it, and it seemed to be the densest essence of fire in the world, releasing countless rays of light that illuminated the surroundings. However, Pei Qian didn't even tell the pink-dressed girl about this secret. He was only willing to tell his master when he was alone with him in the future. Wei Pai had a headache. Fortunately, the old man surnamed Cui had already walked out of the bamboo house. Pei Qian immediately sat back down on the stone bench and turned to ask the pink-dressed girl if she had any melon seeds. The latter quickly took out a handful and handed it to her master's first disciple. The two of them had a good relationship. Pei Qian lowered her head and munched on the melon seeds. She was still a little afraid of the barefooted old man, especially after hearing the pink-dressed girl mention her master's martial arts experience. Pei Qian almost had nightmares, so she would rather wander outside all day, afraid that the old man would see through her as a rare martial arts prodigy. The old man said to Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl, "Why aren't you going back to sleep?" Pei Qian had no choice but to leave with the pink-dressed girl. Not far from the bamboo house, there were a few small mansions built. Pei Qian and the pink-dressed girl lived in the same courtyard as neighbors. The old man looked towards the mountain gate and sneered. "Since he dares to come to see me with a sword on his back, it means that his temperament hasn't changed much." Wei Pai asked with a smile, if Chen Pingon didn't dare to carry a sword on his back and cowered, wouldn't Mr. Cui be worried? The old man laughed out loud. "Worried? It's just a matter of feeding him a few more punches and he'll turn back to that little brat. There's no reason in the world that can't be explained with fists. There are only two kinds of reasons. I can explain it with one punch. Other than that, 2 punches can enlighten people." Wei Pai smiled bitterly. "Mr. Cui is from an aristocratic family. So, what if I was the head of the Cui family? Did I become a saint of the academy? If I can't do anything with my studies, did I teach the descendants of a saint?" The old man mocked himself. "So I know that it's not easy for a scholar to do things. And I also know the weakness of a scholar." Wei Pai did not say anything else. The most eye-catching mountain god of the Aquarius continent stood at the edge of the cliff. He was handsome, his white robe fluttering in the wind. He was like a jade white Ganoderma that grew from the cliff. The old man asked, why did Wantong suddenly change his mind and not accept the immortal fairy left behind by Bao Tongjai on Oxhorn Mountain? Why did he give such a great advantage to you and Chen Pingon? Wei Pai said, "I thought that Mr. Cui wouldn't care about these worldly affairs." The old man twitched the corner of his mouth. "Zhu Lian is a scoundrel. When he was playing 5 in a row with those kids here, he deliberately nagged and didn't find it annoying. There were several times when I almost couldn't hold back and punched him off the cliff." Wei Pai had a good chat with Zhu Lian and regretted not meeting him sooner. To what extent did Zhu Lian harm him? He was so powerful that Wei Pai sincerely thought that if he had known Zhu Lian for a few years, he could have untied the knot in his heart a few years earlier. He would not have brushed past her on the path of Chiduan Mountain for the last time, and did not even dare to look at her. Instead, he should have left the Chiduan Mountain as soon as possible to find her. Even if it was destined that the two of them would not be able to be together forever, since he was the god of mountains and rivers and lived as long as the immortals, he should be closer to her in every lifetime. He should be able to see her joys and sorrows instead of hiding in the Chiduan mountain and sighing year after year. As for why Zhu Lian was unwilling to learn from Mr. Cui, Wei Pai had never asked. At that moment, Wei Pai explained, "Regarding the purchase of mountains, I had 2 open and honest conversations with Sage Wan in private. On the one hand, Sage Wan rented Chun Pingan's mountains for hundreds of years. At that time, it was naturally mutually beneficial. Chun Pingan only kept Luapa Mountain and Jinju Mountain so that they would not be in the limelight and would not be jealous of many cultivators from Dali's capital and other places. Sage Wan could also expand the territory of the mountain. However, later on, Chun Pingan rose rapidly and had no worries about protecting himself. Sage Wan felt a little guilty and felt that the contract that was originally made out of kindness was a loss for Chun Pingan. That was why he was willing to take back the ferry and sell it. In this way, with my mediation, the Dali Imperial Court, Oxhorn Mountain Bundle House, and Chun Pingan would have a way out for all 3 parties." Wei Pai smiled and said, "After all, the Dali Imperial Court is more willing to see me and Sage Wan have a harmonious relationship." The old man smiled playfully. As for the other aspect, Wan Ting does not wish to have too much involvement with Chun Pingan. The more fair the transaction is, the less shameless Chun Pingan will be to abduct his daughter. Wei Pai did not comment on this. This was almost becoming Wan Ting's sore point. Wei Pai and the old man looked at the foot of the mountain together and smiled at each other. It was rare to see a sage who was in charge of a region fall to such a state. Wei Pai said, "I'll go and ease Sage Ruan's mind." The old man nodded. "If it's a family in the marketplace as a parent, it's fine. However, this blacksmith in the Wind Snow Temple has made me look at him in a new light." Wei Pai disappeared in a flash. In the northern mountains of Dali, Wei Pai was the master of mountains and rivers. He was even more legitimate than Sage Wan Ting. Even if the other 4 mountains of Dali were confirmed in the future, Wei Pai would still be the one with the most vast territory among the 5 mountain gods of the entire Aquarius continent. Due to the geographical situation of the Aquarius continent, it was long in the north and narrow in the east and west. This meant that the east and west peaks would have an inherent disadvantage compared to the north and south peaks. Dali's roots were still in the north. Now, the capital was the place where the Song clan prospered. Their ancestral properties were all in the north. This made the north peaks slightly higher than the south peaks. Therefore, even if the overall situation of the continent was settled, the Song clan would most likely not move to the south of the Central Tsai Kingdom and Shishui Kingdom in one go, because there was a Lakeview Academy there. The Song clan would not break off their own will and split the north and south. Therefore, when the hooves of the Dali cavalry stepped on the coast of the South Sea of Old Dragon City, the only mountain god who could wrestle with Wei Pai was Zhongyue. Halfway up Luapa Mountain, Chun Pingan and Wan Xiu met. Wan Xiu looked at the young man who stopped and waved. She blinked her eyes and walked forward quickly. Then the 2 of them climbed up the mountain side by side. There was no unfamiliarity between friends after not seeing each other for a long time. Chun Pingan smiled and said, "I actually saw your attack at Book Slip Lake and Furong Mountain from afar when I was at Verdant Canyon Island. It was very imposing." Wan Xiu was slightly embarrassed and said softly, "I went down the mountain to train with a bunch of Dali clingers to the south. Later, I met Chui Dongshan, who claimed to be your student, and went to Meili Kingdom together." Chun Pingan nodded and said, "Later, I traveled to Meili Kingdom with my friends. I even saw the battlefield where you chased Zhu Ying's swordsman. It was at the Spring Flower River." Wan Xiu did not speak. What Spring Flower River? She had no impression of it at all. She had never bothered to remember these things. Even though she had seen many people and things during this trip to the south after leaving the Immortals Ferry and passing through the Stonehouse Kingdom in a carriage, she still could not remember anything. On Mount Ferrong, she had acted on her own and controlled the fire dragon to kill the young man with great martial arts luck. As compensation, she had found 3 new candidates for the Lee Klingman on her way back to the north. She had a good relationship with them, but in the end, she could not even remember the names of the 3 children. But she remembered a lot of the local delicacies in Green Tong City. Wan Xiu suddenly said, "Not far to the north, my father just bought a Golden Dragon Mountain. It's not far from Luapa Mountain and Gray Mist Mountain. My father plans to build a new sword furnace over there. The work on the top of the mountain is rushing through the night. Tonight I went over to take a stroll, and then I saw the strange phenomenon of your sea of clouds being scattered by someone. I was somewhat worried about Pei Qian, so I came to take a look." Chun Pingon held back his laughter, but he did not say anything. Others did not know the depth of the martial arts of old Yang Chui, but God Wei Pai and Saint Wan Tong were definitely the most familiar with each other besides old Yang of the medicine shop. If Wan Tong knew, it usually meant that Wan Xiu would also know. Wan Xiu also laughed. Lying was indeed not her strong suit. Her father had never been deceived. He liked to expose people in front of him every time, but the person beside him would not expose him. Chun Pingon did not go to the bamboo building. Instead, he took Wan Xiu all the way to the top. As the owner of Luapa Mountain, Chun Pingon had never been to the mountain temple at the top of the mountain. The 2 of them were just chatting about trivial things. For example, the results of the renovation of the Immortal Tomb, the business of the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley, the nest of chickens that Chun Pingon asked her to take care of, and the dog. Near the mountain temple, Chun Pingon was about to speak. Wan Xiu stopped and turned to look into the distance. She smiled and said, "I know what you want to say." Chun Pingon sat on the steps with a calm expression. The steps they were on were illuminated by the moonlight. There were ancient trees on both sides of the path. Above the stone steps, the moonlight was like a stream flowing down the slope. In the water, there were intersecting algae, pine trees, and cypresses. This scene was like a dream. Chun Pingon said calmly, "It seems that no matter what I say, it will be wrong. But if I don't say it, it will be even more wrong. It will be best if I think too much. When a man is liked by a woman, no one will be unhappy. This is human nature. Even if many men have a girl they like, they will deliberately get involved with other good girls. It is not good for me to say that these men are wrong. I believe that many men find joy in this, and even think that it is a great thing. But this is not human nature for me, Chun Pingon. If I really do that, I will be letting Ming Yao and Miss Wan down. But if I misunderstood Miss Wan and thought too much, that would be for the best. But even if Miss Wan is angry with me, and we can't even be friends in the future, I still have to make things clear today. Miss Wan, you have helped me a lot over the years, and I remember it in my heart. To be honest, even if it is in front of Ning Yao, I will still tell her that Miss Ruan's kindness is something I am grateful for. One cannot forget one's roots. In another 10 or 100 years, as long as it is something that should not be forgotten, it should not be forgotten, and it should be returned, if it is possible. Of course, I like Miss Wan, but it is not love between a man and a woman. If it is the other way around, some of my words and actions in the past have caused Miss Wan to misunderstand. The fault is not with you, but with me, Chun Pingon. If this is the case, what should I do? These words were like the stones in the stream, without any sharpness. But after all, it was a hard stone, not the intersecting algae floating in the air, or the swimming fish in the water. Wan Xiu looked at the young man who was sad and guilty. She was also sad. How could he be sad when he finally returned to his hometown? Moreover, it was because of her As for liking and love, Wan Xiu was actually not as conflicted as he imagined. As for right and wrong, she did not even think about it. If I like you, even God can't stop me. If I don't like you, even if you are God, it is useless. What a simple matter. This very lazy girl even felt that if she really liked someone or not, it had little to do with that person. But Wan Xiu did not tell Qin Pingan these thoughts in her heart. The great Tao was not fought over in a day or night. Wan Xiu sat there quietly and asked, if you had met me first and not Miss Ning, what would have happened? Chun Pingan shook his head without any hesitation. Miss Wan can ask this, but I can't think about it, so there will be no answer. Wan Xiu propped up her cheeks with both hands and looked into the distance. She muttered, in this matter, you are the same as my father. My father was very stubborn. He always refused to look for my mother's reincarnation. He said that even if he found her, she was no longer my real mother. Moreover, not everyone can recover the memories of their previous life, so it was better not to meet her. Otherwise, he would be letting her down, who always lived in his heart, and delay the women around him. When it came to Master Wan, Chun Pingan did not speak. Wan Xiu turned her head and smiled. Didn't you bring a gift back to your hometown this time? Chun Pingan awkwardly said. How could I dare to bring a gift? If I didn't make things clear, wouldn't there be more misunderstandings? Chun Pingan immediately smiled in relief. But in the future, I can bring a gift for Miss Wan. Wan Xiu tilted her head and smiled with a pair of watery eyes. She asked, how did you make things clear? Chun Pingan's face was sluggish. He hurriedly reorganized his thoughts from beginning to end. Logically speaking, if Miss Wan didn't like him, or if she really did like him a little, he could be considered to have made things clear. Wan Xiu smiled. That's enough. It's just that you don't like me that way, and you're afraid that I like you that way, and then you feel embarrassed. You're afraid that if you make things clear, you'll embarrass me and make things worse. In the future, we won't even be friends, right? Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm not lying to you. My like is not the kind of like you think. You'll understand in the future, or you can ask your disciple Cui Dongshan. In short, it won't delay us from being friends. Chun Pingan nodded. Miss Ruan's words were a bit roundabout, but seemed to be more thorough than his. Wan Xiu asked, does Miss Ning like you too? Chun Pingan smiled and said, I like it. Wan Xiu grunted. Chun Pingan, why do you think so much? Why don't you think more for yourself? Chun Pingan didn't know how to answer. Wan Xiu patted her knee and stood up. All right, that's it. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. Let's go home for supper. Chun Pingan also stood up and asked, why don't we go to my bamboo house? I have everything to make supper. There are a lot of ingredients in there, such as dried fish, dried bamboo shoots, ham, bacon, and many wild vegetables. They're all ready-made. If we stew them in a pot, it should taste good. It won't take much effort. Wan Xiu smiled. My father is still waiting at the foot of the mountain. I'm afraid that he won't be able to resist stewing you for supper. Chun Pingan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Wan Xiu walked down the steps, turned around, and smiled. You don't have to send me off. Chun Pingan said, I'm going down the mountain too. Just send me to the fork in the road. The two slowly went down the mountain together. Wan Xiu looked at ease, like a deity wandering in the forest at night. Then the two went their separate ways. Wan Xiu continued to walk down the mountain. Chun Pingan walked on the road to the bamboo house. Chun Pingan suddenly thought of a beautiful sentence engraved on a bamboo slip. The stars and moon are bright. The river is in the sky. There is no sound of people. The sound is in the trees. Outside Luapa Mountain, Wei Pai stood beside Wan Chang. The man sat on a huge rock. Wei Pai smiled. Mr. Wan, are you sure you don't want to go to Luapa Mountain? If I'm there and it's not suitable, I can leave. I guarantee that I won't see or hear anything from the mountain. Ooh. Wan Chong drank wine and shook his head. I'm not that despicable. If I don't trust Chin Pingan, don't tell me I don't trust my own daughter? Wei Pai was speechless. If you, Wan Chong, really trusted him, why did you come here secretly? Wan Chong drank wine. Wei Bo stood to the side and accompanied him. Wan Chong asked Wei Pai, who do you think will be the emperor of Dali in the future? Wei Pai was not afraid that someone would listen in. In the northern mountains, who would dare to do so? That would be courting death. As for the elder of the Yang medicine shop, he would not care about such things. Wei Pai thought for a moment and said, for the time being, both Song Jisun and Song Jisun are possible. Of course, Song he is more likely. He has a deep foundation in the court and can convince the masses. As for Song Jisun, only the Ministry of Rights is desperate enough to secretly bet on him. But no matter what, this is not important. In the end, it only depends on the decision of the two. That Empress's words are useless. I think that Song Zhengqiang and Cui Dong will make unexpected choices in the end. Wan Chong said, Emperor Dali's departure is a bit coincidental. Wei Pai smiled but did not say anything. Wan Chong was Dali's top consecrator and the #1 swordsmith of the Aquarius continent that everyone wanted to curry favor with. His friends were all over the continent, and his family was the Wind Snow Temple. The relationship between the two had never been broken. No one thought that Wan Chong's relationship with the Wind Snow Temple had been broken. Otherwise, the sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple would not have been on the stone cliff of the dragon beheading platform. Instead, Wan Chong would have simply abandoned the Wind Snow Temple and split it with the Martial Mountain. He, Wei Ba, was the god of mountains and rivers of the Great Li's Song clan. Therefore, it would be better for him to speak less of such rebellious words. It was fine to talk about the two princes. It was also fine to talk about the vassal kings and the imperial tutor. However, Wei Pai's position as the god of the northern mountains was personally sealed by the former emperor of Dali. Wei Pai wanted to remember this favor. Therefore, regarding the matter of Song Yungchun's life and death, whether it was mentioned by Wan Chong or the old flood dragon of Huangting country, Wei Pai had always been silent. In the distance, the figure of a woman in green appeared. She did not seem to be walking fast, but her figure floated over like smoke. When Wan Xiu saw Wan Chong and Wei Pai, she first nodded to Wei Pai and then looked at her father. Father, what a coincidence. Are you also out for a walk? Wan Chong nodded and casually threw away the empty wine pot. Wei Pai tactfully took his leave. Wan Chong's lips moved slightly. In the end, he just took out a pot of wine from the nearby objects, opened the mud seal, and began to drink. Wan Xiu smiled. Just now on Luapa Mountain, I met Chin Pingan. Wan Chong's face was stiff. What a coincidence. As expected of father and daughter. Wan Xiu picked, and then told her father about the conversation between the two. The general meaning was the same, but Wan Xiu changed some of the wording slightly. Wan Chong took a big gulp of wine and wiped his mouth. He said in a low voice, Chin Pingan is blind. What's wrong with my daughter, that he doesn't like her? Who lent him the dog guts to dare not like her? Wan Xiu smiled and narrowed her eyes. Wan Chong was unusually angry. He took another big gulp of wine and was silent for a moment. However, this kid is still a kind person. He's not like many men who eat in their mouth, but always think about what's in the pot. I can't find any fault with Chin Pingan on this point. Wan Chong suddenly said suspiciously, Xiu, could it be that this kid has become more and more cunning after 5 years in Jianghu, and is deliberately retreating in order to advance, so that I won't be on guard against him? Wan Xiu's eyes were somewhat disdainful. She looked at her father and didn't speak. Wan Chong said resentfully. That kid shouldn't be so wicked. Wan Chong asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, aren't you unhappy at all? Xiao Xiao, tell me the truth. Do you like Chen Pingan or not? I'll ask you this once and never ask again, so you're not allowed to lie. Wan Xiao smiled and raised her hands, shaking them vigorously. I don't. Wan Chong was skeptical. If father fights with Chen Pingan, who will you help? Wan Xiao said confidently, Of course, I'll help father. Wan Chong was somewhat gratified. He suddenly turned his head. Wan Xiao's face was sincere, without any flaws. Go home early. Wan Chong was slightly relieved. He rose from the ground and turned into a rainbow. Wan Xiao was still leisurely walking through the mountain forest. Finally, she came to the side of a stream. She squatted there and scooped up some water. There was a bright moon in the water, fragmentary and round. At Luo Pa Mountain's bamboo tower, Chen Pingan was about to sit alone at the stone table when Old Man Chui reached out and grabbed him, pulling him into a room on the second floor. Then the old man kicked him in the stomach and sent him crashing into the wall. Chen Pingan supported himself with one hand and flipped over. Just as he was about to land and stabilize himself, the old man's fist energy landed on his forehead. The bamboo tower shook and rumbled. It was obvious how powerful the punch was. Chen Pingan, who was beaten up for no reason, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and cursed. Then he said angrily, Fight a level 5 against a level 5 if you dare. The old man sneered and said, Sure, we'll exchange it with the level 5 True God's drumming style. Chen Pingan charged forward with the 6-step stance. The old man did not move at all. He even put one hand behind his back and casually extended the other palm forward, indicating to Chen Pingan to punch first. Chen Pingan's 6-step landed heavily on the ground. His momentum was like a rainbow. Then, without warning, he turned and rushed out of the bamboo door on the second floor that was still open. With a soft shout, the sword immortal flew out of its scabbard. Stepping on the sword, it soared into the sky and disappeared into the distance. Chen Pingan could accept punching. However, tonight, the old man had obviously taken the wrong medicine. It was as if he was using him as a punching bag. This would not do. The barefoot old man did not immediately punch him down. He clicked his tongue and said, You're quite a slippery person. Why are you so stubborn when it comes to love? At such a young age, you've already lost everything? This is outrageous. The old man silently deduced in his heart for a moment. He stepped onto the railing outside the house and punched out. It was the Great Cloud Swamp style. Chen Pingan, who thought he had escaped a disaster, had planned to admire the moon in the sky tonight. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. He did not expect to be punched down to the mortal realm by the old man together with his sword. He was then gently pressed down by the old man's palm. It was as if a strong wind was pouring down from the sky like a waterfall. Chen Pingan, who wanted to continue riding on the sword, was slapped into the forest. Chen Pingan fell into a stream, creating a huge splash. The stream was not deep. Chen Pingan stood up shakily from the water and rode the sword immortal back into its scabbard. In the end, he saw Wan Xiao, who was squatting by the stream, looking at him in a daze. Chen Pingan bent over and panted heavily. Then he wiped his face and said helplessly, What a coincidence. We meet again. Wan Xiao nodded. Chen Pingan was about to say something. He was punched into the forest for no reason. A familiar voice roared, Good boy, I knew you wouldn't give up. Are you done yet? Are you addicted to thinking about my daughter? You're even using the trick of injuring yourself. Another punch came. The entire stream was cut in half by the passing fist aura. Chun Pingon could only continue riding the sword immortal out of its scabbard. Their minds were connected. They rode on the sword and escaped. After that, danger surrounded him. Chun Pingon even used the mind talisman. As he fled in a panic, he muttered, "With Wei Pai, we can have another table." In the corner of his eye, a white-robed man stood on a towering ancient tree. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry." Wei Pai's voice was not loud, but Chun Pingon heard it clearly. Chun Pingon crashed into the ripples. In the next moment, he was already standing on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda mountain, filled with immortal chi. He sat on the ground, as if relieved of a burden. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not kick him when he was down. On the other side of the stream, Wan Tian gently pressed on Wan Xiu's shoulder and disappeared in a flash. After returning to the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, Wan Tian personally made supper. The father and daughter sat opposite each other. Wan Xiu was beaming. Wan Tian sighed in his heart. It was better to be sad today than to give up in the future. On the other side of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain, Wei Pai smiled and bent down to help the exhausted Chun Pingon up. Chun Pingon smiled bitterly. "Tonight is like a dream." Wei Pai smiled and stretched out his hand. A moment later, a green sparrow that was roaming the sea of clouds on the peak of the Cloud Pagoda Mountain at night suddenly fell into the hands of this deity. Wei Pai held the green sparrow with one hand and waved his other hand gently. A white cloud cushion appeared behind Chun Pingon. Chun Pingon sat cross-legged on the cushion. Wei Pai raised his hand slightly, and the sparrow flew into the distance and returned to the sea of clouds. Wei Pai said softly, "Chun Pingon, according to the contents of the letters you sent to the Cloud Pagoda Mountain and Chui Dongshan's chat at the Cloud Pagoda Mountain last time, I found a clue from them. It's a strange thing that you might not have noticed yourself." Chun Pingon asked, "How is it strange?" Ever since he learned Go from Chui Dongshan, especially when he went to the book Slip Lake, reviewing games was one of Chun Pingon's daily homework. Wei Ba raised his eyes and looked into the distance. The sea of clouds couldn't block the sight of a mountain god at all. The Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River were connected together, and even further away were the Embroidery River and Jade Liquid River in Red Candle Town. Wei Ba said slowly, "The chance that Wan Xiu obtained in Black Pearl Grotto Heaven is the fire dragon coiling around the bracelet, right?" Chun Pingon nodded. This was the obvious truth. Wei Pai said again, "Ever since Mr. Qi gave you the seal of mountain and water, the seal of mountain was destroyed in the battle of the Flood Dragon Ditch. Only the seal of water was left. First, you met a ghost in the wedding dress in the mansion with high water by the Embroidery River. Then, in the Tongya continent, you met the goddess of the buried river. In the Qinghuan country, before you went to the Lion Garden, it was said that you inscribed on the inner wall of a water god temple. In the Xiang mansion of the Huangting country, you met the water god of the Baihu River, who had evil intentions. No matter good or bad, it was still fate. On the other hand, there were only a few mountain deities among the mountain deities except for me, at least in your mind. Even if you passed by, you didn't have a deep impression, right? Especially in the book Slip Lake these years. How long have you been living near the water? It's been a long time, right?" Chun Pingon thought seriously and nodded. "Could it be that you've forgotten who that little loach chose in the beginning? It was you, Chun Pingon, not Gu Ken." Wei Pai smiled sadly. "Then have you ever thought that you are so close to water? And Wan Xiu? Is there a more justified fight between the Great Tao than the fight between fire and water?" Ooh. Chun Pingon was stunned. Wei Pai sighed. Chun Pingon suddenly laughed and pointed at the sword fairy behind him. "Don't worry, if there is a fight between fire and water, I will make way for Miss Wan. The reason is simple. I am a swordsman, the great Tao of I. Chun Pingan is to travel with a sword on the road of martial arts, to fight with the hardest fist, to pass the fastest sword, to drink with reasonable people, and to fight against injustice with fists and swords. The young man, who was almost skinny, had never been so energetic in the past few years. I hope that one day, when I, Chun Pingan, stand somewhere, the reason will be there. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.